Forgiving the Team Roper. Faithful Cowboys Book 5. By Danae, Little Publishing. 1. A few seconds can determine a person's fate. If you're a team roper, it takes only a fraction of that. Austin Bowman knew all too well how a few seconds could make or break his career. He wiped the sweat that beaded on his forehead with the back of his gloved hand, while keeping his eyes intent on the steer mewling in the chute next to him. The dark brown steer continued to twist to his left in the narrow pen. This one would be trouble. Austin rolled his shoulders to practice opening his stance for a more difficult left turn to prep his horse when the time came. Buckley danced under him, his long, powerful quarter horse's legs eager for the chase. Buckley had been his bread and butter for the last 3 years, and finally they had the shot they needed. This was the year. Austin felt it coursing through him, warming the blood racing in his veins and settling in a deep thrumming in his chest. He glanced over at his brother Adam, on the opposite side of the chute, his lips thinned in determination. Adam's slow nod told him he was set, and ready for the clean catch they needed to move to the top of this competition. Austin gripped his rope, running a hand along the coils, ensuring the soft rope wouldn't let him down when the time came to throw. Sitting deep in his seat, he laid his left hand on Buckley's neck, took a steadying breath as his heart cantered, and gave the chute man a nod. At that brief movement, the time started and the spring released on the chute, allowing the antsy steer to break free into the dusty arena. Before Austin released his breath, the steer reached the barrier, releasing the taut rope that had held Buckley in the box. Trained from the time he was 2, Buckley knew what to do. He shot out of the box, and Austin let him have his head to give chase after the steer. This is where patience came in. It seemed weird talking about patience when a run lasted anywhere from 4 to 8 seconds, but patience it was. Austin's instinct was to draw the rope the instant Buckley jumped into motion, but he had to wait. 1, 2, 3 lunges. Now. With a movement so ingrained in him it seemed more natural than breathing, Austin swung his rope looping overhead outside his elbow, keeping it smooth and flat once, twice. The steer twisted left, just as Austin knew it would, and he opened his left shoulder, keeping his chest facing the back of the steer's head. Austin's eyes bore down, intensely focusing on the target of the shiny buckle on the steer's horn wrap. 3. He released the loop, letting it fly, eagerly watching as it scooped the right horn and dragged across the left. At the motion of his open hand dropping, Buckley broke his stride down, as Austin pulled the slack and dallied it on his saddle horn, the rubber keeping the rope from sliding. He turned Buckley hard left, bringing the roped steer with them, leaving the bucking animal's hind legs open for his brother. Adam was the best healer Austin could ever ask for. He read his movements, knowing what Austin would do even before he did it. Today was no different. Adam was ready. His rope flew out just as Austin lifted his eyes to him. Time slowed, each millisecond seeming to last forever, until the rope slipped around the legs cleanly. Adam turned his horse to face Austin directly, and they each drew their horses back, fighting the line and stringing the steer between them. Out of the corner of his eye, the flag waved, announcing the time had stopped and they could release the steer. Austin finally let out his breath, sweat trickling down the back of his neck as Adam dropped the steer's hind legs quickly. Austin unwrapped his rope and with a spin of his wrist, released the loop around the steer's horns, freeing the animal to trot indignantly away. He met his brother's gleaming eyes as they followed the steer to the holding pen at the end of the arena, listening for what they hoped would be the winning time. They each had clean catches, and he hadn't broken the barrier. No penalties. With the steer in its holding pen, they exited the arena, turning back to listen, each too full of nerves to speak. 3 and 9, the announcer spoke. His voice, usually garbled over the loudspeaker, came clear, starting the crowd roaring loud enough that the stock in the holding pens bellowed and rolled their eyes. Austin grinned, the smile coming on with the force of a tsunami. Did he say 3 and 9? 3.9 seconds. That was only 0.6 of a second off the world record. They had never broken the 4-second mark before. He sure did, bro. Adam let out a yip, his high-strung horse Turbo startling with the sound and dancing underneath him. They turned their jittery mounts away from the arena, smiling at the spectators and fellow rodeoers, who shouted their congratulations as they steered their horses into the cooling pens. Buckley was as amped up as Austin, and he felt like he could jump 10 feet high and run a marathon. At the side of the cooling pen, their stepfather Pops leaned against the top railing and pushed his hat back to show the crooked grin that always filled Austin with a warm sense of accomplishment. It took a lot to elicit that impressed grin from Pops, and whenever they did, Austin felt on top of the world, even as a full-grown adult. Austin couldn't wipe the grin off his face. He loosened his hold on Buckley's reins, letting him work off some of his frenzied energy before trotting him over to Pops, Adam on his tail. "Well," he asked, knowing he sounded like a 10-year-old kid again after his first win. "What do you think?" 3-9. 3-9, Pops repeated with reverence and a small shake of his head. "I knew you boys could do it." "Only took us 12 years, Adam said, but his smile looked as wide as Austin's felt. "Should we quit now?" He laughed, pushing his hat back, and Austin saw him struggling to rein in his desire to race about the pen himself. "What, and miss winning the nationals?" Austin laughed as well, the sound contagious and fulfilling. "Nationals?" Pops said, bringing their attention back to him. "After a score like that, why not world champions?" Austin and Adam grinned at each other, pride filling them with their stepfather's admiration. They had worked hard for this, spending hours upon hours swinging ropes, training steeds and practicing over and over and over until each movement was second nature. Austin had given up everything. He pushed back the momentary heartache as he thought about that. It wasn't like he had been eager to go off to college. That had never really been his dream. Rodeo was his life, at least ever since his mama brought home Pops and told them he would become their stepfather. Okay, maybe not that moment. It had taken Austin at least a year to open up to Pops, letting him in a little at a time only to close him off again. Until finally he took the chance and allowed Pops to teach him how to rope. It was that moment that had started all of it. Pops had been a rodeo rider himself. Mama said that's why he never had kids of his own. He didn't give up on his dream of winning nationals until he busted his shoulder beyond repair and was forced to just one seat shy of winning the nationals. Pops said meeting Mama gave him the will to live again, and Austin and his brother were the icing on the cake, and the roping was the sprinkles. Austin smiled at Pops, gratitude filling his heart. Where on earth would he and his family be if Pops had never found them? He shook his head as emotion choked him. To cover it up, he slid off Buckley and led him to the stalls to reward him with grain and a nice long rub-down. Looking over the stall wall, Austin grinned at his brother, who rubbed down Turbo. They turned as one as Pops came to lean over the gate. He moved stiffly, like he was in pain, but Austin brushed it off. Standing around at the rodeos didn't always feel good on Pop's joints. Pops always said, "You play hard and work hard no matter the toll," and a toll it took. "You boys make an old man proud, you know that?" Pops shook his head, his eyes fading as if lost in a memory. "I never dreamed of a time like you two made today." "But," Austin said, not even feeling a twinge of hurt ego when he led Pops on to give his normal list of critiques. "Break it down for us, Pops," Adam said, meeting Austin's eyes over their horses' backs. Pops opened his mouth, then shut it and shook his head again. "Nah, no breakdown today, boys. You did well. You both did. Let's just celebrate." He pushed off the railing, and this time Austin didn't doubt that he saw a wince quickly shielded in his stepfather's expression. "I'm going to tell your mama that we'll celebrate at that steakhouse we saw on the way in." "Good job, boys, good job," Pop said, his voice slightly catching as he waved and turned away. Austin couldn't take his eyes off him, noting how gingerly he moved. He turned to Adam. "Hey, you know if Pops is sick or something?" His brother shook his head, following his gaze, but his grin stayed as bright. "Not that I've heard of. He's getting old, bro. No need to bring it up and hurt the man's ego." He stepped under his horse's neck, and came to the divider between their stalls. "Come on, it's time to celebrate. This is our year." Austin grinned, pushing his worry behind the rush of exuberance from reaching a mark he had almost believed was impossible. "You think it was all that target training?" "I don't know, but you held your lane like you knew that steer was gonna turn left," Adam said, returning to his horse. "I did know he was gonna turn left. At least I assumed that from the way he was moving in that chute. He kept turning toward me while we sat waiting." Austin shrugged. "And you didn't cut the corner." "Looks like we both had a little patience today," Adam said, winking at him as he stroked his horse. "Our boys did well too, didn't you, Turbo?" "Yeah," Austin said, giving Buckley a long sliding stroke. "They sure did." A roper was only as good as his horse, and his horse was the best, at least in his biased mind. He glanced up at the sound of the speakers, announcing the next event. As he did, a long-legged yet tiny brunette walked down the far alleyway, leading a massive horse set up with a surcingle for a vaulting competition. Not all the rodeos had vaulting events, but the ones that did always piqued his interest. He couldn't help thinking about a particular gal that he had thought would be good at it, a gal built like the one he had just glimpsed. Their high school hadn't offered vaulting. In fact, the first rodeo he saw with the event, he had come running back to tell her, but rodeo hadn't been her life. A hand waved in front of his vacant eyes. "Where'd you go?" Adam asked, smirking. "You got that whimsical look again." Austin shook his head. "Nothing, I just thought I saw someone I knew." He stared down the now empty alleyway. "Well, we are getting closer to Wyoming. Maybe it's someone from the old days." His brother shrugged. "You ready?" Someone from the old days was exactly what he thought, half fearing it and half excited. What would it be like to see her again? His palms sweated as he stored away Buckley's currycomb and brush. The idea unnerved him, slightly taking away some of the fervor from having such an incredible run. "Bro. Come on. There's a crowd waiting for us." Adam grinned. He enjoyed signing autographs and encouraging the younger kids. Austin always thought he'd be a great trainer one day, when he retired. "I'll be right behind ya," Austin said as he finished up with Buckley. He was only a minute or two behind Adam, and the crowd moved toward him as he approached. Pushing forth a smile, he greeted them, taking their praise in stride, though it always felt weird, and bending down to talk to the young ones. He was signing the last autograph when the announcer's voice broke through his conversation with a cute young woman in a pink cowboy hat, an adult but much too young for him. Not that he was looking, anyway. He had found no one who held his attention, like the gal he had known all those years ago. The young woman blushed when he handed her back her signed flyer and tipped his hat. Then his entire world froze, as the announcer's words came out in super slow motion. "Now up is a gymnast who is relatively new at vaulting. Texas taught but Wyoming bred Miss Charlotte Walker." Austin swallowed, his throat gone dry and his face clammy. It hadn't been a ghost, it had been her. His high school sweetheart, his girl, the girl he had left over 8 years ago to pursue his rodeo dream, his one regret. On the sidelines, Charlotte Walker clasped her hands in front of her as her trainer, Emilia, lunged her horse around the arena. Her body quivered as it always did before a competition, whether in gymnastics where she started or in vaulting. The shakes always dissipated the moment she stepped into her routine, but now she shook so much she was sure the judges could see from their booth. Of course, the extra nerves had nothing to do with seeing Austin after nearly 8 years. Nope. Nothing at all. She had stood transfixed as she watched him for the few seconds he was in the arena. Though he had grown, his shoulders were wider, and he sat in his saddle with more confidence, he was still the same old Austin, still had that heart-shattering grin, and those piercing green eyes that flashed when he was excited, mostly in the arena. She sighed, rolled her shoulders and stretched her neck. Now wasn't the time to be thinking of the cowboy who broke her heart. She inclined her head, beseeching God for his peace. "Lord, help me focus and be at peace. Give me the strength to do my best out there today, for your glory." Amen. She raised her head just as Amelia's slight nod told her to come out. The tight bodysuit she wore clung to her body like a second skin, keeping her movements light and free. She'd been wearing costumes like this purple-starred bodysuit since she was 5, and felt at home as she strode across the arena to stand beside her trainer. Charlotte trained her eyes on Apollo, her beautiful silky black Percheron gelding, whose dark mane flowed behind him as Amelia encouraged him into a canter. Amelia turned with Apollo as he circled the arena. Charlotte turned with her until the moment came, and her music began. For this competition they picked a lively tune, one that reminded her of the freedom of racing through the high mountain meadows at home in Wyoming. Each of her trotting steps brought her closer to Apollo's side, until she paced him, taking a moment to lay a reassuring hand on his muscular shoulder. Charlotte gripped the handles of the surcingle, the padded tack that fastened around Apollo's barrel right behind the withers. 1 stride, 2 strides, a hop, and then she swung her right leg up overhead, but forward rather than backward, so she came down on Apollo above the handles, facing backward. She landed softly, applying most of the weight to her arms. Without taking time to celebrate the success of one of her newer tricks, she wrapped her left leg around the grip, prepping to mill around the harness. She froze halfway through in a handstand with her right leg poised straight in the air and her left tucked down. The applause sounded far away as she focused on holding the position for 4 of Apollo's cantering strides. She sat down on her left knee, keeping her right leg straight behind her and lifting her left arm. 4 strides went past in less than a breath, and she rolled forward, dipping off Apollo to touch her feet to the dusty earth, only to push off and roll back onto Apollo, this time landing on her toes. Raising into a stand, she used her gymnastics background to add elements of dance on top of the rolling back of her horse. Her signature move was coming, and with a deep breath she planted her right foot, her special grippy shoe hugging tight to the pad on Apollo's back. Keeping that knee bent to balance with his rocking gait, she straightened her left leg out, holding onto the toe, then lifted it over her head, holding 1, 2, 3, 4 strides, then in one graceful movement, jumping into a scissor kick, landing on her left foot, and bending forward as her right foot went high overhead. Apollo's horse scent filled her breath as she counted the strides and settled her nerves for the last combination. She took hold of the grips, scissoring over one way, then the other, ending in a handstand from which she sprung off Apollo, tucking into a flip and landing, feet soft in the dust, the fine particles filling her nostrils as she breathed in and stood in a poised ending. Her heart hammered as she bowed to the judges, then to the audience before jogging over to Amelia, who slowed Apollo into a trot, and then a walk. Amelia handed her the whip to hold, as she rolled up the lunge rope and guided Apollo back to her. The crowd was roaring, some standing and whooping, but it all sounded so faded as Charlotte's heartbeat pounded in her ears. Amelia wrapped an arm around her, and they made their way out of the gate. "That was incredible, Char. You knocked it out of the park. You sure you don't want to set your residency back another year?" Amelia knocked into her as they came out of the gate, and Charlotte came to Apollo, rubbing a hand down him and wrapping an arm around his massive neck. In less than 2 months she'd have to decide which veterinary residency program she would accept, the one near home back in Wyoming or the new prestigious clinic in California. "Don't tempt me," she told Amelia, after kissing Apollo's sweaty neck and handing him over to his handler. The next part of performing she never really enjoyed, but Amelia took her hand and led her to the box stage where she'd await her scores. "Come on," Amelia said, squeezing her in a side hug once they were situated. "This score is going to be exciting. There's no way they can score you less than the mid-sevens, and it should be more." Charlotte only nodded, plastering on a smile as people cheered and she waited for her fate. If she placed well, she'd move on to the next event. If not, she'd go home and spend some much-needed time with her parents. It had been too long, and the visits she had returned for were short, though her parents were usually busy with work anyway. School was demanding, but she loved working with the animals even more than she loved vaulting. "Here they come." Amelia gripped her arm tightly, causing the nylon fabric of Charlotte's costume to stretch against her. Charlotte closed her eyes. Your will, Lord. Show me your will. Well, look at that, folks. A high 8.2 for Miss Charlotte Walker, ranking her as number 1. We'll see if the veterans coming up next can pass this rodeo newbie, the announcer declared over the roar of the crowd. Charlotte stood in shock, too frozen to lift her hand as she always did. Amelia nudged her, then drew her into a hug. Her friend's screams of excitement finally pulled Charlotte out of her daze. She hugged her trainer, then stepped back to lift a hand of gratitude toward the judges and then the crowd. Her body thrummed with energy like it hadn't since she won the state gymnastics championships her senior year in high school. Several other vaulters she had come to know through her college years came in leaping bounds to greet her at the gate. Their congratulations washed over her as she tried to realize that she, a little small-town girl gymnast, was sitting in first place, for now. You've got to teach me that final combination. Though I could never pull off that handspring flip, one gallant said, motioning to her tall, long-limbed body. Didn't I tell you that your gymnast background would do you well here? Amelia smiled at her, proud of her trainee. Amelia had recruited her from her university in Kentucky, helping her get into the prestigious veterinary school in Texas. Vaulting is growing. Soon the entire country will line up to see you gals perform. Well, if they all look like those cowboys, I wouldn't mind at all, a fellow vaulter said. Charlotte suddenly became aware of the eyes on her, as the world closed in around her. Without turning, she knew exactly who she'd find watching her, for her skin tingled in that familiar way, the way only a certain pair of striking green eyes could make her feel. She almost didn't turn around. Part of her wanted to run in the opposite direction. What would she find when their eyes met? What did she want to find? Lord help me. She slowly spun, keeping her eyes lowered until she knew she faced him, and raised them as if her body were not her own. The effect was immediate. All in a rush, 8 years disappeared, the intensity of their locked gaze triggering something she had buried deep within her, unearthing it in a way that left her knees shaking and her head spinning. So now she knew. Austin Bowman still held her heart. Earth to Char. Earth to Char. Amelia waved a hand in front of her eyes. What's gotten into you, girl? Charlotte tried to pull herself away, but she couldn't. He held onto her like he would never let her go, and he was still 30 feet away. As if her thoughts spurred him on, he pushed off the railing of the arena and strode in a purposeful half-bow-legged gait straight toward her. She gripped Amelia's arm and frantically whispered, "Get me out of here." Amelia, true friend that she was, yanked Charlotte by the arm, pulling her into the crowd and out of Austin's mesmerizing reach. Charlotte blinked as Amelia tugged her through a maze of people, until they arrived at the stables where Apollo awaited grooming. What in the world was all that about? Amelia asked, staring behind them as if she expected Mr. Universe himself to strut through the stable's door. Charlotte shook her head. How could she explain Austin Bowman to the friend who had only known her as the person she was today? Well, I mean, that cowboy was handsome, but I've never seen you give much attention to guys before. Amelia studied her, as Charlotte gave Apollo the long rub-down he deserved. I don't have time to date, Charlotte said with a shrug. So you've said, but by the look on your face, I expected all time to freeze to give you that chance. Amelia laughed, leaning back and peering closer at her. Was it like in the books? You know, love at first sight? Charlotte's stomach clenched and soured and dropped all at the same time, until she thought her legs would go out from under her. Yeah, it was love at first sight, but that had been 12 years ago. Her town joined up with the surrounding smaller towns for high school, and when she stepped off the bus on that first day of her freshman year, she had looked up right into the eyes of Austin. That had been it. Her whole life centered on him from that day on. And it irked her to no end that the moment she met his eyes today set her right back to that moment, to her wanting to wrap her life around him. She had spent years getting over him, hours of praying at first for God to bring him back to her, and then for him to heal her heart. She thought it had healed, but if so, today had ripped the wound wide open once again. 2. Austin gripped the railing of the arena until the splintered wood dug into his hand. She had disappeared, faded into the crowd as if she had been an apparition the entire time. He had stood frozen, watching her unbelievable performance and then her humility as she received her score. When she turned to meet his eyes, he had remained in that frozen state even while his body lit on fire. He had to do something. He had to move and say anything to bring her back into his life. With a Herculean effort he pushed off the railing, coming to her like a sailor to a siren when she vanished. He dropped his hand, rubbing out the splinters on his jeans as he wove through the crowd with one intent. Tell the girl, who was now very much a woman, that he was sorry, that he had made a terrible mistake. The guilt and heartache had lived in his chest for too many years. The continuous shoving down hadn't done him any good. Just the sound of her name had his heart racing, and seeing her, well, let's just say his body and heart still thrummed for her. It had taken him years, but when he finally had the guts to call her, to tell her he had been a fool, her number was no longer valid, nor her parents' number either. The loss had felt complete then, and he had sealed up that part of his life, or at least he had thought he had. Today showed him just how wrong he had been. Well, he would not let her slip through his fingers again, at least not without telling her how he knew he had messed up. Did she still have feelings for him? Did she even remember him? She was probably married by now. The thought had his feet stumbling. "Hey there," Jake said, grabbing Austin's arm as he lost his balance. "You should know by now that the loss of the adrenaline after an event like that makes your legs all wobbly." Austin glanced at Jake, but returned his gaze to where he had seen Charlotte disappear. "Unless it's not the wind but a girl?" Jake's eyes gleamed as he followed Austin's gaze. Austin shook his arm from Jake's grasp and brushed down his shirt, making himself as hard as it was look at Jake. The man's grin almost caught hold of him, making his lips twitch in response. "Aren't we a little old for girls?" Yeah. I know. My wife keeps telling me I've got to stop calling her and her friends girls. They're women." Jake shrugged. "Some of us just never want to grow up." "Yet you've got a kid now," Austin said, glancing around for Beth and their sweet son. Jake sighed a content sigh that brought peace to the man's face. "Yeah, and he's the best." A twinge of jealousy sparked through Austin. Shouldn't he be thinking of settling down and having kids? If he didn't, he'd be like Pops and have to hope for a widow with kids. His heart softened at seeing the transformation in Jake's expression. He is adorable. Where is he? Beth not come to this event? Beth comes to every event. She is the most faithful person I've ever met, he said, shaking his head. You lucked out with that one, Austin said, looping his fingers and trying not to pretend every part of him was primed to continue his hunt for Charlotte. Luck? Nah, it was God. Plain and simple. Jake patted him on the back, looking off into the crowd. Maybe instead of chasing down your prey, you should ask the big guy, huh? Austin narrowed his eyes. It wasn't that he wasn't a believer, sure he was. He went to church and knew his Bible, but God was someone to worship, not to ask for selfish desires. He didn't understand people like Beth and Jake, who talked about God as if he were their friend, someone involved in every aspect of their lives. God was too busy to care what was going on in their measly lives. To each their own. Austin shook his head. So who was it? Jake narrowed in. One of the vaulters, I bet. They're new. Jake turned to look at him, searching his eyes. Nah, there's too much behind that look. It's someone you know. Austin sighed, knowing he wouldn't get rid of his friend until he gave him a little information. New. I used to know. Ah, the one that got away, Jake said, smiling in satisfaction. More like pushed away, Austin muttered, heat creeping up his neck as he realized he said it louder than he meant to. Oh, in that case, pursue, my friend. I'll be here if you want to talk about it. Jake stood aside, urging Austin on. Austin stepped into the crowd, but the stalls were a maze of milling people, horses, and tack. He had lost her again. Adam caught up with him, rattling on about something that Austin was too distracted to catch, and pulling him out of the crowd and into the lot behind the stables. Austin left the steamy air of horse, leather and sweat for the scent of diesel and hot tires as Adam led him back to their trailer. He finally caught a bit of what Adam rattled on about. He said that we're ranking in the top 10, bro. If we keep winning, we'll be in. We've got to hit some of the bigger jackpots, as long as we don't falter on a run. Adam's excitement drew Austin out of his remorse. Where'd you go anyway? I thought I saw you drooling over the vaulting event. Drooling? Austin asked, wavering about whether he should tell Adam who he had seen or not. Yeah, your eyes went all glassy and your mouth kind of hung open, Adam said, showing him an example. Austin laughed and shoved his brother playfully. You look like a doofus. Exactly, Adam said. Must have been some gal to make you look like that. Austin stopped, knowing he wouldn't be able to focus until he saw her, until he talked with her. He had to talk to her. What? Adam's expression went serious. You okay, bro? It's Charlotte, he said, her name on his lips making it even more real. Charlotte was here. The gal reminded you of her? I thought you had given that mopey stuff up. Adam searched his eyes. No. That gal was her. Charlotte is here. Austin gulped and looked back toward the staging area as if he could see her right then. No way, when did she start vaulting? I have no idea. You know that. Austin spun, taking off for the trailer like it was the refuge he needed. It's been 8 years. He shook his head. You gonna talk to her? Adam asked, catching up. I have to, if I let her go again and don't. He shook his head again. It's not an option. Well, we'll find her then. After we talk with Pops, we'll find her. Adam grasped his shoulder, squeezing it tightly. Austin looked at his younger brother by only 2 years, his best friend and the person he spent the most time with. What would he do without him? Thanks, brother, Austin said, his gratitude almost making him choke. What are brothers for? Adam said, reaching to open the trailer door for him. To win the nationals? Austin asked. Yeah, well, I think we'll do that too, Adam said, slapping his back as he followed him inside. Adam stayed true to his word and helped Austin scour the rodeo for Charlotte. It was one of the bigger rodeos, and it was amazingly easy to stay hidden. The more Austin thought about it, the more he felt like that was exactly what she was doing. They had split up, Austin going to the food stands and Adam doing one more sweep of the stables. The scent of food pulled at Austin, and he broke down and bought 2 buttery corn dogs, one of his weaknesses among the rodeo food stands. The guy had just handed him the dogs on wooden sticks when Adam caught up with him. I got a lead, Adam said, then glanced at the dogs. Is one of those for me? Austin handed him one dog and led him to the condiment stand, where he filled a small plastic cup with mustard. How'd you get it? Adam squirted mustard directly on the dog and smiled up at him. I talked to the vaulters, he said, grinning. They're a different breed, all girly and yet strong. So your lead was to flirt with the vaulters? Austin raised a sardonic brow before dipping his dog and taking a bite. There was nothing better than a corn dog at a rodeo. Nothing at home could ever come close. Nah, just par for the course, Adam said with a laugh. More like a perk. Austin elbowed him, and they wove through the crowd, Adam leading them back to the parking lot. So she's here all right. Well, I knew that, Austin said, holding rein on his desire to pound out his brother's knowledge. Her horse is Apollo. He's in section H8. Adam grinned. I checked. He's still here. So what? I'm supposed to stake out Apollo's stall until she comes, and then pounce on her? Austin took another bite of the corn dog, trying to work out his next move. Well, it's a start at least. She's still here. That's the important part. Adam turned toward him, all humor gone as he looked at him straight on. It's time to end this once and for all. Either fix it and make it work, or let her go and move on. Austin's stomach roiled against the corn dog, and he shoved the last bite into the mustard and handed it to Adam, who grinned and took it from him. She probably won't remember me, or will run the other way. Nah, she'll remember you. Who doesn't remember their first broken heart? Austin winced as guilt ravaged him. It's not your fault, bro. You had to look toward your future, and she didn't want a rodeo life. Adam took the last bite, and tossed the sticks and cup into the garbage nearby as Austin watched without really seeing. As Pops said, resentment ruins a relationship. Austin snapped his eyes up to his brother, but the truth hit home, just as it had when Pops told him the first time. It would have been resentment. He would either have given up the rodeo life and gone to college like she wanted and resented her for it, or she would have given up her dream of becoming a vet to follow him around the country from rodeo to rodeo, and she would have resented him. But now that she's doing the rodeo thing, Adam left the words hanging. It's worth a shot, or at least wrapping it up so you can move on. You know, Annie's been asking about you. Austin narrowed his eyes. There was nothing wrong with Annie. She was always around, a barrel racer who started breakaway roping when they brought it to pro level. Nice gal, pretty too, but she wasn't Charlotte. It wasn't like he hadn't dated. He had, but they never went past 3, maybe 4 dates. As soon as the gal insinuated those serious kinds of questions, he got scared. He couldn't see himself settled, at least not with anyone besides Charlotte. They had dreamed together. Since they had dated from their freshman year through graduation, they had plenty of time to dream of possible futures. Hers always included gymnastics and being a veterinarian, and his the rodeo. One part of the dream was the same, a large ranch with many horses. He had seen himself retiring at a place like that, but she saw it as the place where they'd raise a family. The closer to the end of high school they came, the more Austin realized he couldn't see a way to make both dreams happen. It was like Pop said, it was either breaking their hearts then or losing their love through resentment. That's what happened with Pop's first wife. She had resented the rodeo, and made their marriage a living you-know-where. Come on. Adam nudged him toward the stables. You could reminisce and stew all afternoon, but it won't get you closer to a resolution. The sun sank behind the mountains, coloring the wide-open sky in deep hues of purple. Charlotte used to love watching sunsets like this from the hill with the large willow tree on his parents' property. Would she be watching this one now? It's about feeding time, Austin said, trying to distract himself. Then I'll feed Buckley when I feed Turbo, and it should be the perfect time to catch Charlotte feeding her Apollo. Adam grabbed his arm and pulled him inside the stuffy stables. The scent of horse and hay instantly calmed him. At least enough that he shook his arm out of Adam's grasp to walk on his own. Which one is H? That a boy, Adam said, smiling. 2 rows down. Go get him, or should I say her? Ha, Austin said, continuing to walk as Adam stopped at the aisle that would take him to their horses. He knew if he even slowed his pace, his mind would get the better of him, and talk him into delaying the meetup. He wiped his palms on his jeans, then fiddled with his hat as he turned down aisle H. The empty aisle almost had him stalling, but he continued forward, feeling a pull he couldn't explain. Then he heard it, the sweet, soothing sound of a woman's voice, Charlotte's voice. It drew him to her, and there was nothing he could do to stop it, nor any sense left in his mind to think about what he would say. So when he finally came to the stall and could see over the gate to where Charlotte squatted, lovingly rubbing oil on her horse's hoof, he just stood speechless. Finally, feeling like a voyeur, he cleared his throat and said, "There's quite the sunset tonight." Charlotte's movements froze as the tickle of a familiar voice slid down her spine, leaving her insides quivering. So he had come. A war battled inside of her, one part wanting to scramble over the wall and escape, and the other wanting to turn and rush into his arms. Which one would he want? And why did that matter to her? She continued to rub the oil into Apollo's hoof, taking her time and closing her eyes in prayer for strength. There were a lot of things she was, But a runner wasn't one of them. She faced her obstacles head-on, and right now wouldn't be any different. Drawing in a deep breath, she set her shoulders and turned. She had expected to see Austin's cocky expression, one filled with knowing he had been in the right. So when she faced eyes that were filled with regret and expectation, she stepped back, grateful for Apollo's steadfast strength behind her. "I can't believe it's you," he said, his voice deep and filled with longing. She swallowed and pushed her chin out slightly. "Well, I guess it is." He searched her eyes, relentlessly pulling at her, and making her want to push away from Apollo's side and into his arms that had once been her refuge, but he had stolen that away along with all of their dreams for the future. "Still doing the rodeo thing, I see," she said, doing her best to keep her choked voice sounding neutral. "Yeah, and you? You aren't a vet?" he asked with such hurt that it made her heart seize. "I am, or more like, on my way." She shook out her arms like she did before an event to relieve the tension. "I'll be starting my residency at the end of summer." Austin nodded, slow and serious. "So you're accomplishing your dreams." "And you yours," she said, noting and unable to help the tinge of a bite to her words. He winced, ducking his head so his hat covered his eyes. "Well, some of them." She hated the way those murmured words raced through her, filling her heart with hope. "I'm vaulting now," she said to fill the gap and stop her mind from going in a direction that only led to pain. "I saw," he said, his lips twitching into one of his heart-melting half-smiles. "Did pretty well, too." When she didn't respond, he added, "How long have you been doing that?" "Texas's vet school recruited me right after I graduated with my bachelor's." "Recruited, huh?" Pride filled his voice, confusing her and making her heart skip a beat. "Should have known your talent would show. I always told you this could be your event. Looks like you enjoy it." "I do," she said honestly. "It's fun and challenging, and brings my two loves together." "I'm glad you found it, or it found you," he said, back to searching her eyes. "Yeah," she said, unsure how to continue from there. He shifted his weight, then nodded toward Apollo, who pointedly ignored him. "You've got a nice gelding, strong and sophisticated." Austin reached out to smooth a hand down the muscular shoulder. "He's perfect for what you do." "He is perfect," she said, turning to lay her hand on Apollo, a horse that seemed to know her almost better than anyone else. He could sense her needs, remained steady even when she faltered, and wouldn't leave her. Why couldn't the man in front of her have done that? Several moments filled with silence, a heavy silence full of unsaid words. Austin fiddled with the tack on the railing near the gate, and she rubbed Apollo down. A horse down the aisle snorted and pawed the ground. The sky darkened, making the lights turn on automatically with that strange zapping sound fluorescent bulbs made. "There are things I need to say to you," he finally said, releasing the tension of unspoken words. "Well, we're talking, aren't we?" She pushed the words out past a swollen throat. What would he say? That he had made the right decision? That he had found someone else, a woman who loved rodeo life as much as he did? Or would he? She shook her head, unable to even go to the world of possibilities. It hurt too much. The gate creaked as he leaned on it to let a cowboy pass behind him. "I'd rather talk somewhere a bit more private." She turned toward him, reading his expression, then glanced down at his left hand. Of course, though, a roper probably couldn't wear a ring, even if he was married. He followed her gaze, and his lips pulled up at the corners in what looked like an expression of hope. "No ring, if that's what you're looking at. No wife. No woman." He said it all so matter-of-factly that her eyes shot to his in a way that intensified the quivering inside of her, and he glanced purposefully to her hand. "You." She held up her bare hand, and quickly dropped it before he could tell how badly it shook. "Too busy." He said, as if he wondered if that's really why she wasn't with anyone. "Well, I'm honestly surprised. I thought for sure someone had stolen you up the moment you were free." "Free?" Her brow scrunched as she internally repeated the word. She had never been free from the man standing in front of her. "I'm sorry, Austin." The name spoken from her lips ripped her heart in two. I can't do this. There's too much. The silence fell, such a deep silence that she could hear him swallow before he spoke. I know. I am sorry, Charlotte. I messed up, I messed everything up. She spun away from him. As much as it hurt to speak his name, hearing him say her name in the way only he did crushed her. Then his apology. How long had she yearned to hear those words from his lips? How long had she sat by her phone every night, praying it would ring with him realizing he had made a mistake? But it never did. 8 years it took him. The gate creaked as if he were swinging it open. She held up a staying hand. One touch from him, and she knew she'd lose her resolve, for everything within her wanted to feel the strength of his arms around her. Yet the moment she gave in to that, she would lose herself again, and her heart would never heal from another break from him. Lord, give me strength. Boot steps came down the alleyway, and Charlotte took the moment to compose herself. Oh, Amelia said with a smile in her voice, saving the day as always. I didn't mean to interrupt. Oh? You're the cowboy that, her voice trailed off luckily. Austin Bowman, he said, probably tipping his hat, but Charlotte couldn't look at him, not without losing the composure she had just regained. The Austin Bowman? Amelia said. We saw your event earlier. Everyone says you and your partner are set to win the nationals. We'll see, Austin said with a reluctance to his voice. That was always your dream, Charlotte said, unable to hold the words back, and she bit her lips in response. Yeah, it was. His words had such finality to them. Oh, it sounds like I'm interrupting, a reunion of some sort. Amelia's eagerness thrummed almost palpably. Austin and I went to high school together. She busied herself with the last checks of Apollo for the night. Oh, I see. Amelia's excitement only grew. Did you guys know each other well then? Very well, Austin said, and she felt his stare hard on her back. Well, Amelia cleared her throat, then I'll let you two go back to catching up. I was just letting you know dinner was ready, but I'll keep it warm for you. I'm coming. Food is always best hot off the grill, Charlotte said, steeling herself for having to walk past Austin. Oh well, Amelia said, trying unsuccessfully to catch Charlotte's eyes and turning to Austin. You'll be around tomorrow? Austin asked, the hope lining his voice only making Charlotte's throat swell further. Oh yeah, Charlotte won second place. We'll be here for the awards ceremony. Amelia smiled at Charlotte. Congratulations, Austin said. Maybe we could celebrate after the ceremony? I don't. Charlotte started. That would be wonderful. Wouldn't it, Charlotte? Amelia took her arm, smiling even more broadly. We'll see you then. Charlotte's mouth dropped, and the constant quivering only intensified when a sigh of relief came from behind her as Austin closed and pinned the gate. I'll look forward to catching up more with you then, Charlotte. His voice drew out her name as it always did, making it sound sweet and exotic. Nice meeting you, Amelia, Amelia said, grinning from ear to ear. See you tomorrow. Charlotte grabbed her arm and pulled her down the aisle, knowing that he watched her the entire way, his eyes boring into her, reading her soul. She built up the barrier around her heart, feeling the walls strengthen as she turned the corner, cutting off the connection of his gaze. She shuddered, and a half-sob escaped before she caught it. Luckily, Amelia was too busy rattling on and on about the handsome Austin, and how it was so amazing that Charlotte knew him from school. He said you knew each other very well. Was that why you looked at him like you did? Amelia tugged on Charlotte's arm. Come on. You never tell me the good stuff. Did you and Austin date? She asked in a shrill voice. I don't want to talk about it, Charlotte muttered, shaking her arm loose and striding toward their trailer. Oh my goodness, you did, didn't you? Amelia half jogged to keep up. Did you break his heart? She grasped Charlotte's arm again. Charlotte shook it off, quickening her stride. He looks like he has a broken heart with those intense, sad green eyes. Amelia ran ahead of her, and stopped her before she could open the trailer door. "I didn't break anyone's heart," Charlotte said, her lip quivering, and pushed past her into the trailer. Then she spun back toward her friend, her rage filling her. "He was the one that chose the blasted rodeo over me." Amelia stood blinking for several seconds. Feeling foolish, Charlotte slunk into a seat at the table, dropping her head into her hands. At this moment, she only wished to be alone so she could finally release the sobs that longed to escape. Her chest shuddered with the restraint of the built-up emotions. She tried to replay her conversation with Austin, but it only brought more pain, until her eyes stung and finally welled. With a sniff, she wiped her eyes, pushed up from the table, and hid in the bathroom, where she finally allowed herself what she desperately needed, while holding a towel to her face to muffle the sounds of her sobs. 3. Austin paced the small interior of the trailer he shared with his brother. The only thing that kept them from killing each other was they each had a bedroom with some sort of privacy screen. The trailer was massive by all accounts, being able to hold up to 3 horses, though they usually only had Buckley and Turbo, and having the 2 bedrooms and several pullouts. Yet the room to pace was quite limited. Sleep had not come easily last night. He knew Charlotte had given him the cold shoulder. Her response and exit made it quite clear she didn't want to see him again, though she didn't go against her trainer's acceptance of his invitation. The only hope he had was when their eyes met, that same intensity that had always been between them was still there. She felt it too. He knew she did. "You're going to wear out the floor, bro." Adam's sleepy voice came muffled through the accordion door of his bedroom. "Is the sun even up?" "Yes, lazy bum, the sun is up and the horses are probably hungry, so I'll take my pacing outside." Austin tugged on his boots and grabbed a light flannel. "Hold your horses. I don't expect you to do my chores," Adam mumbled. "Since when?" Austin asked, but his lips twitched into a semblance of a smile. "I guess we'll see if you get there quick enough this morning." Austin stepped out of the trailer, letting the door close behind him, and breathed in the crisp morning air. He loved the mountain rodeos with the cool mornings and the scorching afternoons. You never had the chance to become too tired of one temperature. Cowboys were generally early morning risers, and many people already milled about the parking lot, traveling to the stalls or taking walks along the trails nearby. Some even used this quieter time to train in the practice arenas. He stopped to watch a few of the calf ropers doing just that. A tug of longing reminded him of the absence of his good friend Cody. Since he had married that gal and adopted Wiley, he only competed at the rodeos near him. Next month he'd be in California, near Cody's new home. Maybe his old friend would be there. He pulled out his phone, deciding to not leave it to chance, and sent a quick text to Cody asking if he'd be at that rodeo. As he pushed off the railing and headed into the stables, he almost turned down the H-aisle but stopped himself short, fearing it would tempt fate. The last thing he wanted to do was give her a chance to back out of celebrating with him tonight. Of course, it wouldn't be just them. Her trainer, what was her name, Amelia, that was it, would be there too. He had to thank her since it was she who actually accepted the invite, and he had a feeling she'd make sure that Charlotte was there. He'd bring along Adam. Austin scratched his chin as he went down the aisle where Buckley greeted him with a whinny. Adam was good with the ladies, charming, easygoing, and a skilled conversationalist. Not like his stuck-in-the-mud brother. Austin grunted, but it was the truth. He had never been much for conversation or flirting with the girls. He greeted Buckley, giving the horse a brisk rub on his neck and behind his ears, just as he liked it. Then he absent-mindedly poured him some grain and gave him a couple of flakes of hay. They didn't have to compete today, so the horse could eat whatever he wanted. He even took out one of the apples he had stashed in his pocket before leaving the trailer. Turbo nosed over, sniffing the sweet fruit. "Yeah, buddy, I brought you one too," he said, holding the other one for Turbo to munch down. "Morning, sweetie." His mama's voice had him spinning. "Hey, mama," he said, wiping his grimy hands on his pants and hugging her. Everything all right? Oh, I think so. I just saw you coming to feed, so I thought I'd get a little time with you. Pops is still snoozing away. She smiled, but not fully, and the lines of stress between her eyes were deep. What is it, Mama? Austin gave her his full attention, his heart hammering as he did. Oh, it's nothing really. He's just more tired than usual. I think he should see the doctor, but he won't even consider it until after you guys get your seat finalized for nationals. She shrugged. It's probably nothing. We are getting older, after all. I'll take him down to urgent care right now if that's what he needs. Austin stepped toward her, fear coiling in his guts. Rodeos can wait. It's not the end of the world if we don't make nationals this year. His mama smiled, that sweet smile she gave him whenever she was overcome with a mother's love. He'd seen it often, and it always warmed him, making him feel like everything would be okay. Well, you can try, sweetie, but I'm hoping it's not that urgent. Maybe he just needs more vegetables. She laughed a little forcibly, but the sigh afterward sounded so much more at ease. I actually feel a lot better after sharing it. Well, I was gonna talk to you today anyway. He seemed off, so I thought something might be going on. Austin furrowed his brow, not wanting to think about what would happen to them without his stepfather's steadfast presence. Don't worry, sweetie. I'm sure he'll be all right. He's a healthy, strong man. She patted his arm. The strongest, Austin said. Well, we're looking forward to going back to that steakhouse tonight to celebrate. She smiled and Austin's face fell. You made other plans? No, well, yes, well. As Austin fumbled with words, his brother ambled down the aisle to them. Charlotte's here, Adam said, giving Mama a hug and greeting. He's been a nutcase since he found out, and even nuttier since he talked with her. Thank goodness he didn't see her until after our competition. You talked with Charlotte? Mama's mouth dropped slightly. How did that go? Austin glared at Adam but dropped his eyes quickly, knowing that he would have had to tell her eventually. She had been the only one not eager to see him break things off to focus on the rodeo, though she never judged him for it. Only a sad lilt to her voice anytime they spoke of Charlotte clued him in. Not great, he said, picking up a brush and turning toward Buckley. He couldn't look at his mama, as he thought about what had happened. He knew she'd read his emotions, every one of them. No details? Mama prompted. I finally got to apologize, he said. That must feel freeing, she said in an almost whisper. It didn't go as I expected, he said. Adam turned back to him as he fed Turbo. What did you expect? Her to come running back into your arms, professing her undying love? Adam pretended to wrap his arms around someone, and made smooching sounds. Grow up, man, Austin said, shaking his head. I'm sure she needs time to process, sweetie, Mama said, leaning against the gate and trying to see his face. Austin shrugged. She's right. It's been 8 years. That's a lot of time, longer than we were together. Is she married? She asked with tension in her voice. This time he turned to her, a slight tugging on his lips. Nope. She's not with anyone either. Wait, Adam said, hopping up to lean over the barrier between the stalls. She told you that? Yeah, Austin said. And she agreed to celebrate with me after the awards ceremony tonight. Well, her trainer accepted for her. His mom's eyes lit up. Oh, I would love to see her. Then she composed herself and cleared her throat. But I wouldn't want to intrude. Actually, bro, that might be a good idea, you know. Adam ran a hand down the stubble on his cheek. He must have jumped out of bed to follow him there, instead of taking time to shave like normal. What do you mean? Austin asked, just wanting to get Charlotte alone so he could explain things. Well, it's obviously awkward between you two right now, which I mean you did break her heart 8 hearts ago. Adam trailed off. Austin clenched his fists and glared at him. You guys urged me to. Boys, Mama warned. It might make her feel more comfortable if it wasn't the pressure of just you two, you know, Like alone, Adam finished, a grin filling his face like he thought himself a genius. That's the whole point though, I want to be alone with her, Austin growled. Actually, sweetie, Mama said as she touched his arm, I think Adam might be onto something. I think she'd feel safer. Austin scrunched his brow and she amended her words. Freer to talk. It would help you know what she's been up to, get the information you need, make sure that what you think is there is still there. His mom's gentle voice slowed his frustration, and he thought about what she said. She was a woman, after all, and always seemed to steer him right when it came to love. He should have listened to her 8 years ago. Follow your heart was all that she had said. The problem was at 18, his heart had been split between two loves of his life, rodeo and Charlotte. Maturity had made him realize one would last longer than the other. He had watched his mentors retire, some to stay home with their families and others out of necessity like his pops. What would have happened to Pops if he hadn't met Mama? Slowly, Austin nodded as good sense filtered through his high-strung emotions. Yeah, I guess you would be more comfortable that way. I know it's hard looking from someone else's boots, sweetie, but it will help you in so many matters if you can. Mama smiled at him. Oh, I can't wait to tell your Pops. Her excitement to share with Pops momentarily pulled him from his thoughts. He won't be upset or nervous? I mean, what if I chose her over rodeo? What? Adam shot up from the other stall, his face white. I'm not saying I am, but what if she gave me another chance? Austin's heart raced with the thought, and he felt a little like Adam looked, like the blood had drained from his face. Let's not go jumping on a trail until we know where it goes, boys, their mom reassured them. A dinner. We'll just start with a nice family dinner. She squeezed his arm. I'll go make sure we have reservations, just in case. Austin watched his mom walk away from them, a new lightness in her step, and wished he could feel as optimistic as she did. You really gonna leave me? Adam asked, his face still drained of color. Mama's right. Let's not even think about it until the time comes. You won't though. I know you won't. We got the nationals in our pockets this year. You wouldn't do that to me. Besides, she's in the rodeo now. Adam shook his head, muttering as he cleaned out Turbo's stall. The problem was, yesterday morning Austin knew exactly how'd he answer that. Nothing would have kept him away from the nationals. Now, after seeing Charlotte, after allowing himself to see the possibility of her in his life again, everything seemed in turmoil. Could he give up rodeo if she asked him to? Without it bringing resentment? He shook his head. The problem was still there. After 8 years, the heartbreaking decision still plagued him, rodeo or love. And the little boy inside him responded the same as it did the first time. But why can't I have both? Charlotte looked in the mirror one more time. Her makeup was perfect, just the way she liked it, with minimalist color, just enough to give a defining edge to her eyes and lips. She had piled her shoulder-length hair on her head, letting tendrils escape down, trying not to remember the first time she did her hair like that for a dance with Austin, and the look of appreciation in his eyes. That wasn't why she fixed her hair like that, was it? She bit her lip as fear raced through her. I can't do this, she muttered. Sure you can, Emilia said from the other mirror, smoothing on a coat of red lipstick. It'll be good for you. You shouldn't have told him we would celebrate with him. It wasn't your decision, Charlotte lamented, moving past her in the small bathroom and into the main area of their trailer. Well, if I didn't do it, who would have? Emilia followed her out, cornering her against the door with hands on her hips. You just keep making excuses about being too busy for love. Besides, I saw that look in your eyes and I saw the look in his. If you are too stubborn to see it, then what good am I as a friend if I don't make something happen? Charlotte's mouth dropped open. It took her several seconds to close it, then she glared at her. Fine. I'll go, but you will not leave my side the entire night. Is that understood? Emilia grinned in success. Sure, Char. Whatever you need. Now let's go. You don't want to be late to receive your award. She yanked Charlotte into a hug. I am so proud of you. Then she slipped past her and out the door. For what? Charlotte murmured as she followed her. For getting second or agreeing to this foolish dinner? Both. Emilia looped arms with her as they walked toward the arena. Charlotte let out a pained sigh. Lord, what am I getting myself into? Please strengthen my heart. The award ceremony went smoothly. In fact, Charlotte didn't even see Austin when she went up to receive her award. Of course, she purposefully didn't look either. She kept her eyes above the crowd, willing herself to pretend like he wasn't there. Yet when he went on stage, she had no choice but to notice him. It was at that moment that her heart caught, watching him without his knowing, so she was free to really look at him. He was the same old Austin, quick to smile, yet with serious, intense green eyes. The years had added a breadth to him, and solidness that hadn't been there before, and it made her skin tingle seeing how he had grown even more handsome with age. Austin made no qualms about searching the crowd for her though, and as he and Adam came down from the stage, his eyes met hers, and he motioned to the edge of the crowd. I can't do this, she whispered, and Emilia looped their arms together. Yes, you can. I'll be right there with you, and you can thank me later. Emilia tugged her toward the edge where Austin and Adam waited. His gaze held her in a prison, and she had no choice but to move toward him, even if Emilia hadn't been tugging her. How could he still have such a hold over her after all these years, after all the time she had worked so hard to wash him from her life? It wasn't fair. I'm glad you're here, Austin said as they joined him and Adam. I was half afraid you'd take off. Charlotte opened her mouth to voice a retort, but was cut off by Adam pulling her into a hug. It's been years, Charlie. She barely caught the glare from Austin as Adam smushed her face against his chest, yet her heart warmed at the sound of Austin's younger brother's nickname for her. No one had called her that except Austin and his family. Hey, Adman, she said, her voice muffled against him. You remembered. Adam released her, his grin widening. And you've gotten bigger, she said, straightening out her shirt and hair. Yeah, well, that's what happens to boys. We grow into men. He smiled with glowing pride. Austin's eyebrow raised. Is that so? Despite herself, Charlotte's lips tugged into a small smile. I've forgotten how much you two bicker. Emilia cleared her throat and tapped her shoulder as she smiled up at Adam. Oh, Austin already met my trainer. And bestie, Emilia added. Yes, that too. Emilia, this is Adam, Emilia, Charlotte said, rolling her eyes as Emilia practically drooled for little Adam. Well, he wasn't that little anymore, but Charlotte couldn't help still seeing that mischievous boy in him. So Austin said, pulling her eyes back to him. I hope you don't mind, but it's turned more into a family celebration. He shrugged and pulled at his shirt collar, and her heart softened for him, knowing how uncomfortable he was. She quickly hardened it again, afraid that even a little compassion would open her up for the heartache she knew would come. Hearing that his parents and brother would be there actually lifted a weight off her shoulders. Things couldn't get as intense or personal when surrounded by others. I don't mind at all. It will be good to see them. Mama is ecstatic, Adam said. Come on, they're already at the truck. Oh, Emilia and I will follow you. Charlotte grabbed her friend's hand. Austin narrowed his eyes slightly. All right. We're parked in Lot D. We'll be in Pop's truck, the big blue Dodge. And we're going to the steakhouse, in case you miss us. Adam tipped his hat at them and dragged his brother backward. She'll be there. Stop getting all riled up. Charlotte didn't know if she should feel good that Adam thought her trustworthy or guilty, being as she had tried to come up with any excuse not to go. What are you doing? Emilia said, as she paced beside her. You hate driving in places you don't know. Charlotte shrugged. You think I'd rather be at their mercy and trapped there in case, if something happens? What's going to happen? I thought you knew them very well. At least that's what your friend said. Amelia veered them toward their truck. Yeah, well, it's complicated, Charlotte said, unsure why she felt resistant about sharing what had happened between her and Austin. Amelia was her best friend, after all, or at least she proclaimed to be. She had done nothing to prove otherwise, but trust was hard after getting hurt. Amelia beat her to the driver's seat and shooed her away. Fine. I'll drive. You tell me the complicated story of your past. Charlotte stood still for a moment, but after a little prodding, she moved to the passenger side and pulled herself into the truck. They often took turns driving, which Charlotte didn't mind at all. The trailer came from her parents. Well, her parents had paid for all of it since interns didn't make any money. They were generous with their funds, though she hoped she could earn enough prize money this summer to make a down payment on a house wherever she decided to complete her residency. At least then she'd start earning a wage again. That's them, I bet, Amelia said and flashed her lights. The blue truck flashed back, and they followed them out of the parking lot. All right, we're on our way, and if it's the steakhouse I think it is, we've only got a few minutes, so spill the beans. Charlotte sighed, deciding being honest was the right thing to do. We dated throughout high school, and long story short, he left me after we graduated. Wait, he left you? You're from Wyoming. I thought you were the one who went all the way to Kentucky for undergrad. Amelia sneaked a glance at her, before turning back to the road. Well, I did, but I wasn't leaving him. It was only temporary. So, if it was only temporary, how did he leave you? Charlotte furrowed her brows. He broke up with me, chose the rodeo over me. I still don't get it. If you were going to be away at college anyway, why did it matter if he was away at the rodeos? That doesn't seem like a legit reason to break up with you. Amelia shook her head. Guess he didn't want to try a long-distance relationship. I don't know, okay? It confused me too, and it's taken me years to get over it, and well, now you see why I don't want to do this. Charlotte huffed and crossed her arms. Amelia still shook her head. No, he still has feelings for you, none of this makes sense. I bet he thought he was doing you a favor, or something. Maybe he didn't want to hold you back. You said you've always wanted to be a vet. Maybe he was afraid he would ruin that dream for you. No, it was a selfish. Charlotte's mind caught her mid-sentence, wondering if Amelia was onto something. Before she had time to fully process it, they had parked at the steakhouse. Amelia turned to her. Look. I don't know what went on in his mind 8 years ago, but I know the look of a man pining, and I'd swear he's been pining for you for years. Just try to be open. Try to be open. Charlotte shook her head. Open was the last thing she wanted to be. Open hearts led to broken hearts. She slipped out of the truck and pulled down her shirt, looking up just as Austin's mom came up to her. Charlotte, she said in a half-sob and drew her into her arms. Charlotte wrapped her arms around Austin's mom, a mom like she had always thought only lived in books and TV shows. Her mom and dad were generous with money, but not their time. They were workaholics who were hardly ever home and worked even when they were, whereas Austin's mom seemed to always be home, ready to make them a snack after school or a picnic lunch for a ride on the weekend. She breathed in deeply, comforted by the familiar sweet smell as if she had just finished making cookies. Mama, she said, her own voice choking slightly. She felt fine calling Austin's mom Mama, like everyone around her did. It's been so long. Too long, Mama said, pulling back. Look at you. So beautiful as always. She rested a hand on Charlotte's cheek. You look the same, and you smell the same too. Just like your homemade cookies, Charlotte said with a light laugh, forgetting to guard her heart for the moment. It felt too good to be with Mama again. Everyone loves her cookies, Pop said, his smile strained. Charlotte let go of Mama to hug Pop's, though she eased her grip as he took in a sharp breath. I'm sorry. You okay? I'm fine, girl. I'm fine. He stepped back. Let me take a look at you. I don't think you're eating enough. Charlotte laughed. You've always said that. Oh, I guess you're right. Pops grinned. Well, we'll remedy that tonight. He took her hand, set it in the crook of one elbow and Mama's in the other, and led them toward the restaurant. It wasn't until she saw Austin watching her with that intense green gaze, as he held the door open for them, that she remembered the heartache, and that she had forgotten to keep her heart closed. It was a battle the whole night through, to remember that she needed to protect her heart. She found herself laughing, remembering the old times, and excited as she shared the last 8 years of her life with them. Ah, honey, Mama said. We're so proud of you. You accomplished your dreams. Well, almost, Charlotte said, and mistakenly glanced at Austin as she did. His eyes flashed with a spark of hope, which both scared her and excited her. What are your plans now? Plans? Charlotte repeated, blinking. Well, as far as immediate, we're headed toward Laramie, right? Amelia elbowed her. Yeah, next is Laramie, Charlotte said, dragging her gaze away from Austin. Hey, we're doing Laramie too, Adam said before stuffing the last bite of steak into his mouth. We have to keep those wins up, boys, and you'll qualify for the Nationals, Pop said, leaning back in his chair and looking at her. You heard they've got a real good chance at winning this year. I don't doubt it, Charlotte said with a gulp. This rodeoing was their whole life. Pops had invested his earnings wisely, and she knew that he and Mama had given up everything to follow their boys around the country. This was a great reminder that it would never change, regardless of how Austin looked at her. She fought back the sadness, as she realized that tonight would likely be the last time she sat around a table with the Bowmans. Whatever little excitements and hopes she had after running into Austin again, she knew it would never work, not unless she made the rodeo her life too. She enjoyed competing. She even enjoyed the traveling for a short time, but living on the road full-time, that wasn't her dream. How could she raise a family without consistency? She didn't want to be an absentee mom like her own, and she didn't want her children to have an absentee father if she decided to settle and he stayed on the road. Yet she caught Austin's glance. At this rate, she'd never get the chance to marry, much less be a mom, unless she settled for less, and so far that proved to be something she wasn't willing to do. 4. Austin had never felt this distracted, not even after he broke up with Charlotte all those years ago. He always had the rodeo, and thought that was all he ever needed. Since seeing Charlotte again, he wasn't so sure. The rodeo definitely called to him, but all he could fully focus on was Charlotte and thinking about how he could win her back. They had taken it easy in coming to Laramie. It was now clear that Pops was dealing with something, but the stubborn old man refused to go to the doctor, telling them he was fine, just tired. Yet he would wince almost every time he walked or moved, and Mama said he had a hard time getting comfortable at night. Stop worrying about me, Pops said as Austin tried yet again to convince him to see the doctor, or at least let him get the medic. You boys need to warm up. You're on in less than an hour. Go. Adam pulled Austin away. Come on, you heard the old man. Adam kept tugging on Austin until they were on their way to their horses. Stop stressing. He said he was fine. He doesn't look fine, Austin muttered. Adam shrugged. You know, Pops, he doesn't like to complain. Maybe it's just his shoulder hurting him. And maybe it's more. Austin greeted Buckley with an apple he took from his pocket. Ever since Pops came into their lives and introduced them to horses, Austin always found comfort in the animals, even before he knew how to ride. Once he could, riding was about the only thing that made him feel better when things weren't going right in his life. Yet right now it wasn't just riding he had to focus. They had to get another stellar time so they could qualify for Nationals. Is it Pops you're worried about, or Charlotte? Adam said, stopping to look right at him. Austin shrugged. It's both. Well, figure out what you gonna do about it then, because I need your head in the game. Adam pushed away from the fence and focused on getting Turbo ready. Austin tried to clear his mind as he groomed Buckley and then warmed him up. Yet every time, something pulled him out of his normal visualization routine. Either Charlotte's smile or the look of sadness she had as she told them goodbye after their celebratory dinner, as if that was the final goodbye. He couldn't shake that from his mind. If Charlotte wasn't pulling him out, worry for Pops did. The inability to focus unsettled him. Throughout his warm-up routine, the uneasy sensation stuck with him, and continued even after they were called up for the event. He could still feel the lack of focus in the box, while sitting in the saddle with Buckley dancing under him. Adam glared at him, as if he could see Austin wasn't in the game as he had told him to be. His brother's lips mouthed, "Focus." Austin drew in a deep breath, set his seat, focusing on the scent of dust and horse, and gave a slight nod. The chute man released the steer, and Buckley raced after it. Austin drew his rope quickly, too quickly, and the movement slowed Buckley down just as the steer broke to the left. All it took was a half-second mistake to blow an event. The moment Austin released the rope, he knew they were already behind. He knew he had just cost them the win for Laramie. Even though his rope caught, and he pulled the steer into position as Adam looped his hind legs smoothly, the damage had already been done. He saw it in Adam's expression as well as they faced each other, holding the steer immobile until the flag waved. As Austin robotically pushed the steer back to the holding pen, the announcer called the time, verifying his mistake. Definitely not under 4. It was barely under 5. Still a good score, and at a lesser rodeo, might even win them first place, but not Laramie. There already were 2 teams ahead of them with better times. Adam rode stiffly, purposefully not looking toward him. The crowd still cheered, but he heard the difference. It didn't hold the frantic excitement it had at the last rodeo, when they broke 4 seconds. It didn't even hold the excitement of a winning spot. The crowd knew that as well as they did. They lost the shot to add another qualifier to nationals, at least at this event. Guilt tore through Austin, knowing it was because of his lack of focus, knowing that his head not being in the game had cost them this win. He gave Adam space in the cool-down pen, but as they came together to meet Pops, who looked more like the fence was holding him up rather than him relaxing on it, Austin turned to Adam. "We'll get it next time, brother." Adam continued to look straight ahead, his mouth set in a thin line. "Well, boys," Pop said. "You win some, you lose some. You still have several more chances to win the seat you need at the Nationals." "If he doesn't mess those up too," Adam muttered. "Adam." Pop's stern voice brought Adam to look at him. "How long have we been at this? We don't hammer each other for our mistakes. We learn from them and support one another." Adam sat on his horse, his fist clenched upon his thigh. "Yes, sir," he said. "He's right," Austin said with a gulp. "It was my mistake. And we're all human, son." "We all make mistakes," Pop said. "You'll learn from it. You always do. Unless you're just trying to lose nationals." Adam spun turbo to face him. "Is that what this is about?" Austin's mouth fell open. "Of course not. That's been my dream since I was a kid back in school." "Are you sure it's still your dream because your focus says differently?" Adam challenged him, his glare holding him in place. Austin heard Pop start to speak but held up his hand, keeping his eyes trained on his brother. "You're right. I wasn't on my game today, but this is important to me. I'll learn from this, and at the next event I'll be on it. I'm not giving up on my dream." Adam's mouth twisted and his eyes gleamed. He leaned forward and in a voice that sounded almost deadly he said, "You forget, brother, it's not just your dream. It's mine too." He spun turbo away, heading at a fast walk toward the stables. Austin watched after him, his chest heavy and tight. It wasn't until his brother had disappeared that he turned back to Pops, noting the droop of his shoulders and lines around his eyes. "I'm sorry, Pops. I let everyone down today." Pops shook his head. "Son, you're too hard on yourself. You always have been." He motioned him to get down, so Austin slid off Buckley, holding onto his reins, and came to the fence with Pops. I know you didn't understand after graduation, when I said you needed to make a choice. Focus is hard, son. Women are distracting. Pop smiled. Yet, he said with a sigh, they're also wonderful and something that a man needs. Maybe, he met his eyes with a softness unlike him, I led you wrong. Austin shook his head. Now, Pops? You never lead me wrong. Pops chuckled. Oh, if only your 12-year-old self could hear you now. He shook his head. You know, your Pops is human too, son. More than I'd like to admit. He stepped back from the fence, his shoulders slumping and face wincing as if it took quite an effort. Speaking of that, I think I'll head back to the trailer. Don't beat yourself up, Austin. Adam will get over it, and you'll prove to him at the next event that you'll be there for him when it counts. That's the only reason he's upset, you know. He doesn't want you to give up on him. Pops turned and started walking toward the parking lot. Thanks, Pops. Austin gulped as Pops turned back with a smile that showed just how strained he was. You know I love you, don't you? Of course, son. Almost as much as I love you. Pop's eyes glistened, and then he turned back on his course. Austin's throat swelled. He blinked several times before leading Buckley the long way back to the stables, hoping to give Adam time to cool down. He looked down each aisle, seeing if he could find Charlotte or even her large horse, but she seemed nowhere to be found. Vaulting was later that evening at this event, so maybe she was resting. By the time he made it to Buckley's stall, Turbo was contentedly eating and his brother was gone. It was probably for the better, as Austin wasn't in the mood to continue apologizing. He knew he had messed up, but it wasn't like he did it on purpose, regardless of how his brother felt. At the next rodeo, he'd make it up to him. He just needed to focus harder. On his way out of the stables, after he fed and groomed Buckley, he saw Jake holding his son and talking with a few others. Austin ducked his head, intending to walk by unnoticed, but Jake called his name and motioned him over. Hey there, don't look so glum, man, Jake said. You can't win them all, and third place is still a chunk of earnings. Austin looked up. We got third. Yeah, haven't you been paying attention? Jake asked, settling his little bundle in the crook of his arms. No, that's the problem. Austin gave him a tight smile. Don't we understand that one of Jake's friends said, then holding out his hand said, Hey, I'm Cam. This is my wife Vic and our little one Tate. A woman with red hair smiled proudly while holding a toddler on her hip, his thick patch of dark hair standing all over the place. I remember you. Austin, right? You pulled your elbow out a few years back, didn't you? Austin blinked a few times, peering closer at the gal. Yeah, that's right. You're the medic. I didn't recognize you. That's because she's happier now, Cam said, wrapping an arm around her. A smile changes everything. Vic blushed, but she only smiled larger, settled in his arms, and stared adoringly at their child. Being a mom changes everything. Her soft voice held so much emotion that Austin shifted his weight and looked away. Well, we're on the lookout for a sibling for little Tate right now, Cam said. Austin's brow scrunched slightly and Jake picked up on it. They're looking for kids to adopt. Oh, that's wonderful, Austin said, smiling at the little boy now staring at him. Beth and I are considering it, but for now, this little Spitfire is keeping us pretty busy. He looked down at his little son with adoration. Oh yeah, he seems a handful, Austin said, smiling at the sleeping infant. You don't even know, Jake said with a laugh. Just wait until he starts to walk, Cam said. Then the real work begins. Are you married? Vic asked, smiling at Austin. Austin shook his head and shrugged. Rodeo is hard on your love life. Ha, Jake said. You're complaining to the wrong folks, buddy. We both met our wives on the circuit. And both of your wives worked on it too, didn't they? Austin raised an eyebrow. Well, what about that gal, the vaulter? She's on the circuit. Jake shifted his sleeping boy as he fussed a little. Temporarily. She's a career lady, going to be a vet. Beth does that too when we're home, Jake said. And I plan to continue being a medic at the rodeos and travel with Cam, but our little guy came sooner than expected. Now we only travel to rodeos to see old friends. Vic smiled at Jake. The rodeos are always looking for vets willing to travel with them. Austin cocked his head as he considered this option, wondering if Charlotte had ever thought about it. Well, she still has her residency to go through. If she's the right one, you'll figure it out. Vic squeezed his arm. I'd be happy to talk with her about what it was like to be the medic. I was close to some of the vets and could put in a good word for her. Thanks, Austin said, a surge of hope filling him. Maybe he could have both the things he wanted. Maybe there didn't have to be an either or. Now he only had to find the gal in question and plant the seed. Charlotte didn't mean to be spying. She had been taking a walk along the trail that followed the creek, getting some much-needed alone time and praying. She continued to ask God to give her strength to not let Austin reach her heart. It was too much to go through again, no matter what she wanted, no matter that she had dreamed of this happening for the last 8 years. As she came back to the parking lot, she spotted Austin talking with some other competitors and stepped back behind a stand of trees. She really wasn't spying. She just didn't want to run into him. He would want to talk, especially after the event he had. She had stood in the back of the stands to watch his competition. Even though she had told herself she wouldn't watch, she couldn't help it. It amazed her that even after 8 years apart, she could tell he wasn't focused while sitting on his horse in the box. Guilt had pierced her heart, as she worried it might be her causing his lack of focus. Then shame flamed her cheeks as she felt conceited, assuming that he thought of her at all. Maybe he was worried about his stepdad. No one said anything during dinner, but she saw the change in Pops, noticed him wincing with certain movements and the lack of life in his eyes. She had thought maybe it was something that had come on gradually, but maybe not. When Austin had swung his rope the moment he exited the box, she bit her lip. It was a rookie mistake for him, something she knew he had been working on back when they were still kids. His slumped shoulders had her heart crying out to comfort him, and it had taken every ounce of her willpower not to do just that. So she took a walk, asking God to strengthen that willpower. It would only hurt them both to even allow the hope of the dream that lived in his eyes. It's fun how the rodeo community all pulls together, isn't it? The voice behind her startled Charlotte, setting her heart into a gallop and heat filling her cheeks. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. Charlotte turned to the gal, recognizing her as someone she had seen at the last rodeo. Oh, it's okay. I didn't. I'm Beth. The gal held out her hand. Charlotte. She took Beth's hand and squeezed it. I thought so, Beth said with a sweet smile. Guys don't talk as much as girls, but they still talk. About me? Charlotte stepped back a little and glanced at Austin before moving behind the trees again. That's my hubby Jake, the laughing one holding our little angel. Beth's smile looked so filled with contentment that it made Charlotte's heart ache. You're a friend of Austin's, right? Well, we were, we haven't seen each other for a while, until lately that is, Charlotte said. Is that why you're hiding back here? Beth's eyes glinted as she also stepped behind the trees. Are you watching him without him knowing, trying to see who he is now? Or hiding from him? Charlotte didn't know this gal, but something about her made her want to open up. Maybe a little of both, she realized. Beth nodded. I understand. Relationships are tricky. Add the rodeo in and they're even trickier. Looks like you found your way, Charlotte said, glancing at Jake holding the infant. Oh, we did, finally, but it took a long time and a lot of prayer. Beth gave her a knowing look. Charlotte relaxed next to Beth, wondering if she was the answer to her prayer. And God helped you? Well, yes, he did, but it took me a while to realize I was praying for the wrong thing. Beth's brow scrunched and then she shrugged. I thought Jake was a temptation to avoid, but it turns out God wanted something different. The statement had Charlotte sharply inhaling, as if a shockwave shot through her. This wasn't what she wanted to hear, yet it resonated within her. "Oh, I see," Beth said with a soft smile. "You're doing it too." "I had to remember to pray for God's will to be known to me, and for the strength to follow His guidance. It was scary. I thought for sure my heart would get broken, or I wouldn't be strong enough to resist His charm." A rueful gaze came into the woman's eyes. "I can't go through Him breaking my heart again," Charlotte murmured, then clasped her hands over her mouth. Beth touched her arm lightly. "Don't worry. I know how to keep a secret, and I understand that fear." "Thank you. I didn't mean to say." Charlotte shrugged, her body tingling with the mistake she had just made. Beth dropped her hand and shrugged. "Maybe you were meant to. I tried to hold things in myself too, but you'd be amazed at how many people are happy to listen and offer support. Of course, God is the best listener." "I've been asking Him for strength," Charlotte said sheepishly. Beth giggled. "That sounds so much like me. I don't know everything that happened between you, but I know Austin's one of the good ones. Though I have to say, I've never seen him interested in dating." Beth peeked out to glance at the group. "Really?" Charlotte asked, hating the hope that lined her voice. "Jake said he's quite fixated on you, and that's not like Austin," Beth said, studying her. "You said he broke your heart." Charlotte dropped her gaze, her stomach slightly sickening with the thought. "I'm sorry. I don't mean to pry. You don't even know me yet?" Beth smiled, her eyes alight with understanding, and it eased Charlotte's nerves. "We dated throughout high school. He chose the rodeo. I chose college." "Ah, and the long-distance thing didn't work out?" Beth asked. "He didn't want to give it a try. He said he didn't want to hold my dreams back, and he didn't want to resent me for holding his back." Charlotte gulped. "He said that at 18? Beth looked at her and shook her head. "Well, he's either the most mature guy they first know or someone fed him that." Charlotte glanced back at Austin. He had been mature, always looking ahead at the future, but their future. Who would have convinced him they were better off without each other? "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that." Beth touched her arm, pulling Charlotte from her thoughts. "It's just surprising, but of course, Jake is not the most mature of the group." She gave a short laugh. "What about you? You're here now, at the rodeos." "Only for the summer. My veterinary residency starts in the fall." "I'm a vet tech," Beth said. "That's another thing we have in common. Right now I'm not working, just enjoying being a mom." "It's not an easy position," she said with an endearing smile. "That's why I'm here, taking a little breather. I need some time with just me and God sometimes, to refill my well." "I do know, I mean, not about being a mom but refilling your well." Charlotte breathed easier, feeling like she had known Beth for years rather than just minutes. "Thank you for taking the initiative to reach out." "Of course. I'd be happy to listen and chat anytime. We rodeo gals, whether competitors or, well, other halves of competitors, got to stick together. It's a wonderful community, more like a family. Beth's calm openness made Charlotte feel at home. "I like that way of looking at it. I never thought about having a rodeo family," Charlotte said. "Well, I'm almost always around. You come by to chat any time. You see that behemoth of a trailer there?" Beth pointed to one of the largest trailers she had seen. "That's ours. You find me if you want to chat." "Thank you," Charlotte said, touched that Beth gave such a generous offer, and yet wondering if she had enough gumption to reach out like that. A soft wail came on a breeze. "Well, that's my call." Beth smiled, brushing her arm again. "It was a pleasure to meet you, Charlotte. I can see what Austin sees in you, and I know God will lead you to where you are supposed to be. It can be scary giving up our will for His, but it is always worth it." "Thank you, Beth. I think we were supposed to meet today. You gave me a lot to think about." Charlotte lifted a hand in farewell. "Remember to trust," Beth said. "I hope to talk more soon." With a wave, She turned and quickened her pace over the parking lot. Her high sweet voice traveled on the wind as she took her baby from her husband's arms, and the wails stopped instantly. A longing tugged in Charlotte's chest, stronger than it ever had before. She glanced over then, her eyes meeting Austin's from across the way. The longing only increased as her heart cantered in fear. Lord, give me strength. She sighed, drew in a breath, and started her internal prayer again. Lord, guide my path. Show me your will. Austin barely took his gaze off her, as he nodded to the others and headed her way. Her feet remained rooted to the ground, whether from listening to a still small voice or from fear, she didn't know. She continued her prayer, keeping her eyes on Austin as he strode toward her with purpose. A shout pulled his attention, and she followed the turn of his head to see Adam running toward him. Austin's body went rigid with whatever Adam said. He turned back toward her briefly, then took off after his brother as an ambulance with the lights flashing crawled through the parking lot. Charlotte covered her heart. "Oh no," she said, her feet moving before she even knew what she was doing. She raced after them, but she stopped short as she saw Pops being wheeled out on a stretcher and lifted into the ambulance. Mama pulled herself up after the EMT, sitting as close as she could. She took his limp hand in hers and brought it to her lips. Charlotte's eyes stung as the doors shut, and she saw Austin, slump-shouldered, standing there next to his brother watching the ambulance drive away. Adam clutched his shoulder, urging him to move. Austin shook himself, then checked the trailer door as if to make sure it was locked, and followed his brother at a jog. His eyes met hers as they went by, and he veered toward her. "Get the truck," he told his brother, tossing him the keys. Adam said something that Charlotte didn't catch. All she had eyes for was Austin coming toward her. She drew in a breath, trying to steady her shaking body and blinking her eyes to rid them of the tears that burned, but with no success. "I saw Pops," she said lamely, her voice quivering. Is he going to be okay?" Austin stopped about 10 feet away. "All we can do is hope. Right now we don't know what's going on." "I'm so sorry, Austin, She bit her lip, not wanting the emotions bubbling inside of her to spill out. That was the last thing Austin needed. A truck skidded to a stop near him. "Let's go," Adam yelled. "I gotta go." "Good luck at your event," he said, lifting a hand in farewell before racing to the truck, which took off before his door had even shut. Charlotte stood there long after the dust from their tires had settled, wondering at the quelling of her heart, and the desire to jump into her truck and speed after them. "There you are," Emilia said as she came around a trailer. "What are you doing? You've got to get ready." Charlotte let Emilia lead her away, but her heart felt tied to the cowboy whose eyes were filled with pain and longing. How could she focus on an event when Pops could be fighting for his life and the man she loved, anxious with worry? The man she loved. "Oh Lord, help me, guide me. I don't know if I can go through this again." 5. Austin's boots squeaked on the floor of the hospital waiting room. He hated the high-pitched noise, but it was better than the other sounds of a hospital, like the beeping machines and rasping coughs. He glanced at Adam, who sat in a seat against the wall, his leg bouncing as if it would take off at any moment. They had wheeled Pops in right away, and the only contact they had had with him or his mom since was when she came out to say they were taking him for some imaging testing. That was an hour ago. "How long do these tests take?" Austin muttered, pushing his cowboy hat back to race a hand through his hair. "As long as they take, I gather," Adam said, leaning his head back against the wall. "How can you sit there like that?" Austin asked, frustration lining his voice. He spun away, knowing he needed to get hold of himself. It wasn't his brother's fault, and he knew Adam was just as worried as he was. They just responded differently. Adam had always been the easygoing one. He took things in stride, stayed relaxed, and was good with a crowd. Austin was more serious, straight and to the point, and he didn't sit still well or at all. "We've got to stay level-headed, bro." Adam leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees and staring at him across the mostly empty waiting room. "We don't even know what's going on." Exactly. What if it's his heart or something serious? Austin froze as a myriad of horrific possibilities rushed through him, leaving his heartbeat racing. What if it's just indigestion? Adam countered. We don't know, and playing the what-if game will only add more stress. What else do you suggest we do? Austin resumed his pacing. Go over what happened back at the rodeo? Adam said evenly, his eyes boring into him. We did. Austin paused long enough to hold his brother's eyes. I told you I made a mistake, a lack of focus. I'll get my act together. Adam continued to stare at him. And what? Austin spun back to him. You need me to verbally tell you that I know this is your dream too? Fine. I know it, and I won't let you down. Better. Adam's lips quirked slightly as he eased back into his chair. Better, though that wasn't what I was meaning. Yet, I appreciate you letting me know. He winked and stretched. Ha, Austin said, listening to his boots squeak as he paced again. Wait, he paused to look at his brother. If that wasn't what you were meaning, what was? Charlotte, of course, Adam said, waggling his eyebrows. You want to distract me from worrying about Pops by talking about Charlotte? Well, why not? You stopped to talk to her. So? Adam's leg began bouncing again. I only told her Pops was going to the hospital, and I didn't know what was going on. Austin shrugged. That's it. You were gone a full 30 seconds, bro. What do you expect? We hashed out the last 8 years' worth of garbage between us? Austin spat the words out, turning to stare out the window, watching the sun sink below the far mountains. Charlotte would compete soon if she hadn't already. He hoped she did well, both selfishly and for her as well. If she enjoyed this time at the rodeos, maybe she would be open to seeing things differently. Was there a compromise for them? Have you got her new number? Adam asked. Austin could feel his brother's eyes boring into the back of his head, watching for any nuance that would show him what lay in his mind. He shook his head, feeling a fool for not thinking of that before. Why hadn't he asked her? Right then would have been the perfect time, so he could keep her up to date with how Pops was doing. He dropped his head as he realized the real reason he wished he could call her right now, and it wasn't to soothe her, though her tear-filled eyes showed how much she worried. It was to soothe himself. She had always known how to calm him down, how to distract him or help him find a solution. And that was back when they were just kids. What was she like now? Did she still have that touch, or had she lost it? Do you regret it, brother? Adam asked, his voice thick and on the verge of some powerful emotion, though Austin couldn't tell if it was fear or guilt. Regret going pro with you? Austin turned, glancing at him briefly before making his way to the seat next to his brother. No, Adam. I don't. We're a good team. Even if it cost you the woman you love? Adam asked, relentless in his questioning. Those are two separate things. I'm glad I went pro with you, and I've always wondered if cutting Charlie loose was the right thing to do. It never sat well with me, as much as I tried to act like it didn't bother me. I know, Adam said with a sigh. Austin met his brother's eyes, seeing that he did know, and that it was a mix of fear and guilt in his eyes that were so much like his. I'm not giving up on us. I know you won't. I shouldn't have said what I did. You're better than that, it's just that, well? A nurse walked toward them, her shoes squeaking even more than Austin's boots had. Excuse me, she said. You're the Bowmans, right? They both stood and Adam tipped his hat as he said, Yes, ma'am. She blushed slightly. We're getting ready to move your father to a room set up for a longer stay. I thought you'd like to talk with him before we did. Yes, thank you, Austin said, following the nurse as she led them past the doors and into the working area of the emergency room. The beeping of monitors and breathing machines, as well as the quick steps of the nurses and doctors, had his heart galloping in anxiety. The nurse smiled as she pulled back the curtain to Pop's room, where Mama stood and greeted them. Pops had an oxygen tube under his nose, an IV connected to his hand, and a blood pressure cuff on his arm. He looked worn out even as he tried to push a smile to his lips. "They're admitting him," Mama said, wiping at her eyes and trying to put on a strong face. "They said they'll get to the bottom of his pain." Austin kissed his mom and went to Pop's side. "I'm not one for making a fuss," Pop said. "No, sir. You aren't." Austin took the chair next to him. "I think you might have tried to brave it a little too long this time." "Ah." Pops waved it off. "They'll probably tell me I just need to eat better and send me on my way." "How much better can you eat when Mama's cooking for you?" Adam teased. "That's what I say," Pop said with a wheezing cackle that sent him into a coughing fit. Creases of pain lined his face as he did. As the spasms stopped, he closed his eyes and leaned back against the bed as if that one action had taken everything from him. "I think it's time to listen to the doctors," Austin said, worry choking his throat. "Yes, it is." Mama came to his side. "And you will, if I have anything to say about it." "I'm in trouble now," Pop said, trying to smile, but it looked more like a grimace. "So what are the next steps?" Austin asked. "We wait for his results, and they'll do their best to keep him comfortable until they know what's going on." Mama straightened the blankets over Pop's. "Do they have any idea of what that might be?" Austin asked, looking between her and him. "Oh, they all have their opinions," Pop said wearily. "But they don't know yet, and we shouldn't make guesses until we have all the information," Mama said emphatically. "What can we do to help?" Adam asked. "Want us to bring your truck and trailer here? Once he's out, we'll drive you guys back home." Austin gave a nod, like it was decided. "No," Pop said, groaning as he pushed himself up. "You boys are going on to Cheyenne. You're too close to miss out on getting qualified for nationals." Austin looked at Adam, who gave him a nod. "We aren't leaving you." "What?" Pops glared at him and then at Adam. "We have worked for the last 12 years to get you two here. You aren't giving it up because your old man has a bit of pain. Do you hear me?" Pop's hard eyes met both of theirs until they each nodded. "But Pops," Adam started, but Pop silenced him with another fierce glare. "No buts," he said. "There's nothing you can do for me here, and the hospital won't take kindly to you wearing holes in their floors with your pacing." Austin glanced at Adam, who gave him a shrug. "You'll go on, and you'll report back how you did. You'll have to be each other's eyes now, and have to have each other's backs more than ever." Pop's intensity held Austin in his gaze, and he knew what he was saying. "Mama?" Austin asked, hoping for some support from her. She shook her head. "Your Pops is right. If you stay here, it will drive you and everyone else mad. He has good care here, and I'll be with him. We'll let you know if anything changes. Besides, the next few rodeos are close. You'll only be a phone call away." Uneasiness settled in Austin's chest, but he saw their stubbornness and knew they wouldn't budge. "Fine, on one condition." He met Pop's eyes. "You get yourself better so you're on the sidelines by nationals." "Deal." Pops held out his hand, its hard calluses reassuring against his own. Adam took his hand next. As a spectator, Austin saw the determination in both men's eyes. "We won't let you down, Pops." "I know you boys won't. Besides, you can't, because nationals or no nationals, you'll always be my champions." Pop smiled at them as he leaned back. The nurses came in, unplugging him and adding his IV to the bed, readying him to be moved. Austin took his mom into his arms. "You call us the moment you find out anything, or if anything changes, okay? We'll be here as fast as we can. And we'll drop off your rig on our way out of town tomorrow. That way you'll have it here." Adam hugged their mom too. The nurses worked quietly, urging them to go so they could move Pops. With a constricted chest, Austin said his farewells and watched the nurses wheel Pops toward the other end of the hospital. "Well, that sucked," Adam said. "Yeah," Austin said, a tingle of fear racing down his spine and settling in his stomach. Adam had been too young to remember when their first dad was in the hospital, but Austin remembered, and the last look his mama gave him reflected that same fear in her eyes. They remained quiet, on their way back to the fairgrounds where the rodeo was held. Austin couldn't shake the memories of his first dad's last days. The prostate cancer had returned, and took him quicker than anyone expected. It was like one day his dad was the boisterous, fun-loving man he knew, and the next he was holding his head in bony hands, telling Austin he had to be brave and take care of his mom and brother. He had to be the man of the house. He glanced up at the stars as they pulled into the parking lot. "Did I do good enough, Dad?" Then he dropped his head. "How can I go through this again?" "Someone's at our trailer?" Adam said, peering over the steering wheel where, sure enough, someone shielded their eyes from the truck's lights. "It's Charlotte," Austin said, the air suddenly gone from his lungs. Adam shut off the lights, then backed the truck in. "I'll see to the horses, give you two some time." Austin pulled his eyes off Charlotte, who stood with her hands clasped in front of her. "Thanks, brother." He gripped his shoulder before Adam gave a nod and slipped out of the truck, walking through the dimly lit parking lot toward the stables. Austin sucked in a breath and jumped off the truck to face Charlotte. He shifted his weight before taking a step toward her, not sure he could restrain himself if he closed the distance between them. Charlotte had competed, somehow fully immersing herself into the event, as if that focus was the only thing that kept her from crumbling. She felt the excess emotion pushing through her movements, and the audience and judges must have as well, for she beat her score from the last rodeo by a full half a point, giving her a 8.8. Though she pushed forth a smile and reacted as a winner should, giving the crowd her usual raised hand of thanks, she didn't feel the joy. Her heart was too wrapped up with a cowboy who had raced after his stepfather, a cowboy who she knew still held together a broken heart from his first dad dying. After her event, she checked several times to see if Austin had returned, but his truck was still missing. She half feared he would return in the middle of the night and take off before she woke up. She even went through her phone and tried his old number, a number she hadn't called in 8 years. It no longer belonged to him. The despair had her slumping into a chair that was leaned up against their trailer, and she promised herself she wouldn't move until he returned. While she was there, she prayed. She no longer asked God for strength, but for guidance, and her conviction to remain waiting by his trailer strengthened. So she remained in his camp chair, watching every approaching headlight. When the truck returned, she stood, meeting it with a hesitant determination. Adam had given her a slight tip of his hat before he disappeared into the night. Her gaze met Austin's, who seemed to be collecting himself as he exited the truck. She bit her lip while he shifted his weight, but as he came toward her, stepping into the porch light of the trailer, she lost her control and resolve and launched herself into his arms. She wrapped her arms around him, breathing in his same scent, the tangy horse and leather scent that always clung to him. Underneath her arms he stiffened, then slowly melted, until his hands spread across her back, pressing her further into him, and his head lowered to rest on top of hers. Rubbing her hands up and down his back, she soothed him, just like she had when they were young and he lost a competition, or the past grief of losing his father had overtaken him. The movements were natural, just as natural as it was to feel him encircling her, clinging onto her as much as she clung to him. 8 years melted away, as she found herself wishing, as she always had, that she could stay here in his arms forever. She knew she couldn't, though. When his breathing evened, she slowly pulled from his grasp, her heart aching all the more when he ducked his head and wiped at his eyes. "Oh man, I needed that." He shifted his weight, and briefly met her eyes with a chagrined grin. "How'd your event go?" "Fine," she waved the question away. It didn't matter, at that moment. She searched his face, then pulled out the chair for him to sit down. "Pops." He dropped into the chair, another sign he wasn't doing well. Normally, he would have offered her a chair and then sat himself, and somehow she knew he was still that way if he wasn't overwhelmed with emotion. She pulled out the other chair and sat close enough that their knees almost touched, Is he all right? She asked again. He nodded. They're running tests, but he's well enough that he forced us to leave so we could go on to the next rodeo. Cheyenne? She asked. Yeah, he said with a sigh. How am I supposed to concentrate with him here in the hospital? Well, she said, reading his expression and gauging if he would hear her with an open mind or if grief had shut him down too much. I wasn't sure I could either, but somehow that focus helped hold me together. Of course, I'm not as close to Pops as you are, but I do care for him. She swallowed, asking God to guide her words. And I care for you too. His head jerked up, his hopeful eyes searching hers. You think 8 years apart could wipe that away? She shook her head. It hasn't wiped anything away for me, he said, leaning forward to rest his elbows on his knees and clasp his hands together as if he needed to have that restraint. What does that mean for you? She licked her lips, her heart thrumming in her ears, drowning out the warning in her mind. Instead, she closed her eyes and prayed again for guidance. I don't know. Austin nodded, the intensity in his eyes showing that those words didn't shake his resolve. I can deal with I don't know. You can? She sat up in surprise. Yeah, there is so much in life that we don't know. I don't know what's going on with Pops. I don't know if we'll win the next event, much less make it to the nationals. I don't know what your goals are or where you see yourself. He scooted off his chair a little, making their knees touch. All I know is how I feel about those I love, and right now that's all I care about too. Charlotte blinked back her tears. But I don't know if I can go there again. You don't need to know that yet. He reached for her hand. Just knowing you are here, in whatever fashion you are comfortable with, means everything to me. She searched his eyes through blurry tears, clasping his hand back as tightly as he clasped hers. I can be here as a friend. That I know for sure. Austin swallowed audibly. I will take that with a glad heart. I don't want you going through this alone, she said, straightening as an approaching shadow caught her eye. With a glance, she saw that it was Adam and slipped her hand out of Austin's. Though I know you aren't alone. No, I'm not, Austin said, but that doesn't mean I don't need you too. She gave a brief nod of acknowledgement before pushing to a stand. Well, I just wanted to make sure that Pops was going to be okay, and let you know that I'm here. Adam came into the light and hugged her. Thanks for being here, he said. He let her go and looked at his brother. You get her number yet? Austin's cheeks reddened, and seeing him so chagrined melted Charlotte's heart all the more. She pulled out her phone. It's time for an update. I tried calling you too. You did? Austin asked, pulling out his phone and standing beside her. Of course, you think I could just stand here and watch you two race after Pops leaving in an ambulance and not want to know how things were going? She shook her head. What's your current number? He glanced at her phone before she could hide the fact that she still had him as a contact, with his picture and his old number. Wow, that was a long time ago. Yes, it was. Your number, she asked again, trying to cover up her fluster. He gave her his number, then pulled up hers. See, I still have yours too. She glanced over to see a picture of herself, from the spring of their senior year. She was sitting in a field of daisies, one of her favorite places to ride to with him. The image made her heart ache with longing. Those were the simpler days. Yeah, I guess they were. Sometimes I wish we still lived in them, Austin said, blinking to focus on her again. So yours? She gave him her number and then stepped away. The longing to reach for him again was too strong, and if she stayed within the distance of feeling his body heat and smelling his scent, she would end up in his arms again. At that point, she wasn't sure anything could pull her away, and that was dangerous. She cleared her throat. We're headed to Cheyenne next as well. So, I guess we'll see you then? We were planning on stopping in Beaufort on the way. They have great burgers. Austin shifted his weight and toed the gravel below his boot. Would you want to join us? You mean like caravan? She asked, her heart jumping in hope and fear, the constant battle that raged within her. I don't want to push you, but if you were comfortable with that. Austin's eyes met hers, pulling at her just the way they used to. I'll have to talk with Emilia, but I'm sure she won't mind. Her gaze flicked to Adam. He leaned against the trailer, watching them as if they were the latest binge-worthy show. I don't mind, Adam said, if that's what you were meaning. He lifted his brows. Austin's stomach growled, causing all eyes to shift to him. Sorry, we haven't eaten since breakfast. Yikes, that's unheard of for you two, she said. I'll leave you to it then, and I guess we'll touch base in the morning? Sounds good, Austin said, taking a step toward her but stopping himself before he came within touching distance. Sleep well, and Charlie, thank you. You bet, she said, giving him a smile that held all the love she still felt for him. His eyes burned into her, until she slipped between two trailers and into the night. Her heart ached for him, knowing how hard his first dad's death was on him, and now that Pops was having health issues, it was a lot for him to deal with. Is that why you brought us back together now, after all these years? She looked up at the stars, as if she expected God to send her an answer. In a way he did, for a shooting star sped through the sky, leaving her mouth dropped open. She stared at the sky for several moments, before finally lowering her head and continuing to her trailer. God wouldn't bring them back together, only to leave her with another broken heart, would he? Emilia popped out of the trailer the moment she stepped into the light she had left on for her. So? They're running tests, but he's feeling well enough that he sent the boys back to rodeo. She came into the trailer and settled into a seat at the table, where Emilia set a steaming mug of hot chocolate. I thought you could use a little pick-me-up, she said, smiling and sitting across from her. You talked with Austin? Charlotte nodded, taking a moment to organize her thoughts before she met her friend's eyes. Would you mind caravanning with them to Cheyenne? Amelia's eyes widened as brightness filled them. Are you guys? She put her hands together. Charlotte sighed in exasperation. No. I only want to support him as a friend. For now. That's what your trailing off means, right? Emilia clapped her hands, then reached for Charlotte's. Oh, Char. You need this love. I know you think you're too busy, but I know you, and I've never seen you like this before. And today. She let go of her hands and landed back in her seat in a dramatic swoon. The way you rode today was just breathtaking. I almost forgot to do my job. I was so enthralled by your performance. Charlotte waved her dramatics away. I just had to lose myself in it or I couldn't have focused, which as we know ends up disastrous. Well, yes, it's quite important to land on the horse, Emilia said, serious for once. They had seen a gal doing a jumping combination, but instead of completing her sequence on the horse, she landed headfirst 2 feet from the horse. They rushed her to the with a broken neck. Thankfully, the medics had helped stabilize her and she hadn't been paralyzed. Well, whatever it takes to keep you focused. Emilia patted her hand. And I can't say I'd mind spending more time with that cute brother, though he is a bit young for me, still eye candy. Charlotte rolled her eyes. He's like my little brother, Em. Yeah, well, he isn't like mine, she said with a giggle. Now, come on and drink up before it gets cold. Charlotte smiled at her friend, allowing gratitude for such a steadfast, even if frivolous friend to fill her. She really couldn't ask for a better companion for her last summer break before the real world set in, and for once, she didn't know exactly how she wanted that real world to look. For every time she thought about her future, a pair of intense green eyes was all she could see. 6. Austin hopped down the trailer steps onto the artificial grass they always set near their door and stretched. The sun barely peeked over the Wyoming mountains, which were blanketed in a soft pink glow. He took a deep breath, drawing the beauty in and letting it settle in his chest. The sound of water running and other morning activities came from the trailer next to him, and he turned with a smile. Having Charlotte close had been so nice, a welcome distraction and comfort. In fact, it had almost become like old times, almost. Her presence had helped as the roller coaster continued. The hospital in Laramie, released Pops with no definite answers about what was causing him so much pain. He and Mama went home, hoping their local doctor could do further digging. Though he was still in pain and unable to travel, Pops told them he was fine and didn't want to see them until they had qualified for the Nationals. If they won this one today, and the one in California, they would only need Reno and the two in Arizona. Then they would have earned enough to be one of the top 15, and could end the season until Nationals in December, if they wanted. It was a lot to think about, and even more when he considered how Charlotte would fit into that picture. He closed the distance between his temporary porch area and hers in a few strides, lifting his hand to knock lightly. She would want to see this sunrise. A moment later she slipped out the door, a steaming mug in her hand smelling of rich chocolate. "Hot chocolate in the morning, huh?" he teased. She lifted a finger to her lips and led him back to his trailer, where they sat in the chairs he had turned to face toward the east. "Sorry. Emilia says she needs her beauty sleep." "Beauty sleep, huh?" He settled into his chair. "I guess some of us don't need that to be beautiful." He grinned at her. Charlotte lifted her perfectly arched eyebrows. "Speak for yourself, beauty. If I don't start getting more, I might turn into the beast." She laughed lightly, smiling as she drew her legs up into the chair. His heart warmed at how cute she was in her fuzzy pajama pants and sweatshirt. It was nice seeing this side of her again. "You know, you haven't changed all that much." She looked at him over the rim of her mug, and after she swallowed she scrunched her eyebrows together. "I'm not sure if that's meant as a compliment or not. I would hope I have matured at least somewhat." His lips twitched. "Maybe somewhat." He continued to study her. "I mean, you're still drinking hot chocolate instead of coffee, and coming out to enjoy sunrises in your PJs. And you still forget to eat in the mornings and don't comb your hair," she said, eyeing him. Austin laughed, enjoying the feeling of it rippling through him. He settled back into his chair, losing himself to the beauty of the moment, the sun's first rays warming Charlotte's beautiful face, and the contentment of just being with her. It hadn't taken them long to return to the ability to sit in that comfortable silence, like they used to. He had never met another gal, really any other person, who could just enjoy the moment without feeling the need to fill it. "We're headed out to Cali after this one," he said, filling the moment even though he didn't want to, but this needed to be discussed. They had danced around it too much over the last couple of weeks. "Have you decided what you're doing?" Charlotte remained quiet for a few moments, then shifted to turn toward him. "I told you that I have 2 residency offers, right?" "Yep," he said, carefully measuring the word. "Well, one of them is only an hour or so away from the rodeo you're going to in California." She sighed, looking back out to the mountains. "When I got their offer, it was a great ego boost. They're rated one of the top new facilities in the country, but California, it's not where I thought I'd end up." Her gaze caressed the mountains. "You know," he said, waiting until she pulled her eyes off the peaks to meet his gaze. "There are mountains in Cali too. But are they like this?" She spread her hand out, showcasing the majestic mountains that thrust from the valley floor into the growing bright orange hues. "Well, maybe not quite like this, but they're pretty remarkable." "That's right," she said, turning back to him. "You have friends there." "Yeah, Cody. He's a good guy. You know, he and his new wife adopted a little boy, the coolest kid too. He ropes like a champ. They're the ones you told me about who run the foster kid camp, right?" Charlotte leaned her head against the chair as she watched him. "Yeah, it's pretty incredible. They've been asking me to come out and teach the kids for a couple of weeks." "You going to do it?" Charlotte asked. "Yeah," he said. "I think so. We get a break right after that rodeo, and I think I need the distraction." He studied her. "You should come too. I think you'd like it. You always were good with kids." "I was a kid," she said with a laugh. "True, but even then you were great with younger kids, like Sleepyhead there," he said as Adam groaned and plopped down on the steps. Why do you guys insist on waking up at the crack of dawn, every morning? Adam yawned and stretched. That, Charlotte said, pointing to the skyline as it broke into its crescendo for the morning. Oh, I see, Adam said, mesmerized by the colorful sky. Careful, we might make a convert out of him, Austin said with a laugh, secretly hoping they wouldn't. He treasured this time alone with Charlotte. Oh, I don't know. I think he's one of those who needs beauty sleep, Charlotte said, smiling endearingly at his little brother. See, Adam said with a goofy grin, she gets me. Nah, you're just taking advantage of Pop's not being here to run us through drills before breakfast. Austin's stomach soured as he remembered why Pops wasn't there. Breakfast. I'm going to start some right now, Adam said, disappearing with a wave into the trailer. Any updates? Charlotte asked after several quiet moments, as if she could read his mind. Nothing yet. Mama calls it the waiting game. He sighed, gripping his warm mug, hoping to quell the urge to pace. That's a hard game to play, she said quietly, as if she had played it too many times. He turned to study her, wondering if they would ever catch up after being apart for 8 years. How are your parents? He asked, realizing he hadn't even thought to do so before and feeling sheepish. Oh, they're fine and dandy. Neither wants to retire. Sometimes I wonder if being addicted to work is as bad as any other addiction. Her brow furrowed and she lowered her voice. I'm afraid I'll end up like that. You? Austin shook his head. Never. Well, in defense, you haven't seen me over the last 8 years. I have done nothing but study and throw myself into my future career. She set down her mug on his folding table, letting her knee bounce. You're really worried about that, aren't you? Austin leaned forward, closing the distance between them. You aren't like that. Sure, you're dedicated, and while you're going to school, you have to be focused. Once you've settled in your career in your own office, you'll find balance. She bit her lip, then looked at him, her eyes welling. I hope so, because God help me if I am too busy to see my kid, grown or not, when they are only an hour's me. Oh, Austin said. He set down his mug, stood, and pulled her up into his arms. I'm sorry, Charlie. They have no idea how good they have it. He ran his hand up and down her back, holding her. How many times had he comforted her when her parents missed her gymnastic events, award ceremonies, and even graduation? She pushed back and wiped her eyes. Sorry. I guess it's just been a lonely 8 years. At least back home, your parents always showed me that support. Austin's heart crushed within him. She was right. Pops and Mama always came to her gymnastics events. They treated her like one of their own, and for a long time that's how he thought it would always be, that she was one of them. It's me that should be apologizing. I'm the one that messed it all up. Austin stepped back and squeezed his fists together. I hadn't thought about what it would do to you. I not only took away my support, but my family's too. She waved him off but turned away. Her shoulders shuddered, and he closed the distance between them again, wrapping an arm around her from behind. It's okay. I get it. Our lives were going in different directions. That doesn't mean we couldn't have still been a part of each other's lives. He dropped his head, resting it on top of hers. I sure messed everything up. She wiped at her eyes and stepped away again. You did what you thought was best, and maybe it was. His heart dropped to his stomach, and the smell of bacon, which usually left his mouth watering, now left him queasy. What do you mean? You think I could have focused like I did, and not run off to every rodeo of yours I could, just to see you? I probably would have failed my classes, she said, but her voice quivered as if she were trying to convince herself. I think we could have tried, he said. We should have. Well, she said, rolling her shoulders back. We could sit here and go through all the would-haves and could-haves all day, but it won't change the past. You're right, he said tentatively, watching her and wondering what would happen next. So where does that leave us now, in the present? Here, she said, smiling through her tears. Right here. Austin's lips tugged involuntarily. Yeah, I guess it does, but I mean. She held up a hand to stop him. I still don't know, and neither do you. She drew in a deep breath. For now, we'll come to California with you. I'll check out the residency option there, and maybe even this camp you keep talking about. Austin's chest warmed, and his shoulders felt like a weight lifted off them. That gave them at least 2 more weeks together. 2 more weeks to convince her they could make something work. That just made my day. The smile that flashed to her lips was spontaneous and had him catching his breath. Well, Austin Bowman, she said, laying a hand on his chest. I do like making your day. She slid her hand off and stooped to pick up her mug, leaving him staring after her like a drooling coyote. Now go get ready. You have a competition to win. His heart thundered within him as he watched her slip back into her trailer. He could get used to this life. He shook his head, knowing that he already was used to this life and he didn't want it any other way. If he believed prayer worked, he would have prayed for God to show him a way to make this his daily life, but he didn't. His prayers weren't answered, never had and never would. It was up to him to figure out how to make this work, how to keep both his loves in his life, Rodeo and Charlotte. He needed both. How could he live without one of them? Charlotte let out a contented sigh as she stood at the railing of the empty arena, staring out at the mountains of the Sierra Nevada. Austin had been right. The mountains weren't like Wyoming's jutting peaks, but they were beautiful and teeming with green and life. Yuba City wasn't anything like she expected a California city to be like. It felt more like a small town in Wyoming than a big city. Even the people were friendly. She wondered if Chico, where her possible residency was, would be the same way. When she had first considered which program she wanted to take, her initial thought was of course she would return to Wyoming to be near her parents. Her heart now constricted with that thought. Why work so hard to be close to people who couldn't take the time to see you? Wouldn't it be easier to live far away? At least then she'd have an excuse for why her parents weren't a part of her life. She tore her thoughts away from the heartache of her parents and focused once again on the beauty around her. It called to her. Lord, guide me. Let me know without a doubt where you want me to be. Hey, Austin called out to her, giving her enough space to pull her thoughts back in as he walked up with another couple. As they closed the distance, she saw it wasn't the famous Cody but Jake and Beth. I wanted to introduce you to a couple of my friends, Jake, his wife Beth, and their little one. She shook hands with Jake, then squeezed Beth's hand. It's nice to see you again, Charlotte said, her cheeks blushing slightly in remembrance of their last meeting. Oh, you know each other? Austin asked, looking between the two of them. Yes, Beth said quickly. We met on a walk along the creek, in Laramie, right? Yes, Charlotte said, her heartbeat easing slightly. That's right. Great, Jake said, as if that settled everything. Now we can all hang out. You're a vaulter, right? Charlotte nodded, still a little self-conscious about being called something she only played at. She's won the last several rodeos. Where were you? Austin asked. Oh, here and there. We went back home to see everyone. Our friends who are auntie and uncle to our little guy here missed him, so we skipped out on a few rodeos of the circuit to visit them and Beth's grandparents. Jake shrugged. It's a part of growing up, I guess. Well, I assume bronc riders age out a lot faster than us ropers. Austin laughed, and Charlotte watched him, wondering how long he planned to live this nomadic life. True. As long as your shoulder holds out, that is, Jake said, tapping Austin's shoulder. But yeah, we're on the slow retirement plan, aren't we, honey? He wrapped an arm around Beth. Sure. We're just enjoying life while we can. Once our little guy starts school, we'll have to reassess, but we have the land and the ability to settle down whenever we decide it's time. Beth said it like there was no rush, no hesitancy, as if everything were exactly as she hoped it would be. Charlotte watched her, wondering if she could ever be okay with not having a set-in-stone plan for her future once kids came along. Could she traipse around the country with a baby, following Austin from rodeo to rodeo, and living by the seat of their pants? Right now the thought struck her with horror. Beth giggled. It's not all that bad once you get into your rhythm. Heat crawled up Charlotte's neck as she realized Beth had read her expression, and now Austin watched her intensely. Oh, so will you go back to competing? Beth smiled with understanding. One day, if I haven't lost it after so long out of the saddle. I know some women who jumped right back into it, but I'm satisfied just being mommy right now. Charlotte felt a tugging within her, a longing that had only been increasing the more she hung around Austin. It scared her and thrilled her all at the same time. She almost could see herself bouncing around a baby, while cheering on Austin during his events. What? She asked, her cheeks heating as she realized Beth had asked her a question. Is there vaulting at this rodeo? Beth asked again. Oh no, not this time, she said. You came anyway? Jake asked, raising his eyebrows and sharing a significant look with Austin. Just to cheer this old bloke on. She's also checking out a veterinary residency program that accepted her up in Chico. Chico. Another deep voice joined the mix. Cody, Austin said, taking his buddy in a slapping man hug and pulling back. It's good to see you. You know Jake and Beth, of course, and this is Charlotte. Cody smiled at her as he took her hand. It's nice to put a face to a name, Charlotte. This is my wife Josie coming along, he pointed to a gal that strode with confidence and a young teen walking with her, and our son Wiley. Hey there guys. Josie said, giving hugs all around and not stopping when she came to Charlotte, but taking her in strong yet nurturing arms. Charlotte, right? It's nice to meet you, dear. Wiley smiled shyly in the background, until Cody rested an arm on his shoulder. You hear that my son here is the lead for the junior division? In the state? Jake asked, eyebrows raised. National. Cody beamed, pride for his son filling his entire presence. Well, for now at least. Wiley's voice squeaked in that awkward phase of adolescent boys. Today it all could change. And if it does, it won't change how proud of you we are, Josie said, drawing him into a hug. Now go on out there and practice. Wiley nodded, his confidence growing as he hopped over the fence and twirled his rope. He's an impressive kid, Austin said, a tightness in his voice. You did well cowboying up, man. Cody grabbed his arm in a bond that said more than words could, and it made Charlotte's eyes smart. I hear you might come along with Austin to camp after this? Jody asked. Oh, Beth exclaimed. You should go, Charlotte. You'll love it. I think I will. I want to check out the residency program in Chico before we leave, but yeah, this place is growing on me, Charlotte said, realizing the truth of her words. You don't know California until you visit the small mountain towns in the northern parts. That's what I always tell people. We're more than Hollywood and beaches. Josie smiled. You'll love Hope Lake. If you're not careful, you'll find you won't want to leave. She leaned in with a wink. Charlotte enjoyed the time chatting with Beth and Josie, not realizing that the day grew long as the events began. Austin leaned over to her and whispered, I've got to get warmed up. You'll be okay here? She'll be fine, Mr. Protector. Josie laughed. Go on. She's under our wings now. Charlotte laughed but read his eyes. I'm good. You got this. Just focus, get so lost in the feel of the rope in your hands that nothing else exists. Austin smiled and leaned in, kissing her head reflexively. Thanks, Charlie. She didn't even realize the importance of that moment, until she turned back to the ladies who watched her with wide eyes. Then heat crawled up her neck and settled in her cheeks. So? Beth asked, shifting her sleeping son in her arms. Charlotte shrugged. We just don't know yet. Josie laughed. I understand that limbo all too well. Charlotte asked Josie about how she met Cody, and she listened to the incredible story that far surpassed any love story she had ever heard. Wow. What a blessing you three are to each other." The announcer called their attention as he introduced Austin and Adam in the box. Charlotte turned to watch Austin, who took a moment to find her, lock eyes and smile one of his smiles that was only meant for her. Without thinking, she blew him a good luck kiss, her face flaming as she dropped her hand. What was she doing? Austin closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them, she saw his determined expression that meant he was in his saddle, fully immersed in the event he was about to compete in, and it showed. The waiting for the nod of his head took longer than the 3.8 seconds it took him and Adam to rope their steer. It always amazed her how much they had to practice for an event that literally took less than 4 seconds to finish, at least when done at this level. Austin dipped his hat in her direction as they chased the steer back to the holding pen. Girls behind her erupted in cheers and giggles, and a spark of jealousy coursed through her. "Don't worry about them," Beth said. "Though that's easier said than done. Austin isn't the type to flirt, with fans." Charlotte felt like she floated on cloud 9, and when she called out to God to help her, she felt more like he only gave her permission to fly. "You're right. Austin's not one to flirt. He leaves that to his brother." "You gonna make him come find you?" Josie asked, motioning with her head. "Come on. You've got to rescue him from the crowd." Charlotte laughed as she followed the gals through the throng of fans. Adam leaned over from his dancing horse, signing autographs and smiling for pictures, but Austin carefully controlled his horse as he rode him out of the throng and toward the cool-down arena, though his eyes searched the crowd. They didn't rest until they fell upon her. She walked at a safe distance alongside him in silence, just that intensity between them and an unspoken shift, or was it more of an opening? Something about being near Beth and Josie, two rodeo wives who seemed to love their lives, filled her with a freedom she hadn't allowed herself to feel before. Maybe a happy medium was possible, maybe they could make something work. She waited at the railing while Austin cooled down his horse, then he hopped off next to her and pulled her into a hug. Several intakes of breath and disappointed gasps sounded behind her, but she didn't even turn to see the girls as their footsteps told her they left. "You found the focus," she said, her words muffled by his neck and her senses swimming from the scent of him that filled her. "I did," he said. "You give good advice." She shrugged. "I understand what it means to compete." "You always have. Just now we're competing in the same arena." "Well, sometimes," she said, making sure her voice sounded more teasing than disappointed. "Vaulting's popularity is growing. Soon they'll offer it at every rodeo." He stood back and ran a hand down his horse's neck. "Maybe you should pull Apollo out and put on a little performance. Get people excited about it." Charlotte laughed at the idea of her doing such a brazen act. "No. It's fine. I don't need to compete all the time. Sometimes it's nice just to come as a supporter." He cupped her cheek, sliding a thumb along her jaw. "I'm just glad you're here." "Bro," Adam called to him, leading his horse into the practice arena. "You did it. You did it again." "No, brother." Austin let go of her to bear hug his brother. "We did it. Just a few more and we're going to nationals." Adam whooped, startling his horse, who he quickly soothed. "Call Pops." Charlotte nodded to Austin to go ahead, staying close to offer support. Many times after talking with Pops, Austin would sink into worry. That's when he needed her the most. "Hey Pops, yeah we sure did," Austin said. "Put him on speaker, bro," Adam said, waiting for Austin to comply. "We did it again, Pops. 3 and 8. Wow boys, I'm so proud of you two. You've worked so hard for this." Pop sounded winded and tired, his voice strained. "Nationals is just around the corner. You boys are gonna do it this year." Austin and Adam looked at each other, the glee draining from their faces. "What's going on, Pops?" Austin asked, his eyes flickering briefly to Charlotte, who slipped through the railings to be at his side. "Now's not the time," Pop said, but they could hear Mama's murmured words, though unclear, until finally she picked up the phone. He doesn't want to tell you boys, but I feel like we need to. Her voice became muffled as she covered the phone, then she spoke to them again. I know it's not a good time, but it never will be a good time. Mama, just spit it out, Austin said. Nothing else matters. Pops has cancer. Austin's hand dropped, the phone sliding out from it. Charlotte caught it before it hit the ground, and held it back up between them as she clung to Austin, knowing that was just about the worst news he could have ever received. You boys there? Neither Austin nor Adam responded. We're here, Mama, Charlotte said, her voice choked with grief. What can we do? Oh, sweetie. I'm so glad you're there with my boys. Mama sniffed. We're holding up. Pops starts treatment next week. They say it's treatable, that there's hope. Charlotte squeezed Austin tighter, though he remained stiff and trembling. She looked at Adam, whose wet eyes blinked, and he nodded several times. That's good, Mama, Adam choked out. It is, sweetie. It is. Mama sighed and sniffed. Here's Pops again. Now you boys don't go worrying about me. You've got to keep your heads on straight and get ready for nationals, Pops commanded. Austin reached for the phone, his eyes bright with determination. We'll be on the next flight home, and don't argue with me. It won't do any good. You're not giving up your dream because I went and got sick. Pop's voice firmed, as it did when he reprimanded the boys. We've got 2 weeks break, Pops, Adam said, searching Austin's eyes. We have time, and we won't be able to focus if we don't come see you for ourselves. I'm fine, Pop said, though his tone had eased. We'll judge that for ourselves when we get there, Austin said. I'll text you guys the details when I schedule the flight, but we'll rent a car. I don't want Mama stressing about picking us up. Austin closed his eyes as if to contain pain. I love you, Pops. Yeah, me too, Pops. Adam chimed in. I love you boys too. Austin ended the call, his shoulders slumping. Well, this sucks, Adam said, leaning over his horse. What can I do? Charlotte asked, smoothing her hand up and down Austin's strong back. Oh, shoot Cody the camp. He dropped his head into his hands. They'll understand, Charlotte said. Look, if you need me with you, I'll drop everything and come. If I'd be more help here, I'll stay to look after your horses, take over the camp responsibilities, whatever you need. Austin wiped his hand down his face and looked at her. What about your residency? It can wait. It isn't going anywhere. The people I care about always come first. She said the words clearly, staring him right in the eyes. See, I told you that you won't end up obsessed like your parents. He caressed her face and leaned his forehead against hers. If you stay, it will save us time. We won't have to find boarding for Buckley and Turbo. Are you sure? He leaned back to read her eyes. I'm sure. Whatever I can do. She meant it. Knowing that she could be there for him, felt like everything in that moment. He drew her into his arms, grasping her tightly to him, like if he let go he would crumble. She held him to her, praying for God to give him and his family strength, and to show his mercy on Pops, to heal him, so the man she loved didn't have to go through losing another dad. 7. Austin didn't know what to expect when he came crashing through his parents' house, barely stopping to kick off his boots before barging into the living room. Seeing Pops relaxing and watching the game like nothing was going on, though, was not what he thought he'd see. Oh, you guys made it already, Pops said like it was any other Monday evening. He paused the game, kicked in the feet of his recliner and sat up. How was the flight? Austin stood blinking at him, unable to wrap his mind around the situation and seeing Pops act like it was any other day. Adam bumped into him, giving him a weird look before turning to Pops. It was the same as always, smells funny, no legroom, and a bunch of sitting and waiting. Adam leaned down to hug Pops. Where's Mama? Oh, she's around here somewhere, fiddling with this or that, Pops said, waving the question away. She'll be happy to see you both. Austin shook his head, doing his best to clear it, and made it over to Pops to hug him as well. You look well, good. Did you expect it to take me down that fast? Pops lifted an eyebrow and eased back into the chair. The doctor gave me some good pain meds, so I'm feeling better than I have in some time. That's good, Pops. You shouldn't have been suffering for so long. Austin sat on the couch near him. Pop shrugged. You know how it is. You get used to being tough. Footsteps came down the hall. Did I hear the front door? Mama asked as she came into the room, and her face contorted in a part smile, part grief as she looked at her boys. You made it. Austin rose just as Adam did, and they took turns giving Mama hugs. She patted their cheeks and wiped her eyes. You boys are so sweet to come all the way here. How could we not? Austin asked, finding his seat again. You guys shouldn't have to go through this alone. We aren't alone, Pop said, then smiled at Mama. We have each other. You must be hungry, Mama said. I'll get something ready quickly so you can snack while I make dinner. I'm starving. Adam rubbed his growling belly. Big bro wouldn't let me stop to get some food on the way. Well, come on then. I'll make you a sandwich before I start dinner. Mama took Adam into the kitchen, leaving Austin and Pops alone. You didn't need to rush here like this, son, Pop said, reading his eyes. Austin shrugged. You just never know, Pops. I didn't want to be too late, but he couldn't say it out loud. Pops leaned forward and patted Austin's leg. Hey, every cancer is different, okay? It's not gonna be like it was before, with your dad. Austin swallowed. You are my dad, he said, ignoring that his throat felt like it was the size of a baseball. Pop squeezed his leg. Hey, you've got to have faith, son. God protects his own. Austin folded his hands together as he leaned forward, elbows on his knees. Faith didn't save my first dad. How am I supposed to trust him with you? Pops froze and slowly drew his hand back. He steepled his fingers below his chin as his brow furrowed. Austin knew his Pops was thinking and gave him space to do so. He had pondered the question so much on his way there that the words had shot out of his mouth before he meant them to. In fact, he hadn't meant to share that fear with him at all. You know, Pops finally said, the Lord works in mysterious ways. I'm sorry you and your mom and brother went through what you did with your first dad. It was awful, but as awful as it was, I can't say God didn't make the best of it. I know it's selfish of me, but if it wasn't for your first dad's sacrifice, I wouldn't have had the privilege of having 2 sons, not to mention a loving, forgiving, wonderful wife. Austin watched him, reading him. Had he ever thought about it that way? That if he hadn't lost his first dad, he would have never met Pops or learned how to rope or rodeo. His first dad enjoyed living in town. He worked at the bank, and as far as he knew, never rode a horse in his life. What would Austin have become then? Hey now, Pops called him back to the present. It's no good going to the what-ifs, you know. Life is what it is. We just have to trust that God will always watch over us. Austin shook his head. As grateful as he was for Pops, it wasn't a simple transition for him to shift his perception. After losing his first dad, Austin had become serious and angry. He stepped up, as much as a little guy could, and when Pops came into the picture, it riled everything up and made him grieve for his dad all over again. It had taken a lot of perseverance from Pops to get Austin to trust him. Was it trust, or was it more like getting past the fear of losing someone else? The tightness in his chest made Austin get up with a need to move. What do the doctors say? He watched Pops while pacing the living room. Well, they think it originated in the lungs, but they aren't sure. It spread, that's why the pain. It's on my ribs. Austin drew in a deep breath, against the sharpness of the news. Anywhere else? Yeah, Pop said, narrowing his eyes. They'll get it, son. God won't let this cowboy go down like that. The determination in his stepfather's eyes had Austin hoping. He didn't remember that fire for life in his first dad's eyes, but he had just been a kid. He couldn't remember much of it all, except the scent of the hospital, his dad getting super sick real quick, and then he was gone. When do you start treatments? Austin paused, meeting his stepfather's eyes. Starts in 3 days. They're already giving me calcium shots to strengthen my bones. Chemo will be after that. He pushed out of the recliner and stood before Austin. Have faith, son. God is in charge. Pops drew Austin into a squeezing hug. Now come on, you've got to see what I've been working on. Working? Shouldn't you be resting? Austin said, following him. Pops grunted. If I don't work, then how will I keep my strength up? Stop fussing at me like a mother hen, son, and come see what I've been doing. Austin followed him out of the ranch house where he had spent the second half of his childhood, and down the path to the barn. He glanced at the studio next to the barn, noticing the small light coming through the curtains. How's old Cliff doing? Cliff was the ranch's caretaker. With all the traveling for the rodeos, Pops would have had to sell all his cows and horses, not to mention the chickens and such, if he didn't have someone to take care of them. Cliff was a widower, and all his grown children had moved away. He needed something to keep him busy, and had experience as a foreman at a large ranch down near Cheyenne, so it had been a good fit for both Pops and Cliff. Oh, he's good, Pops said. Still enjoys the work, so I'd say we have a few more years of his help at least. Though his youngest daughter is trying to convince him to move to a retirement community down closer to her in Colorado. I hope he gives enough notice we can find someone else to cover for him, Austin said, his eyes straying to the little cabin again. There was a time he hoped the ranch would be his one day, but now he wasn't sure. He shook his head. Now wasn't the time to think of such things. He's a good man. He'll do us right. Pops opened the squealing barn doors, and the scent of fresh hay and horse enveloped them. Well, what do you think? He stepped back so Austin could see a steer dummy that was different from others he had seen. I've installed this doohickey here. It makes the legs kick up and down to replicate a real steer. I saw something like it over in Laramie while we were there. Austin walked around it, noticing it was also on wheels. What's this? Well, Pops laughed. I'm no engineer, but I thought with some help I could make it radio-controlled. Austin ducked lower, his lips twitching as he saw where the wheels had come from. So you used our radio-control car chassis? Pop shrugged. It works kind of, he chuckled. It won't be the fastest steer, but at least it will move, unlike the practice dummies we have now. You always said that the best practice was on the real thing, Austin said, standing back up straight and looping his thumbs in his pockets. Yeah, well, times change whether we like it or not, he said. We've got to grow with them, I guess. Well, I know Adam will get a real kick out of it. I think he might go into coaching, when we slow down, Austin added, realizing that this was the first time in a long while that he had thought about what the future held, and he knew what started those thoughts. You thinking about that already, son? Pops turned toward him, leveling a hard stare at him. Nah. We have nationals to think about this year, he said, pushing the words out with a forced smile. The last thing Pops needed to worry about was his focus on their goal, for the closer they got to nationals, the more he realized it wasn't just his dream, but Adam and Pops as well. Pops gave a grave nod. I'm glad you still have your head in the game, son. I know a woman can be quite a distraction, and a good woman is priceless. It's just that you're so close. Austin nodded. I know, Pops. Though his chest constricted in guilt as he said it, whether it was guilt for not giving Charlotte the priority he felt she deserved, or guilt for not being fully honest with Pops, he wasn't quite sure. That unbalanced feeling came back, though, and he didn't know how to make it right. I can smell dinner cooking, Pop said. We'll bring Adam out here after we eat. He walked toward the large barn doors and turned as he reached them. And son? You and your brother will head out of here before I start my treatments next week. But Pops. No buts. That's an order. You don't need to be here for it. You need to be focusing on making nationals. I promise you, son, I'll be fine. God has my back, and it's time you gave him space to do his work. He clasped his arm with his strong hand. You're gonna get it this year, son. I can feel it. Their flight left Sunday morning. Dressed for church, looking as spry as always, Pops and Mama walked them to the door. Austin had a hard time believing that the next morning Pops would start cancer treatments. Maybe it was best if he just remembered him like this. Austin shook his head, seeing the tears in his mama's eyes as she turned to him to say goodbye. You'll call me the moment something happens, Mama. Promise. Austin took her in his arms, worried about her having to shoulder this all alone, especially after losing one husband to cancer already. I promise, my sweet boy, she said, holding his cheek in her hand. We'll be okay. God will give us the strength we need. He took her into another hug, almost envious of their faith. It was good they had that to rely on, to keep them holding strong during this battle. If only he could believe. Yet he had trusted God once to deliver the man he looked up to, and God didn't answer that prayer. Why would he answer it this time? Stop fretting, son, Pop said as he waited his turn to say goodbye. You take care of your little brother, and focus on the task at hand. Don't you worry about what we're doing here. Trust that God will see us through. He gave him a hard, gripping hug. And thank you for allowing me to be your second dad. He said the words quietly, only for him, but they felt so final that Austin choked back the emotion that erupted within him. Adam tugged him away. Come on, bro. If we're late, we get stuck in the back next to the bathrooms. Austin watched Mama and Pops in the rearview mirror, as they stood arm in arm on the porch of the home that had filled his life with love and rodeo. It couldn't change, he couldn't handle it. Pops was right. He just needed to focus, but what he found himself focusing on was not nationals but Charlotte. Charlotte sighed with contentment as she poured a scoop of grain into Apollo's feeder in his temporary stall in Camp Hope's barn. It had been a fulfilling day of getting kids on the back of Apollo, and helping them into simple vaulting moves like kneeling and standing positions. The kids loved it, and they loved Apollo. Hey there, Josie said, surprising Charlotte as she strode into the barn and leaned against the wall near her. You holding up okay? Oh yeah, Charlotte said, turning toward her with a smile. The last week she had become pretty close to Josie, seeing her as the incredible woman she was, working with these kids to find them forever homes. The kids seemed to enjoy the vaulting. They sure do. I've never had a vaulter here before. I appreciate you filling in for Austin. Josie pushed off the wall to reach over the railing and pat Apollo. He's such a big dude. Charlotte laughed. Yeah, he is, but he's a gentle giant. Kind of like our cowboys, huh? Josie asked, glancing at her from the corner of her eye. Yeah, maybe, Charlotte said, heat filling her cheeks. So, what do you think about our little mountain town? Does it make you homesick for Wyoming? Josie's slight change of subject had Charlotte swiftly switching perspectives. Well, it's different from Wyoming in many ways, she said. But it has its own flavor that speaks to me. Well, you gonna check out that residency program you were talking about? Josie asked, and the way she did had Charlotte wondering about what was up her sleeve. I am. It's only an hour and a half from here. Charlotte raised an eyebrow, willing Josie to say what she came to say. That's my thought, it's pretty close. If you wanted to, set up something here more permanent. Josie laid the bait. Charlotte laughed. I'm not sure I'd want to drive that commute every day. Oh, I wasn't talking every day, but I mean, there are days off, right? Josie asked. The kids would love to have someone here who could train them. A few girls, who I haven't seen smile the entire summer, laughed while on Apollo. That's quite the magic. Oh, I don't think that's magic. It's more like God using his creations to speak to them, Charlotte said, remembering the peace that had come over her as she helped one sullen girl onto Apollo. Ah, yes, I agree with that, but then again, I've always seen God as magic. Josie winked. Charlotte smiled. I like that image. So? Charlotte thought about what Josie said, and how she felt here, but there was one thing holding her back, or should she say one person. It's definitely something to think about. Josie watched her intently and then she smiled. I'm sure Cody could put some pressure on Austin to make a move too. Oh, Charlotte said, her tone saddening. Austin lives for the rodeo. He's not one to settle down. Don't forget that Cody was a rodeo man too, well, still is, but a settled one now. Josie squeezed her arm in support. Yeah, maybe in time. The hope still lived. She clung to it, but she also knew Austin and knew where his heart lay. His entire identity was wrapped around the rodeo. How could she ask him to give that up? Well, the kids have other activities tomorrow if you want to take a trip down to the residency program site tomorrow. Josie shrugged. It would at least give you an idea if it was something that would work for you or not. Oh, tomorrow? Charlotte thought about going into Chico. Emilia would probably love to take a little trip. Okay. If you're sure I'm not needed? Not needed. Sundays and Mondays are full days, with more counseling-related activities. You've met Megan, right? She's our camp counselor. Josie nodded toward the small counseling office. Yes. I met her and a gal that looks a bit like her. Are they sisters? Charlotte thought of the sweet connection the two of them had. Oh, you mean Chastity. They're not sisters but might as well be. They've been best friends for years. Chastity is married to our sheriff. They all have quite the stories, should you ever be at a place to listen to them. They're quite inspiring. Josie winked at her and started toward the door of the stables. Enjoy your trip tomorrow. I can't wait to hear about it. Thank you, Charlotte said, lifting a hand in farewell. Well, Emilia had wanted to see the area. She'd been champing at the bit to get out of the little town since they arrived last week, but the kids had filled her heart as well. How could they not? A marvelous sunset filled the rearview mirror, in glorious colors that seemed to wrap the beautiful day up perfectly. The clinic would be a perfect place for her residency. The grounds were amazing, the hospital state-of-the-art, and the people were nearly as friendly as a small town in Wyoming. So? Emilia asked, bouncing in the passenger seat. What did you think? You know what I think. You were listening to me gush the entire time, Charlotte said, rolling her eyes but smiling nonetheless. Yeah, well, dreaming about something and making a decision are two very different things. Emilia turned in her seat to lock eyes on her. So? I don't know yet, Charlotte said after a moment of enduring that hard stare. There's so much to consider. I have another month to decide. You mean a certain someone to consider? Emilia lifted her brow, her eyes gleaming. Charlotte sighed as she focused on the curvy road that wound into the mountains to Hope Lake and the camp she had fallen in love with. I wish he could have experienced this. I think he would love it out here. Well, we do have his horses and his rig. He'll have to come back at some point. Emilia rubbed her hands together. Charlotte laughed. He's a rodeo man. He won't be happy sticking to one place. Well, even ropers have to retire eventually, Emilia said. Yeah, but they have a much higher age of retirement than people like Jake. Roping is a lot easier on the body than getting kicked off a bucking bronc. Charlotte bit her lip, wondering how long it would take Austin to want to retire, or if he'd just transfer his love into a student and travel with them like Pops did for him. She drew in a deep breath, knowing that she'd have to make the choice much sooner than he would be ready to even have that discussion. Maybe he just needs more of an incentive. Emilia winked, but she didn't know Austin, didn't understand his headstrong focus on the one love of his life. Being around him again confused her. He acted like he wanted her by his side, and he might even feel that's the truth, but a niggling feeling kept tugging on her to keep her heart protected. Just because he wanted her didn't mean he would give up the life he'd been living without her for the last 8 years. More than likely, he would expect her to give up her life and join his, and she wasn't sure she was willing to do that. I don't get you, Charlotte Walker. Emilia threw herself back in the seat. You love this guy. I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in his eyes. Why aren't you throwing yourself at him and accepting his offer? Charlotte sighed again, feeling the perfect day melting away into reality. Sometimes love isn't enough. Our life goals just don't align. Even as she said the words, she still held out hope she was wrong. God could change hearts. That's the biggest bullpucky I've ever heard. Our life goals just don't align. What garbage is that? Emilia pouted. This isn't a romance novel, Em. Charlotte glared at her, before returning her eyes to the road and watching for deer. Dusk was one of their favorite times of the day, to play tag with cars. This is reality, and you can't just live on dreams. As she said the words, memories flashed through her. Memories of her parents lecturing her, as she dreamed aloud to them about wanting to become a professional gymnast. Then again, when she had dreamed about giving up everything to follow Austin into the rodeo life he loved. She had forgotten about that, forgotten that she had once allowed herself to dream of a life on the road, just her and the love of her life, well, and his brother, but that didn't hamper her dream. It had been her parents who instilled in her the need to pursue a career that could sustain her. They didn't care about what career path she took, as long as they saw it as one that could support her and fulfill her needs of success. She had always wanted to be a vet, but while young and in love, that's all she cared about, at least until Austin had made his choice. Ah, she growled her frustration out loud, heat traveling up her neck when Emilia eyed her. That's what I'm saying, Emilia lamented. I think I like fiction better than reality. Of course you do. In fiction, you get to write your own ending. Why can't we write our own ending in reality? Emilia asked, folding her arms like a petulant child. That's a good question, Charlotte said, losing herself to thinking once again. Her mind and emotions were spent by the time she pulled into their camp spot at Camp Hope. I'll leave the lights on if you'll jump out and turn the trailer's lights on. Emilia hopped out and did as asked, and when Charlotte turned off the truck and slid from the seat to stretch in the cool night mountain air, Emilia came over to her, pointing to the place where they parked Austin and Adam's trailer. The lights are on, Emilia said, scrunching up her brow. I must have accidentally flipped the switch when I checked on things this morning. Could you turn them off while I go feed the horses? Apollo's gonna be angry that he had to wait so long. Sure, then I'll get dinner going. How about a quick salad tonight? Emilia asked, backing away toward the trailer. Sounds great, thanks, and thanks for coming with me today, Em. I really appreciate it. What are friends for? Emilia smiled and turned toward her tasks. Charlotte moved toward the stables, following the scent as if it called to her like a juicy hamburger to a hungry stomach. If anything could make her feel better, it was a little time with Apollo. Of course, Buckley and Turbo would love some attention too. The weight had almost left her shoulders as she rolled the squeaky door open, but mixed with the scent of hay and horse was another smell, one that had her heart galloping and her steps quickening, whether she wanted them to or not. He stood next to his horse, his head nuzzled against Buckley's neck as he murmured indistinguishable soothing words. I hope he isn't telling you stories about me, she said, willing her heart to ease. Austin spun toward her, his emotional state outlined with the scrunch of his brow. Hey, he said. Thanks for taking care of him and Turbo and everything. She stepped closer, only the gate of the stall between them now. I'm glad I could. How's Pops? Better than me, he said, a sad smile drawing his lips up. She reached out, smoothed his hatless hair back, and let her hand slide down his cheek. I'm so sorry, Austin. We're going to get through this. Wee-ha, he asked, his lips losing a touch of their sadness. You know what I mean, she said, swallowing, unsure if she knew herself. He covered her hand, pressing her palm against his cheek and closing his eyes. I'm scared, Charlie. I know, she said, and let go of him long enough to slip into the stall and wrap her arms around him. I know. I'm here. She soothed him, rubbing a hand up and down his strong back as his head lowered to rest on hers. She may not know what the future held, but right now she knew exactly what was in her arms, and in this moment, it would take a direct command from God for her to let him go. 8. Austin leaned against the railing of the arena, watching Charlotte lead a lesson for a group of kids. She was so good with them, patiently teaching them step by step, taking their fear in stride, and encouraging them to move past it. His heart yearned for her and for the peace she had. When he had come to the camp, she had held him, soothing him. For a few moments, everything faded and nothing mattered but her arms around him, the sweet smell of her hair and her soothing murmured words. It was the first peace he had felt since he had found out about Pop's cancer. Once Austin had a taste of that comfort he felt in her arms, he only longed for it more. Yet he and Charlotte hadn't had time alone since then, and now he had to leave again in the morning. The last week had been wonderful, even without that alone time. Spending the days and evenings with Charlotte only solidified that he wanted her in his life. Sure, he didn't know how yet, but he knew they still fit together like they always had, and he swore she felt the same way even if she was scared. Why shouldn't she be scared? He'd run her off before. Of course, she would be worried about that happening again. He knew that's why she worked so hard to keep that distance between them, to keep them just friends. As much as he appreciated her friendship, he wanted to cross that line. He wanted to hold her hand, to kiss her lips, to wrap his arms around her while they watched the sunrises and sunsets. A boot scraping against the gravel behind him had him turning to see Cody coming toward him with a smile of companionship. It had been good to spend time with his old friend. He had grown in many ways, but his happiness made Austin smile every time he saw him. The man exuded contentment. "Hey," Cody said, leaning against the railing next to him. "She has quite the gift with kids, doesn't she?" "Yep," Austin said, turning back to watch Charlotte as she helped a girl leap onto Apollo. "Always has too." "So, any progress?" Cody asked, watching him now rather than the kids. Austin shrugged. "There's a lot of history there, you know? Both good and bad. It won't be easy to regain that trust." "She seems to trust you just fine," Cody said, scrunching his brow. "Sure, she trusts me in many ways, just not with her heart," Austin said with a sigh. "You ever made a decision that you were sure you'd regret one day, but somehow you convinced yourself that it was for the best?" Cody chuckled, a sound full of self-depreciation. "Oh yeah. How'd you get past it?" Cody nodded to where Josie had just left her office, striding toward the meeting hall with purpose. "My wife, she forced me to see what I was doing and take responsibility for it, and then change my way of thinking." "Take responsibility for it, huh? I think I've done that, maybe. My thinking is still all muddled." "How do you choose between two loves?" Austin asked, shaking his head. "Two loves?" Cody asked. "Oh, Charlotte and cowboying up." Cody sighed. "It was easy for me. I was ready for a change. You're still at the top of your game. I hear you're lined up for nationals this year." "Yeah, if we compete well and draw well, we have the skills that just might win it." Austin pushed back his hat and ran a hand through his hair. "And Charlotte? She willing to wait?" Cody asked. Well, I haven't really asked," he said, realizing they had avoided the subject like the plague. They had spent a lot of time together over the last few weeks, besides his trip to see Pops, but always tippy-toed around discussing the future much past the next rodeo. "You're leaving tomorrow, right?" Cody asked. "Yeah. She'll be coming out to the following event in Arizona, but it'll be a week or so," he said, his gaze back on Charlotte, who turned right then and met his eyes briefly before she helped the next kid up on Apollo. "I'd say it's time for that heart-to-heart." Cody pushed off the railing. "I'll get Adam to help me with something tonight, and see if Josie can come up with something for Emilia. It's past time you guys figured this out." "Oh, I see, you're returning the favor of offering advice, huh?" Austin's lips pulled into a smile, remembering when he had told Cody it was time for him to step up for Wiley's sake. "Well, look what your advice did for me." Cody grinned. "I'm happy, the happiest I've ever been. Aren't you ready for that?" "Oh, I am." Austin turned back toward Charlotte. "I'm just not ready to lose the hope that I'll get it." "Trust, man. The big guy's got you covered," Cody said, backing up, ready to turn toward his next chore. "Yeah, well, everyone keeps saying that, but the big guy, as you call him, has let me down in the past." Cody paused and stepped back toward Austin. "Are you sure about that?" "Well, yeah, I'm pretty dang sure, being as my first dad died," Austin said bluntly. "And did God leave you alone? Give you no one to fill that hole that your first dad left? Do you not think God had a hand in finding your pops?" Cody asked, his eyes intensely searching his. Austin felt an uncomfortable tightening in him, and he swallowed, but no words came forth. "Think about it, man. God is always there, and He always answers our prayers, even if it's not in the way we expect Him to." Cody stepped slightly closer. "If God had brought my first wife and me back together as I begged Him to, would I have ever found the happiness I now have with Josie and Wiley?" He stepped back. "God knows best. We have to trust that." Cody's questions plagued Austin for the rest of the day. He found it difficult to concentrate on packing up and getting things ready to travel to the next event in Reno. Part of him wanted to cancel it just so he could spend the last few days here with Charlotte, so he had time to figure out the craziness that had filled his mind ever since Cody talked to him. Adam hollered, asking him where something was, and Austin shoved the thought of staying out of his mind. No matter what he did, someone would be let down. Adam had worked too hard for Austin to ruin his chance at this dream of theirs. He needed Charlotte to understand. With that realization, he knew how to at least start that heart-to-heart that Cody recommended. Adam jogged over to grab the hitch pin and hollered, "Thanks, bro." "Hey," Cody asked if I could give him a hand tonight after dinner. "That work for you?" "Of course, I'm sure Cody will appreciate your help." Austin pushed forth a smile. "Hey, Reno is in our pocket. Stop stressing." Adam slapped his arm and took off with the pin to make sure the hitch was ready to go in the morning. With Pops and Charlotte, he hadn't even stopped to worry about Reno. Some called it the Mini Nationals, as the event was massive. They would compete against the top ropers in the country, most likely the same ropers they would compete against at Nationals in December. He shook his head to clear his thoughts. Once he left here, he promised himself he would focus on the rodeo, but right now he had something else on his mind, and that something else consumed every thought. After dinner, he walked back toward the trailers with Charlotte. They remained silent, watching the sky slowly darken and stars pop out one by one. His fingers itched to wrap around her hand, and he almost gathered enough guts to move them to interlace with hers, just as Emilia came bounding up. "Hey, Josie wants me to give her some decorating tips for the therapy room. Wanna come?" Austin clenched his fists and bit his tongue as he waited for Charlotte to respond. "That's great, Em. I think I'll let you take the lead with that expertise," she said, then glanced at him. "Besides, I'd kind of like to talk with Austin, before he has to leave tomorrow." "Oh," Amelia's eyes widened. "Of course, absolutely. Good luck. Have fun. See you later." Emilia waved before spinning back toward the meeting hall. This time, Austin grabbed Charlotte's hand before he talked himself out of it. Charlotte froze, looking down at their joined hands and back at him before she ducked her head and started walking again. He said. "You could come with me." Charlotte flicked her gaze up to him momentarily. "I told Josie I'd stay through Saturday. Besides, Reno's not my kind of scene." Austin chuckled. "What do you have against Reno? You mean all the people?" Charlotte shrugged. "It's a massive event." "It is," Austin said, leading them to the picnic table in front of her trailer. "Does that mean you won't come to watch me at Nationals?" Charlotte sat on the table staring at her hands. I don't know. You sure you want me there?" Austin sat next to her, close enough that their thighs touched. He leaned his elbows on his knees and clasped his hands together in fear he'd reach out for her right then. His heart galloped, and the sounds of the night faded as the blood rushing in his ears filled his senses. "Charlie," he said, swallowing against the swelling in his throat. He turned to her. "Don't you know? I always want you with me." He searched her eyes as they widened and tried to pull away, but he held them in his gaze and wouldn't let them go until she understood what he said. "But I mean before you didn't want me there," she said, her eyes blinking rapidly. He shook his head, looking back at his hands. "No. I always did, but I didn't think it'd be fair to you. I was afraid you'd resent me if I asked you to give up your dreams to follow me to mine." Silence filled the space between them, and eventually his heart slowed and the sounds of crickets returned to his awareness. A weight lifted off of him with the truth spoken and out there. Waiting for an answer felt like torture, but it was a torture he could withstand, knowing he had done his part. He had taken responsibility for pushing her away. Now he had to wait for her to make the next move. When she finally spoke, emotion made her voice quiver. "You waited 8 years to tell me this?" He swung his head to meet her gaze, not expecting the accusation in her tone. "You didn't think I deserved the chance to make my own decision on the matter?" she fumed, her eyes boring into his. He gulped. "You would have come, you would have followed me, but in the end you would have resented me because I put my dreams first. You sure sound confident about what I would have done, but the truth is, we'll never know if I would have resented you, or if it would have been something we could have figured out together." She jumped off the table and stood before him, hands on her hips. "And since we're talking about it, what was wrong with what we had planned on doing?" "What?" Austin asked, licking his lips and not liking where the conversation was turning. "You act like we hadn't talked about the future, but we had. Sure, we didn't know if we could handle a long-distance relationship, but you didn't even give it a chance. What if we could have? What if all these years we could have been together? What if we had made it work and I wouldn't have had to be alone?" Her quivering lip did him in. He stood, planting himself right in front of her, their bodies touching in a wave of heat that seemed to pull him even closer to her. "You're right." He cupped her face in his hands. "You're right. I'm sorry. It was my fault. I didn't even give us a chance." A tear slipped down her cheek, and he wiped it away with his thumb. "Oh, Charlie, I'm so sorry. I ruined everything. Please let me make it up to you." He kissed her forehead, then her cheeks, kissing away the salty tears that streamed down her soft skin. "Please," he begged. "I need you." He continued to kiss her cheeks, getting closer and closer to her lips, which parted. He could feel her pulse racing under his fingertips, and he pulled back to search her eyes, but they were tightly closed. Her scrunched brow smoothed as she opened her eyes so full of sorrow and pain. "I've needed you for 8 years, she said, her words barely a whisper. He closed the gap between them, his lips finding hers as the new mingled with the old. A familiar taste and sensation enveloped him, with a need that surpassed what he had ever felt as a teen. A need that was long-lasting, with a depth that pulled him into her as if the barrier of their skin was painful. The kiss lasted forever and still not long enough, and when they pulled apart, he tucked her head to rest against his pounding chest. "It will be different this time. I promise." Charlotte watched Austin drive away, until even the glow of his taillights no longer lit the pre-dawn as they wound down the twisting road that led to Hope Lake. A part of her went with him, a part she realized had never left him, yet the knowing made the longing worse to bear. She wrestled with letting go of her heart, of trusting it into his care once again. His words held truth, she felt the honesty reverberating within them before his lips touched hers and after. He wanted things to be different this time, but would they? Could they? She had so many questions, so many fears, but she corralled them last night so she could just soak in the comfort of his arms, reliving the past as she had wanted to do for so long now. Her heart was not hers. It hadn't been ever since she had met his eyes coming off the bus on the first day of high school. Why she thought she had the power to protect it, she didn't know. She stayed outside long enough to watch the dawn lighten into a deep purple, and slowly wash the sky with a soft pink. Austin would see this sunrise from the road. Was he thinking of her as she thought of him? A gentle warmth filled her with the knowing that he did. Maybe this time it could work, maybe. She let out a long sigh, and turned toward the stables where Apollo pawed the ground and snorted. He would miss his new friends, and he didn't understand why he had to stay. If only she hadn't promised. Yet if they were to make this work, they would have to get used to being apart. There would be long months they would not see each other. It would feel like forever. Could they stand that? You've stood it for 8 years. The still quiet voice reached her, and she hung her head, releasing the tears she had pent up over the last several years, as she had refused to continue to cry over her broken heart. They soaked the collar of her shirt, but she didn't care. She wrapped her arms around Apollo and let them all out, not allowing her to go through the what-ifs or the if-onlys, just letting the emotions release. "Hey," Josie's gentle voice broke her reverie. "You okay, girl?" Charlotte sniffed and wiped her eyes, her heart racing as she tried to pull herself back together. Yeah, I'm good." "Liar," Josie said softly, leaning against the fence next to her. "Wanna talk about it?" Charlotte shrugged, grabbing the brush and stroking Apollo in sweeping, soothing strokes. "Oh, it's a long story, a decade long." She pushed out a half-hearted laugh. "Well, we've got about an hour before the kids race toward the meeting hall for breakfast." Josie settled back, folding her arms and watching her. "Go on." Charlotte stared at her for several moments, then as if a dam had broken, she rushed out everything that lived in the history of her and Austin. The words tumbled one over another, as she shared her fears and her prayers. Josie listened quietly, nodding every once in a while to encourage her to continue. When Charlotte finished, she set down the grooming brush and turned to Josie, feeling like she had just bared her soul. "I'm sorry, that was a lot." Josie smiled. "I asked for it," she said with a laugh. "It sounds like God has set quite the path before you." "It feels that way, but since my path led right back to Austin, don't you think that's where it lies?" Charlotte bit her lip. "It's not about what I think, but what God is leading you to do." Josie watched her closely. "Maybe it's time to trust your heart to God's will, rather than trying to protect it." Josie pushed off the wall. "Scary stuff, huh?" "Yeah," Charlotte said with a gulp. "It's what I had to do when I told Cody I couldn't have kids, and look where God led us." Josie smiled, a smile full of knowing and understanding. "I had no idea where God was leading me when Cody came into my life, but I realized it had more to do with freeing him from his fears than it did with me holding on to mine." Josie reached through the gate and clasped Charlotte's arm. "Ask him for guidance. He won't lead you astray, even if it feels like the scariest path you could ever venture down." "Thanks," Charlotte said, her stomach flip-flopping with the idea as if a part of her knew already what God expected from her. Josie's words made her realize just how much she was holding back. Sure, she had prayed for God's safety, even his guidance, but not with full commitment. She held back, not trusting him to lead her to where she needed to be for his will, but for her own. She bowed her head then, resting it against Apollo, and prayed as tears fell heedlessly down her cheeks. "Lord, I am sorry I did not fully trust you. I am ready now, ready to give you my all, my everything. I will trust your guidance with my whole being, wherever that may lead me." When she lifted her head, the world was brighter. Not only had the sun filled the stables, but everything seemed sharper and more vibrant. A weight that had held her down for her entire life lifted, and as she walked back toward her trailer, she realized each step felt lighter and lighter. When the trailer door closed behind Charlotte, Emilia popped her head out of her bunk and stared at her under a messy mop of hair. "Are we going after him?" "No, we're trusting," Charlotte said as she hummed while getting her friend's coffee going and making herself a cup of hot chocolate. "Trusting," Emilia muttered. Trusting him to what? Not Austin, silly. We're trusting God. Amelia swung her legs over and pulled the blanket around her as she hopped out of bed and planted herself at the table. Okay, and where is God leading us? I'm not sure yet, Charlotte said, grinning at her friend as she set the creamer in front of her. But I'll let you know when I do. That's comforting. Amelia sighed. You know, God or not, I need to get back to Texas before the semester begins, and you need to let the residency programs know what you're doing before the month is out. I'm sure he'll direct me before then. For now, let's enjoy these last few days with the kids. Amelia gave her a dubious look, but settled into her seat with a shrug. Well, I always did like flying by the seat of my pants. That's one of the many reasons I love you, Em, Charlotte said, laying a comforting hand on her friend's. Leaving Camp Hope was hard, and Charlotte kept glancing back in the side mirror, until they followed the road around a bend and the camp was no longer in sight. At that point she let out a long sigh. I think that won't be the last I'll see of Camp Hope. Oh yeah? Amelia asked from the driver's seat. Does that mean you're going to take the California residency? I think so. I'm waiting for confirmation, she said, looking out the windshield at the clear blue sky. Any time now. Amelia shook her head. Well, at least you know where we are headed next. Are you eager to see Austin again? Yes, and nervous too, she said. Because of the kiss. Amelia lifted her brow. Of course, she had told Amelia what had happened. She needed to have a sounding board, one that knew her. Speaking with Josie had been a release, but it had been a one-way stream. Amelia asked question after question, which often left Charlotte looking at the events from a different perspective. Those new perspectives allowed her to see possibilities she hadn't seen before. A little, yeah. I mean, that changes things, at least for me, but what if it didn't for him? I keep expecting to see him, and have him decide he's changed his mind. That's why I have to trust and why I need to go, not just for him, but for me. That's why you're competing, even though it's a section higher than you have completed before? Yeah, she gulped, and another reason I'm nervous. Amelia waved away her nerves. You got the competition, Char. I mean, you're already at that level, you just don't know it. It is fun, Charlotte said. Teaching those kids reminded me why I love vaulting. I think I had gotten into the competing side of things this summer, and I forgot why I'm here. Oh, you mean your relaxing summer trip? Em peered at her and shrugged. I can't say it's been relaxing, but it has been entertaining for sure. You're never going to want to do this again, Charlotte said with mock lamenting. Amelia laughed. Ha! It was my idea in the first place, remember? I've loved every moment. Thank you. Charlotte looked at her friend, feeling a wave of gratitude overflowing from her as she did. I'm not sure how you knew I needed this, or what it would bring me to. You mean who? Amelia winked. Well, who but what, too. I'm closer to God than I have been, actually looking to him for direction rather than begging for him to follow mine. Charlotte rested back against the seat of her truck. It's a pretty incredible feeling, you know? I know, Amelia said. That's the reason we are here. There's no way I could have come up with the idea of spending the summer rodeoing. The mountainous countryside slowly opened up to the high Sierra Desert, straightening the road and opening up the view. A pulling sensation came from the mountains behind her, and Charlotte longed to stay in the beautiful terrain that had welcomed her. A small still voice seemed to tell her all in time. You'll return. Peace filled her as she gazed across the flat, rocky terrain, knowing that her journey could take her anywhere, but the most important place for her to be was in alignment with God, and that went everywhere with her. 9. The rope slid through Austin's hand. His eyes continued to focus on the brass of the buckle around the steer's horns, until a jolt of success struck him as the loop slipped around its target and settled into place. His movements and that of Buckley's were so automatic that he didn't even have to think, as they turned the steer to the left and tightened the line the moment Adam's rope hooked the steer's hind legs. Another beautiful round. Austin finally drew in a breath, only to hold it while awaiting the announcer's call of the time. The run was flawless, so the time would be their final score, and if they kept it under 4 seconds again, they would only need 3 more wins to hold their position at nationals. He chased the steer into the holding pen, and then trotted Buckley alongside Adam on Turbo to the gateway. The crowd parted, allowing their prancing horses space, but Austin held back, holding out for the time. The moment the announcer said 3 and, the crowd erupted into a roar, canceling out the end of his score. Buckley startled, fighting against his reins, and Austin urged him out of the crowd before someone got hurt. Once in the practice arena, he gave Buckley his head to let him shake out his pent-up energy. Adam hollered, racing Turbo around the arena before they both slowed to a steady trot. His younger brother came alongside him, grinning from ear to ear. Only 3 more, bro. Austin allowed the joy to sit within him, knowing it would only be momentary, but holding on to it all the same. Did you hear the complete time? Adam shook his head. Nah, just the 3, but isn't that enough? No one else got under 4, and we're in Reno. I'll check the board after we take care of the horses, he said, slowing down Buckley to a walk. How about we do a rundown? Without Pops. Adam sat back in his saddle, stopping Turbo. We shouldn't bother him. He had treatments today, Austin said, not wanting to go there, not wanting to think about Pops. He just needed to focus on the rodeo events, that would get him through. I think it'd be an excellent distraction for him, Adam said as he urged Turbo to catch up to him. Mama said we needed to keep him distracted. Fine, but this evening, after he's home and resting, Austin said. We should go over them first, don't you think? While it's still fresh in our mind? Fine, Adam mimicked, hopping off Turbo and leading him toward the gate. Let's go, slave driver. Hey, Austin said. I'm not asking more than what we normally do. We always break down the event. Why can't we just enjoy the win for once, bro? Why is it all business to you? Adam said, then hearing his name being called he turned. Austin followed his gaze to a group of girls dressed up and smiling flirtatiously, motioning them over. He took Turbo's reins from Adam's hand. Go. Have your fun but keep the event fresh in your mind. We'll do the breakdown when you're done flirting. I'm not flirting, he said indignantly. This is PR. Austin smiled despite himself, shaking his head at his younger brother. He led the horses to the stables, playing the competition through his mind, looking for any way to cut off a fraction of a second, or at least to repeat it. That's the thing. When everything lined up, they hit a mark like this, but when it didn't line up, they didn't. How could he ensure everything was lined up every time? Austin glanced up as he came to Turbo's stall. A man stood there in a slick black western suit, felt cowboy hat in the middle of summer, and a cheesy smile. His appearance put Austin off, though his curiosity got the better of him. He tipped his head to the man as he led Turbo into his stall, then walked Buckley around the stranger to his stall. Austin Bowman, the man asked, looking down the aisle. Is your brother coming? Eventually, Austin said, shutting the gate and leaning against it to peer at the slick cowboy. How can I help you? Oh, the guy said, pulling at his bolo tie. It's not how you can help me, but how I can help you and your brother. Austin raised an eyebrow. He'd heard of slickers like this pestering the top competitors, but he had never experienced it himself. Yet he hesitated, needing more information before he made a judgment call. How's that? Sponsorship. The man grinned like he was delivering a brand new rig to Austin. Austin dropped his shoulders. He hadn't thought about being sponsored for a long time, but that would give them more money to support Pop's treatments. I'm listening. I thought you might, the man said, holding out his hand. Bill Holiday. Austin shook the hand, instantly recognizing the smooth hand of a man who didn't do hard work. Well, at least not on a ranch, He wondered if the guy even rode. "What company do you represent?" "I'm a broker for several, actually. We've been watching you and your brother. Rising stars you are." Bill winked. "Everyone has their eye on you two, thinking you'll be breaking the current world record at nationals." Austin folded his arms again. "And if we don't?" Bill shrugged. "Everyone will be watching you, whether or not you do. That's all that matters to the people I represent." "Makes sense." Austin studied the man. He had an instant distrust for salesmen, but the thought of the money helping Pops spurred him on. "So, what are the parameters?" Bill's grin grew. "You and your brother just keep doing what you're doing, but you do it with patches on your jackets or shirts and hats. Of course, a commercial could be considered." "A commercial?" Austin narrowed his eyes. He'd never considered making a commercial before, and the idea made him feel like he had stepped into a swarm of red ants. "What would we be advertising?" "Oh, that depends on the deal or deals, I get you. All you have to do is say the word, and I'll broker you as many deals as you would like. You two are the hot sauce right now." Bill rubbed his hands together. "I'll have to talk to my brother," Austin said, "and check you out. Who else have you worked with that I'd know?" Bill's grin faltered momentarily, but he pulled it right back up. "Oh, I'm sure you know several of my clients." "Such as?" Austin stepped toward him. "Hey bro?" Adam passed the man, turning to look at him as he stood next to Austin. "Hey," he said, scrutinizing the guy. "New friend?" "Sponsor broker," Austin muttered. Adam's eyes brightened, and he slapped his back. "I told you we made it." Bill's frozen grin turned real again. "That's right, son. I was just telling your brother that I could negotiate many types of deals for you guys, including commercials." "Commercials? You hear that, bro? We could be actors." Adam laughed. "Tell us more." "Adam," Austin warned, then leaned down close. "The guy's a sleazeball. He's a broker. He doesn't represent one client. He's like an agent." "And what's wrong with that?" Adam asked. "I heard Brody talking all about his agent. It's the way it goes." Bill nodded, dropping his cheesy grin and looking a tad more normal. "That's right. Most companies use agents these days." Austin peered at him, not sure he liked the idea. "I'll get a list of clients that I've worked with in the past, and let's meet, say tonight, over a celebratory dinner?" "My treat?" Bill asked hopefully. "Sounds good to me," Adam said. "We were gonna leave after the ceremony to meet Charlotte early at the next rodeo." Austin turned to his brother. "We can head out early in the morning, bro. This is our chance. She'll understand that, and if not, well, then you'll know how far her support goes." Adam folded his arms, but his eyes pleaded. Austin knew how much this meant to Adam. Though he didn't trust the guy, Adam could be right. He'd have to do some checking around with the other competitors. "Have you seen Jake?" "Nah, not here, I don't think, but you could always call him." Adam glanced at Bill, who shifted his weight and glanced back to Austin. "Yeah, I think I'll do that." Austin turned back to the slicker. "I'm checking you out, and if you sound legit, we'll have that dinner with you." "Great," Bill said, his nerves disappearing, which made Austin wonder if he was a little too hard on the guy. "I'll meet you after the ceremony." He handed them both a card and shook their hands. "I promise you, I'll find you the best sponsors around. You two are going big, I can feel it." He waved as he turned, walking away with a hop in his step. "I'm not so sure about this guy," Austin muttered. "You're too skeptical. Relax. Call Jake, and I'll ask around here if anyone's heard of him." Adam squeezed his arm. "You've got to have faith, bro. Good things are happening." "Yeah," Austin said. Faith had never been his strong suit. Hard work and his own skills had carried him through. Anything else seemed too easy. He didn't trust easily. Jake answered on the second ring. "Hey man, what's going on?" "We're at Reno." Nice. What did you get? 3 and 8. Austin had found the scoreboard before calling Jake, feeling confident as he strode away, knowing that they really did have a chance at nationals if they could remain consistent like they had. Woohoo! Guess we'll be celebrating at nationals together, Jake said. I'm ranked 4th myself. All right, man. Yet you go every year. Not every, Jake said, trailing off. So I know you didn't call me to tell me your score. What's up? Ever heard of a guy named Bill Holiday? Austin asked, his stomach feeling queasy as he did. Sure. He's a sponsor scout. I don't work with him, but I know several others that do. Why? Wait, did he reach out to you guys? Yeah, Austin said, digesting the info. So he's legit? Yeah, man, he's legit. A little spammy compared to the gal I work with, but he gets the deals. Jake whooped, then shouted out the good news. Sorry, Beth was wondering why I was trying to wake the baby. Austin smiled. How's that little miracle doing? Oh, he's great. He'll be crawling before nationals, maybe even walking. Next thing you know, he'll be riding, Austin said. Oh, he rides with me all the time. He loves his horsies. Jake laughed, that content kind of laugh that he had gained since Beth entered his life. So, you gonna go with Bill? We'll see. Adam wants to. We're having dinner with him tonight. It might be divine timing, man. God knows you need extra funds with what's going on with your pops. Yeah, that's what I've been thinking too. Austin blew out a breath. And how's your gal? Oh, Charlotte? Oh, well, I'll be seeing her in Flagstaff. You coming to that one? Nah, we're in New Mexico right now, doing that circuit, and hanging out with Cam and Vic. Glad you get that time. Enjoy your friends. Well, I gotta go. Ceremony's about to start. Thanks for the info and good luck tonight. Thanks, man. Keep me updated. I'll save you a spot for your rig at the Nationals. Austin laughed. Hope so, man. Hope so. He hung up the phone, feeling lighter with the knowing that Bill was an honest and true sponsor scout. Maybe things were starting to line up for them after all. Charlotte's heart thrummed as she parked her rig in the spot next to Austin's. He had saved it, just like he had said he would. There was no movement in his area when she scanned it as she shut off her truck, but he could be registering or settling his horses or anything. He had told her after the weekend before that he had some exciting news to share with her, which was why he couldn't meet her earlier as planned. She had to keep her heart from skipping forward to what that could be. Calm down, Emilia said to her. Let's get settled in. I'm sure we'll see him soon. It's barely been a week, but... Charlotte trailed off and bit her lip, not wanting to voice her fears out loud. How much can change in 1 week? Emilia uttered a sound full of frustration. You really think after 8 years of pining over you, he's going to forget about you after 1 week? You're right, of course you're right, Charlotte said, nodding to herself. Plus it's God's will. That's all I have to worry about. Hey, you've got 2 more competitions, and then our summer fun is over. Just enjoy this time. Emilia squeezed her hand before she slipped from the truck to unhitch the trailer. When she finished, she slapped the truck to signal Charlotte could pull up and park. Charlotte did her best to focus on the moment, to soak in this time of summer rodeo fun. Her real work would begin soon, and her big decisions were coming even quicker. She and Emilia set up their temporary home efficiently. I'm going to miss this, Charlotte said as she and Emilia danced around each other as they put out their mat, chairs, and awning. Me too, Emilia said. We work well together. You sure you won't come back to Texas? Believe me, I have thought about it, but it just doesn't feel right, you know. I've got to listen to God's direction. She smiled with a warmth of mischievousness growing within her. You know, I'm sure there'll be space wherever I move. Ha, Emilia said with a light laugh. You don't even know where you are going, much less if there will be space or a job for me. She turned a little serious. I've got it good in Texas. They're letting me pay off my last year of schooling by coaching their vaulting team. How could it get better than that? I agree, Charlotte said, slumping into her seat with the realization she and her best friend would soon part ways. Maybe God will somehow bring us back together. Hey. Emilia sat beside her and took her hand. Just because we won't be living next to each other doesn't mean we won't be together. I'll only be a call away. And vice versa. Charlotte gave a nod, though the sadness enveloped her. Before she met Emilia, she had been so alone. Sure, she had people she was friendly with, other students and roommates, but none of them were what she called friends. No one else knew her heart, and even with Emilia it had taken her years to open it. Don't look so glum. You have no idea where God will lead you next. I'm sure it will be amazing. Emilia tugged her out of the seat. Now come on, Apollo wants out of his trailer and we need to check you in. Charlotte allowed herself to be pulled up, and as soon as she unloaded Apollo, her focus was back in the moment. Once she had him in his stall for the weekend and registered, they walked back to their trailer and there he was waiting for them. Austin smiled, and her entire world shifted. She bobbed up to her toes, using her willpower to keep from running into his arms. Yet as she closed the distance between them and his arms opened, she did rush into them. I've missed you, he said, his breath stirring her hair and warming her scalp. Me too, she said. When'd you get here? She asked as they stepped apart. Oh, early this morning. You know me. I don't sleep well before a move. Austin shrugged. Lazy bones can sleep in the truck, though I've threatened to leave him in the bed. Well, Adam said from a chair in front of their trailer. If we'd gotten the RV rather than the truck and trailer set up, you could have let me. Austin rolled his eyes. He's a big spender. No thought for the future. He laughed. Hey, now we can spend big and save big. Adam stood up, excitement dancing in his eyes, and Charlotte creased her brow. Bro, you didn't tell her yet? I wanted to tell her in person. Austin glared at his brother. Maybe you could go check on the horses or something. I'll go with you, Emilia said. I'll just grab a couple of carrots. Turbo loves them, you know. I've missed him and Buckley. Adam smiled as if he hoped the horses weren't all she missed. Then he looked at Austin. You should get better at this communication thing, bro. Says the guy who can't keep the names of the girls he calls straight. Austin teased. Hey, that's not fair. Cindy and Cynthia are really similar. Adam quickly quieted and lowered his voice. Besides, it's not like I did anything but talk with them. It's good to keep your options open. Not everyone is like you and Charlotte. He straightened, meeting Charlotte's gaze. In fact, I don't know anyone who's waited 8 years. Ready, Emilia said, as she bounced down the steps and looked at Adam to follow her. Well, have fun, Adam said, tipping his hat at Charlotte and striding after Emilia. So, I guess I know why Turbo's been acting like a neglected child. I had no idea you were spoiling him with carrots. Charlotte smiled after them. It's too bad something wouldn't work out between them. They're cute together. Well, why wouldn't it? Austin asked, and she turned back to meet his eyes. She's going back to Texas. I'm taking her there after Tucson. Charlotte cocked her head, watching for any signs. Oh, I see. And where are you going after that? He shifted his weight and looped his thumbs in his pockets. I still haven't decided, she said, searching his eyes and wondering how she would know where God wanted her. So, what's all this good news and extra money all about? He motioned for her to sit in one of his camp chairs, and he sat opposite of her, leaning his elbows on his knees and staring at his folded hands. Well, after Reno's event, we were approached by a sponsor scout. Really? Charlotte sat forward in her seat. That's amazing, Austin. You used to talk about being sponsored all the time. He grinned and nodded. Yeah, it felt too good to be true, and the guy's sort of salesy. I almost blew him off. Charlotte giggled before covering her mouth. That sounds like you, but man, this is wonderful. And it came at the perfect time. God is really coming through, isn't he? Austin scrunched his brow. I'm not sure it was God. It was our fast times that brought the attention. You know what I mean, Austin. He's been by your side this entire time. You've earned good scores for many years. Why would it happen now, all of a sudden? Right when you needed extra to help Pops? His brow furrowed further. I never thought about it that way. I know you've struggled with faith, but he is there. He brought you Pops. He gave you rodeo, and now he's lining things up for even more success. It hit her then what that would mean. There would be no way he'd quit the rodeo or even slow down now. She lowered her head to hide her eyes as the truth settled over her. Thanks for always trying to help me see it, Austin said. This all just means more work though. There's more on the line. If I mess up now. He shook his head. And he said we might be called here and there for photo shoots, and Adam is dying to do a commercial. Charlotte swallowed her selfishness and pushed a smile to her lips. That's great, Austin. Your dreams are coming true. Are they? He asked, but he pulled his eyes away and leaned back in his seat. A heavy silence fell over them, not like the comfortable peace that filled them as they watched a sunset side by side, but one filled with the tension of unspoken words and thoughts and fears. How's Pops? She asked, needing something to cut the heaviness of the air between them, but the question seemed to add on weight instead. This last round of treatments has made him pretty sick, he said. They say he has a good chance, but what do they really know? The resentment in his voice surprised her, though it shouldn't have. He'd always been resentful about what happened to his first dad, thinking that the hospital staff failed him, the doctors failed him, the treatments failed him, even God failed him. They wouldn't give false hope, she said gently, reaching to lay a hand on his leg in support. You sure about that? Because I'm not. His words hung in the tense silence, then he leaned forward and looked at her with his intense green eyes. How long until you leave? I told you, after Tucson, I have to take Emilia back to Texas. Yeah, but then? When does your residency start? Well, it depends. I have to make a decision in the next 2 weeks. Then if I go to Wyoming, it's a month after that. California starts early, a month from Monday. She drew her hand back to her lap, her fingers ringing each other. Austin gave a single nod and stood up. So at most, I have 6 weeks until you're fully engrossed in your work. Her heart splintered, not a full shatter, but the sharp edge made her suck in a breath. I'm not my parents, Austin. You know that. I will still have time for you. I'm not one to cut things off, remember? The slight edge to her voice caused him to snap his head up, and his eyes met hers in a glare. So it's like that, he said, folding his arms. You'll throw that back in my face. Charlotte closed her burning eyes and drew in a slow breath, asking God for help. No. I'm sorry. I only meant that I'm not going anywhere, even if I'm not right by your side all the time. Her heart raced with that admission, that surrender of truth, knowing that the words were honest. She would hold out for him for as long as she had to. His forehead softened and his eyes closed. I'm sorry. I'm under so much stress. He shook his head, then he met her eyes. Tell me we'll figure this out. She gasped and searched his face for the exact meaning of his words. We'll figure this out. She didn't know how, but she trusted God led her back to him for a reason, and she would not give up without taking a stand that she wished she had had the confidence to do 8 years ago. He pulled her into his arms, holding her until his phone rang. With one more squeeze, he let her go and pulled back to look at his phone. It's that sponsor scout. I've got to take this. Of course, she said, swallowing and wondering just how much God expected her to give up to follow his lead. 10. Austin's throat felt the size of a softball as he lifted his hand watching Charlotte pull out of the Tucson fairgrounds. He had done his best to enjoy the last 9 days with her, but he knew he had failed. Any time she had broached topics of the future or of Pops, he had shut her down, made some excuse about needing to focus on his event or talk with Bill Holiday. Bill had pulled through. Austin and Adam had worn their first sponsor patches in Tucson and had sent the money they earned from it to Mama and Pops. Their parents put up a fuss, but Austin told them that if they didn't accept it and use it, he'd pay their bills directly if he had to. Tucson also gave them the final earnings to secure their place in the Nationals. Last night they had celebrated, the four of them, together for the last time, at least for a while. Adam shifted beside him. "I think I'm gonna miss that little spitfire of a gal," he said. Austin tried to laugh, but it was a poor attempt. "Well, guess you could see how you do long-distance relationships." Adam grunted, turning away as Charlotte's truck disappeared around a corner to finish hooking up their trailer. Austin came over to help him, the routine almost soothing to him. How long had they lived their life like this? "I'm gonna miss having the next month or two off like normal," Austin said. "We've got a few weeks before Bill wants us in Colorado." Adam secured the hitch with a final clamp and turned to him. "We should go see Pops." "He's sick. He said he doesn't want company," Austin answered gruffly. "All the more reason to go," Adam said. He touched Austin's arm. "I don't even want to think it, but what if, you know?" Austin drew in a deep breath and blew it out. "I know." They didn't want to voice the what-ifs, but they lived in his mind. Of course, he should have expected Adam would worry too. Adam was young when they lost their first dad, but he still lost him. "You're right. Let's go." Adam smiled. "Thanks, bro. I think it will mean a lot to them. After he's done getting angry that we didn't listen to him, you're probably right. Again." He climbed into the trailer, securing the last few items, then hopped back out. "Let's get our boys and go. If we leave now, we can be at that burger joint we love in Utah by dinner." "Sounds good to me," Adam said as they walked toward the barn. "Thanks, bro. I really do appreciate this." "Well, it's the right thing to do. Pops is stubborn, and I'm sure he just doesn't want us to see him so sick." He stopped his brother and met his eyes. "You're prepared for that, right?" Adam swallowed. "Trying to be." Austin nodded, knowing that as prepared as they tried to be, seeing the strong and invincible Pop sick, like his first dad had been, would hit their systems like an electric fence. There was no preparation for that. Austin had been too accurate about that shock. His eyes stung, and he swallowed several times before he could speak when they walked into the house to see Pops thin, weak and balder than a baby. "Hey Pops," he finally said, his voice sounding like a strangled donkey. Pops slowly turned in the recliner. "What are two goofballs doing here? I told you to stay away." "And we told you we would never," Adam said, leaning down to hug him and rub his shiny head. "I like your new look." Pops waved off his hand. "It's horrid. I don't have a head where bald works. Give me my hat." Austin took his hat off the coat rack by the door and brought it to him. "Don't be mad, Pops. We love you too much to stay away. Besides, I wanted to show you our new patches," Adam said, pulling off his jacket to show off the sponsorship patch on his back. Pops blinked rapidly. "You know I'm proud of you too. I just... You don't want us seeing you like this," Austin said. "We get it. But you should know we still see you as the strongest man we know. That won't ever change." A single tear slipped down Pop's cheek, and he swiped at it. "Go tell your mom that you're here. She's been in that back bedroom on the internet, searching all sorts of alternative treatments for me all day long. I told her to give it a break. That I wasn't about to let some stupid cancer take me out." "I'll get her," Adam said, taking off down the hall. Pops waited until Adam's footsteps stopped once he hit the carpeted back room. "Tell me straight up, son. How's it going?" Austin sat at the edge of the close enough to touch Pops, but he kept his hands from showing the empathy he knew Pops didn't want. "It's good, Pops. Really. We've been consistent. Under 4 at the last 5 events. Pops nodded, his eyelids drooping even as he steepled his fingers. The release? Clean. Austin pushed back his emotions and gave Pops what he needed. You're not jumping the gun. Been patient as a lamb, Austin said with a smile. You a lamb? Pops let out a small chuckle. Your brother? Smooth as always. I mean, he's holding up otherwise. Pops turned his eyes back on him, his brow scrunching in concern. He's worried about you, of course. We both are, but he's staying focused in the arena, still flirting with the girls. He's still going, Pops. Good. You both need to. He struggled, trying to reach papers next to him, so Austin handed him the stack. Been working on my will. Pops, Austin said as ice filled his veins. Hush, boy. It's just precautionary. Pops eyed him. I'm splitting the ranch 50-50 to you and Adam. Are you two mature enough for that? What about Mama? Well, I'm trusting that you will see to her needs no matter what. Pops narrowed his eyes. Like sons should. Yes, sir. Of course we would. Now, I want you two to know that once I'm gone. Austin made a choking sound. Son, that could be tomorrow or 2 decades from now, so don't start on me. Austin nodded, motioning him to continue. When I'm gone, I don't want you boys worrying about what I would want or not want. If you want to sell the ranch and split the funds, that don't matter to me. All I want is you two to be happy and your mama cared for. You got it? Yes, sir. I got it, Austin said past the lump in his throat. And if Cliff is still here, make sure he's taken care of too. Pops lay back in the chair, his face going slack. This blasted chemo stuff kicks my booty and I'm worn out. Who'd ever think I'd be one of those old men who took naps during the day? You just rest, Pops. I will, but how's that gal of yours? Pops lifted one eyelid halfway. She's hanging in there, Pops. She'll start her residency in another month. I give terrible advice, he said in murmured words before his breathing slipped into the soft puffs of slumber. Austin watched Pops sleep for several minutes as he thought about what he said, wondering what he meant since he never knew Pops to give terrible advice. His advice had always led Austin in the right direction, when he was not too stubborn to take it at least. He shook his head and padded down the hall to find his mom hunched over the computer, with Adam reading over her shoulder. She looked haggard, with circles under her eyes and her cheeks hollow. It was good they came. If nothing else, they could give Mama a break. Hey, Mama, he said, bending down to kiss her head. Oh, sweetie, she said, rising to hug him. I'm so glad you two came. I know he's being a grump, but it means a lot to him too. I know it does, but man, he looks awful, Austin said. Don't say that too loud, Adam hissed, pulling his eyes away from the screen to look down the hall. He's asleep. You know how that goes. Austin shrugged. A herd of elephants could take up residence, and he wouldn't know, Mama said with a slight smile on her lips. It's so good to see you two. It's good we're here, Austin said. You're going to rest while you can, and we'll get some help for you once we're gone. I know we haven't been to church in a while because we've been on the road, but I'm sure Pastor Chuck can get together a list of people who can help. His mom waved him away. Oh, hun, he already has. I get more meals than we can eat, especially since Pop's appetite hasn't been that good. My freezer is full of them, and the men's group takes turns coming to sit with him. We're good, sweetie. Austin peered closer at her. You look like you need rest, Mama. She shrugged. I don't sleep that well when Pops is out on the recliner, and that's where he's most comfortable. Plus, I've been researching a lot, but I think I finally found the place that he needs. What do you mean? I thought the doctors already laid out the plan, Austin said, peering at the screen that held Adam's attention already. Well, they did, but Pops isn't reacting too well to the chemo, so I've been researching. There's this place that does chemo, but differently. They make a special mixture, unique for every individual. Look at their success rate, Plus, they say they specialize in people that can't tolerate modern treatments. Austin looked over the website, then turned back to his mom. Then why haven't you called? Bro, Adam said, tugging on his shirt and pointing to the screen as he scrolled down to the place that showed the price, which was close to $100,000. Austin swallowed, then turned back to his mom, who wouldn't meet his eyes. Mama, are you sure this treatment will work? She shook her head. There are no guarantees, sweetie, but I have called, and they seemed so optimistic, and their success rate. That's higher than any I have seen. He took her into his arms. Then we'll call them as soon as business hours open tomorrow, and get the process started. Adam looked at him, and Austin met his eyes over their mom's head. Call Bill, and tell him we're ready to do that commercial now. Adam didn't hesitate. Austin knew Adam probably feared that he would change his mind. Adam called Bill right then, walking out of the room as he answered. Mama showed Austin some of the treatment options they had at the special clinic, and hope began to fill him. Adam re-entered the room. So, he said we're on, but well, the thing is, he said, running a hand through his hat-smashed hair. Spit it out, brother, Austin said. To do the commercial, he'll need us in Idaho right when you were supposed to meet with Charlotte, Adam said. We'll just have to figure something else out, bro. Austin's stomach turned, but he knew there was no other way to come up with that kind of money without doing something drastic, like selling the ranch or the trailer or something that would alter their life tremendously. He shook his head. No, tell him we'll be there. And tell him to negotiate for the price we need. We'll make this worth it. But Charlie, Adam said, his eyes going wide. She'll understand. She will. Austin tried to convince himself, but what else could he do? He'd make it up to her, if she wasn't too busy once she started her residency. I'll call her and make her understand. Charlotte paced Amelia's apartment living room. It was a cute little place, right next to the campus, so she could just walk to work, but the cramped house didn't give Charlotte the room she needed as anxiety filled her. Austin would call any moment. He always called her after dinner, and she had to make a decision. You're going to wear out my wood flooring, Amelia said, watching her from the reclining love seat. I thought you were going to let go and let God. I am, but he isn't the one who has to talk to Austin about it, and I'm still not sure. What if this wasn't a sign? Charlotte wrung her hands in front of her. Not even an hour ago, she got a call from the admissions lady at the California residency program in Chico. She and Amelia had just sat down to dinner, discussing the pros and cons of each place, Cali or Wyoming. Charlotte had just said that one of the biggest drawbacks to Cali was she had no place to live. She'd have to find a temporary place or stay in a hotel while she house hunted, and she had to find a boarding place for Apollo. When the lady said she had a possible place for Charlotte to live and board Apollo, Charlotte almost dropped the phone. She stared at Amelia with wide eyes, unbelieving of not only the timing but the good luck. Though she knew it wasn't luck. Even with that knowing, she still stressed about how she was going to tell Austin. How could this opportunity dropping into your lap, at the moment you were talking about that being the biggest problem with Callie, not be a sign? Amelia pulled her legs under her, and lifted her brow. You're just scared. I am scared, Charlotte said. A lot has changed in these last couple of months. After 8 years, I run into the one man who I have ever seen myself growing old with. I know now that I couldn't ever move on because he and I, well, were just meant to be. Amelia watched her, with an expression turning into one of sadness. Sure, if he doesn't support you in this, maybe it wasn't that God was trying to bring you back together. Maybe it was. Amelia swallowed and licked her lips as Charlotte glared at her, not wanting her to say what she feared she would. Maybe it was to show you that he'll never change, and you'll always come second to the rodeo. Charlotte turned away, betrayal at her friend's words filling her. How could Amelia even think such a thing, yet she knew how and why. Charlotte had worked hard for the last 8 years to make this dream come true, And though she didn't want her career to be so much a focus that she didn't have time for those she loved like her parents, she wanted to be happy in it. These next 2 years would be full, very full. Charlotte thought about the love pouring from Austin's eyes. There was no way she could deny that he still loved her, and the warmth in her own heart proved she had never stopped loving him as well. Certainly, God wouldn't have brought them together just to have her heart broken again. Right? It's different this time, she said, half to herself and half to Emilia. We're going to meet on my way back. We'll figure this out together. Meet where? And to go back to where? Emilia asked, her tone still full of grief. I don't know. I feel like this is something we should decide together, isn't it? Charlotte turned back to her friend. Emilia shrugged. I've said my piece. I don't need to repeat it. She stood looking at her with such sorrow. I'm gonna shower. You take some time to figure this out with Austin, but don't forget to listen to God's guidance. Charlotte fell onto the couch Emilia had just vacated, and held her head in her hands. Lord, please give me guidance. I don't want to read into circumstances, and I don't want to leave Austin out of this decision. It affects him too. Her phone vibrated a moment before the ring sounded, and she answered the call right away. Hey, Aussie. She hadn't called him that in years, but it slipped right out of her lips. Austin chuckled. Well, if that doesn't bring back the old days. How are you doing? Oh, okay. We made it to Emilia's place, and I'm just trying to figure some things out, but what about you? Made it home? How's Pops? Mama holding up okay? Charlotte burst the questions out, as if she feared him asking her more, and having to bring up the heavy conversation right at the beginning of their call. Yeah, we're home. Pops is really sick. He's not tolerating this chemo very well, Austin said, his voice heavy. I'm so sorry. It's a rough treatment, she said, knowing a little about it from veterinarian school. It's very systemic. It is, Austin said and hesitated before continuing. Mama found this place. They have a great success rate, but their treatments are gentler and more localized. Really? That's great. Can you guys get him into it? Charlotte scooted to the edge of her seat, hope filling her. We're calling in the morning, but well, the thing is, it's very expensive, he said, his voice full of something more than just the money. I'll call my parents. I'm sure they'll help. They know how much Mama and Pops have done for me. Charlotte looked at the clock, already trying to find the words she would say to her parents. That's kind of you, Charlie, but we've got this. It wasn't his words that stopped her, but the sigh of resignation. I told our agent that we'd do the commercial. Her thoughts raced. I thought you didn't want to do the commercial thing. I don't, but it will cover this specialized treatment for Pops. How can I not? His tone tightened. I don't mind. That part will be fine. I'll get over it. Then what is it? There's something more, isn't there? Everyone else all right? Charlotte pushed off the couch to resume her pacing. The commercial is being filmed on the days I said we'd meet. He spat out the words as if expecting a fight. I see, she said. Her plans of figuring out their future together in person faded. She couldn't wait until he had time. She had to tell the residency clinics in only a few days, and sooner if she wanted to make sure that place on the ranch was hers. Please don't be like that, Charlotte. It's not like I told them to make it those days. His tone became defensive, and she wondered how much emotion was behind it. It's okay. She swallowed. You've got to do this for Pops. I do, he said, sounding a little relieved. I should have known you'd understand. Yeah, she said, understanding more than what he said. I'll assume that you'll be busy the entire time before I start my residency program? Probably, he said, but I'll try to visit whenever I'm in town. I thought we could take it easy after qualifying for nationals, but our agent wants us at all these events. The more we compete, the more money we make, you know? Sure. Of course, she said, squeezing her eyes shut. With you in Wyoming, though, it'll make it easier to stop by on our way home in between events, he said, and the hope lining his voice both hurt and fueled her anger. She drew in a deep breath, and a knowing filled her, deep and peaceful, though her heart raced with the possibilities of repercussions. I'm not taking the Wyoming residency, she said, the words leaving her throat dry. What? The incredulousness filling his voice bit, and she continued to keep her eyes shut, praying that she was making the right choice. Why would you do that when you could be here? She swallowed, trying to wet her dry throat and mouth. But you won't be there, as you said. And she hesitated because she knew his faith lacked, but she needed him to know why she chose the way she did. This is the way God is leading me, to California. God? He spat the word. This isn't about God, it's about us. I need you right now, and you're going to go halfway across the country, because you think God is telling you to go? I'll still be here for you, Austin. I'll always be here for you. She bit her lip to keep the sob from rolling out. How can you be here for me when you're 14 hours away? The anger had evaporated, but the resignation that filled his words was even more alarming. We can figure this out, she said, her words half-choked. Yeah, he said, silence filling the phone. Well, Mama needs my help with something, so we'll talk later. Austin, please, I love you, she said, the admission flowing out unheeded. A longer, heavier silence filled the line, until she thought maybe he had hung up on her. When his words finally came, they were low and hoarse. Well, I love you too, but is it enough? Of course it's enough. Have faith, she said, knowing he could hear the emotion warbling her voice. Faith, yeah, he said. I'll talk to you later, Charlie. Good night, Aussie, she said, letting out her held-in sob as the line went dead. She, dropping her phone beside her and curling up into a ball while she cried. Lord, tell me that was what you wanted. Tell me I'm doing the right thing. She spent a couple of extra days with Emilia before starting the long solo drive back to California. After 2 nights of only texts from Austin, her heart hurt, and she fought against the wall that had started to rebuild around her heart, giving in to the horrible thought that Emilia might have been right. Have faith, the still quiet voice kept reminding her, so she clung to the words as she drove across the endless straight highway. When she had called the lady at the Chico residency program the day after she told Austin the news, she was ecstatic, saying the owner would be so happy to hear that Charlotte wanted to park her trailer next to the barn. In exchange for rent, she would care for the horses along with Apollo. It was the perfect place for her during this time in her life. Besides, she'd be by herself with no social life to speak of, so it's not like she was giving anything up. Yesterday, she had called Josie to tell her the good news, and the camp director only affirmed that this was the right move for her. She could spend the weekends helping at Camp Hope, a place that left her feeling like she had a purpose in her life, like she was making a real difference. Saying goodbye to Emilia was the hardest, but as she had told Austin, Emilia reminded her she was only a call away. Unlike Austin, though, Charlotte appreciated that more than her friend probably knew. They'd already talked several times on the road. She might be going to a place without friends, but she wasn't alone. She could call Emilia anytime she wanted, and drive to Camp Hope to see people she was quickly coming to see as friends on the weekend. And of course she had God. The closer she came to California, the more the knowing settled. This was where God needed her, and where she belonged, at least for now. She would have to trust that if she was meant to be with Austin, God would find a way for them to be together. 11. Months later, Austin drove Pops back from his latest treatment, feeling like he could finally breathe. Pops had color in his once again full cheeks, and he had a zest for life in his eyes. The last several months had been tough, but everything got better after switching Pops over to the specialty clinic. He still cringed every time he saw his commercial on TV, but all he had to do was think of Pops once again full of life, and it just didn't matter. It had been a whirlwind between events, sponsor engagements, and coming home whenever they could to see Pops. Just thinking that he had the next few weeks off before nationals let him draw a complete breath and look forward to a full night's sleep without having to drive half the night to get to his next responsibility. "You heard the doc, right?" Pops sighed happily, sitting back in the truck seat. "Yep, 2 more and you're done," Austin said, smiling at Pops before turning his attention back on the road. "That's right. I'll be ready to go to the nationals just as I promised," Pops said in satisfaction. Austin shook his head. Half the time, he didn't believe it when he looked over at Pops and saw him getting better every day rather than worse. "I'm so glad Mama found that place." "Well, and if it weren't for you 2 boys, it wouldn't have been a possibility. So I owe you my life." Pops turned a serious stare at him. "Well, I owed you mine already, so I guess that makes us even," Austin said with a laugh. "How'd you reckon that?" Pops asked, turning in the seat to watch Austin as he drove. "Well," Austin said, eyeing him briefly, "you brought me and my family out of a hard time when you took us on. You put up with me, and I didn't make it easy on you. And it all seems fair anyway. The rodeo brought this money, and I wouldn't have known the rodeo if it weren't for you. So," he shrugged, seeing it as obvious, "just so we could have sold the ranch, still can, to pay you boys back." Pops looked at him earnestly. "That ranch is your life, Pops." Austin shook his head. "No, my family is my life. And so is mine, so you'll just have to suck up your ego and let gratitude be enough." Pops laughed hard and strong, and that strength made Austin smile. "Oh, son. You really are one of a kind." Austin's smile deepened. "Only because someone saw it in me." "Well, son, lots of people see it in you. Take that girl of yours." Pops broached the subject with a hesitancy in his voice. "Yeah, about that. Not sure she is mine, you know?" Austin rolled his shoulders uncomfortably. "Because she took the Cali job? Really? Like you would have had time to see her these last few months anyway." Pops shook his head. "She waited for you to come to your senses for 8 years. I think she can handle a few months." "Come to my senses?" Austin asked, narrowing his eyes. "It was you who suggested I let her go back then." Pops nodded somberly. "You're right, and looking back now, son, that was selfish of me. I knew you and your brother had nationals in you. I thought the girl would distract you or pull you away from the rodeo, like my first wife tried to do." Pop sighed. "It was poor advice. Charlie is nothing like my ex-wife. She's more like your mama, patient and forgiving." Austin swallowed, not sure how to take this admission from Pops, and yet he saw it now, saw what Pops had seen. Austin didn't hold Pops' advice against him. It had been his own weakness. He couldn't blame anyone else for that. "Not your fault, Pops, but I agree. She is like Mama. I just don't know if I've run through all of her forgiveness yet." "I doubt it, son. A good woman's love is as forgiving and steadfast as the good Lord's. Have faith." It was then that Austin realized that somewhere along the last few months he had found faith. He had started believing that everything would work out for the good, at least in Pop's case. He had even started thanking God for each win in Pop's recovery. With a glance toward the heavens, he internally asked, "Is your forgiveness really that unconditional?" The answer came as a wash of peace that filled him. "If it is, then maybe you could help Charlie to forgive me too. Help to make it right between us." As if in answer, his phone chimed. As he pulled off the highway and onto Main Street, he checked his phone at the stoplight. It was a text from Charlotte that simply said, "Thinking of you." "Well, I'll be," Austin said aloud, rereading the text over and over until Pops nudged him. "Lights green, son," he said. "What's got you so surprised?" Austin dropped his phone on the seat and drove through their small town, remaining silent until he took a right after town toward the ranch. "Well, this faith stuff you guys keep talking about. It's real, isn't it?" "Of course it is, son." Pops looked at him. Austin turned to him briefly as he pulled up their long gravel driveway. You know, I lost all faith when my first dad died. I know, son, Pop said, his voice sounding choked. I've been praying you'd find it again. Well, Pops, I think I have. I think I see it all a bit more clearly now. Pop squeezed his arm. If that's all the good that came out of me getting sick, son, it was worth every minute. A tear ran down Pop's face, shocking Austin at how much this really meant to him. I'm sorry I'm a slow learner, he said, forcing a laugh. It's all in his timing, Pop said, smiling. Yeah, I'm starting to see that. Austin thought about Charlotte, and wondered what kind of timing God was trying to work out there. As he parked the truck in front of the ranch house, he turned to Pops. I think I need to go out to Cali. I think you do too, son. Some things are best said face to face. Pop squeezed his shoulder. I'm good to go. Don't stick around for me. I'll be here when you get back. Yeah, you got that right. You're not going anywhere, Austin said, hopping out of the truck to Pop's side to help him down, though he refused the offered hand with a grunted wave of dismissal. Not until nationals, at least. Pops winked, but his features turned serious as he planted his feet on the ground. Unless, if that's what you need to do to win her back. Pops gulped. I couldn't let you down, or Adam. It's not just my dream. He laid a hand on Pop's shoulder. Just pray that she'll see the importance, and will forgive me this once more. Son, I pray for you every hour of the day, Pop said. I know the good Lord has a hand in this, and I know he'll see it through. Austin gave a nod, and walked by his side to the house. Pop's increase in strength showed in every step. His short hair sparkled in the afternoon sun, leaving him looking a bit fuzzy, but his steps, though not as powerful striding as they used to be, held a strength to them. He was making it through this. You looking at my fuzzy head again? Pops ran a hand over his head. Where's my hat? Austin laughed, turning to run back to the truck to get the forgotten hat. When he caught up with Pops, he was just entering the house. We're home. Pops called as he stopped to tug off his boots. Mama came down the hall, smiling. How'd it go? Just 2 more left, darlin', then we're home free. Pops did a little shimmy dance and pulled her into his arms. Well, look at you, Mr. Spry. Mama laughed and nuzzled into him. Well, maybe you'll be good enough to come to the picnic after church on Sunday. Maybe the boys will come too. She glanced at Austin. Not that one, Pop said, pulling back. That one's packing up to go win his girl. Charlie? Mama asked, her hands wringing in front of her. Yeah, Austin said, narrowing his eyes at Pops. Don't give me that eye, son. We both know it's time. Pops wrapped his arm around Mama. You don't meet a good woman but once in a life, if you're lucky. So you better snatch her up while you still can. But what about her residency? Mama asked. We'll figure it out, Mama. That is, if she gives me another chance, he said. But if she does, don't worry. I won't ask her to give up her dream. What about yours? She asked, her eyes tearing up. Well, I'm about to accomplish mine. As far as what happens next, I figure I'll let the big guy show me that. He kissed her on the cheek and clapped Pops on the shoulder before passing them and going down the hall to his room to pack. I overheard, Adam said, running out into the hall. There's a flight leaving early tomorrow morning, headed to Reno. Austin froze and stood blinking at his little brother. What? Adam shrugged. It's time you won the girl, bro. Just don't be late for nationals, deal? Austin took his hand in a tight squeeze. Deal, brother. Thank you. After packing his bag, he pulled out his phone and smiled as he reread Charlotte's text. He took a deep breath, asked for guidance, and typed back, funny thing. I was thinking of you at that same moment. Was driving Pops back from his APPT, so I couldn't respond. Really? She responded. How is Pops? Really. And good. 2 more treatments and he's done. Great news. Austin tapped his finger, trying to figure out how to say what was needed. Can I call you? Lunch is just about over. Tonight? I've got an early flight in the morning. He thought about the fact that he wouldn't even know where to go to find her, though he would love to surprise her. Oh well, another time then. What are your plans for this weekend? Heading back to Camp Hope. I love it there. Austin smiled, glad that she had Cody and Josie to spend time with, and those kids. It would also be the perfect place to meet her. That's great. So glad you have found a place that you love. Thanks. Gotta go, sorry. No, sorry. Thank you. He started typing that he'd see her tomorrow, and deleted that. Miss you. I miss you too. She missed him. He grinned. That was a good sign, and her going to Camp Hope made it even easier for him to pull this off. How awesome was that? He thumbed through his contacts until Cody's number came up, and hit the call button. Hey man. Austin. Good to hear from you. You know your gal comes here almost every weekend. Josie's getting kind of attached to her. Better be careful, you know what she does when she gets attached. Cody laughed. Well, I know what she did with you, Austin said, feeling a warmth spread through him. She ensnares us, I swear. Just ask Megan and Chastity and her latest catch, Angelica. Cody sighed. So what's up? I was wondering if I could come out there this weekend. Austin thrummed his fingers on his suitcase. Of course. You're always welcome. Does Shar know you're coming? Nope, and I'd like to keep it that way. Ah, surprise. Good surprise, I hope. Well, Austin gave a nervous chuckle. I'm hoping for that too. Things have been a little tenuous. Cody finished for him. Yeah, that works. Austin ran a hand through his hair. Does she talk to you much? Not about that kind of stuff, but she does to Josie, and she tells me everything. So. Hey man, that goes against the husband-wife code. I can't break that, or I'll be sleeping in the barn with the horses. Cody sighed, then sounded like he muffled the phone as he lowered his voice. But I can tell you, it's a good thing you're coming out, and I'm hoping you're coming armed with good news, you know, of the commitment kind. Austin swallowed. He hadn't thought about that. Commitment, what did that even mean? Certainly, she wasn't expecting a ring or proposal. He would have to work his way back to that. There was no way she'd trust him enough for that yet. His heart thundered like a runaway horse. Well, let's just say I've a lot of making up to do, Austin said. Then I think it will all be fine. I'll get that extra cabin ready for you. When you coming? Flight arrives late morning, and I'll drive up as soon as I can get a rental. You coming via Redding or Reno? Reno. Forget the rental. I've got to go into Nevada for some specialty supplies, anyway. I can drive an extra half hour to pick you up. You sure? Yeah, man. Besides, if I told Josie, she'd tell me to forget the supplies and just get you here. Cody chuckled. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Flight lands at 11:15. I'll text you then. I'll be done shopping and waiting. It's gonna be fun. Oops, boss lady's calling. See you tomorrow. Thanks. See you then. Austin looked at his phone, once again marveling at how everything kept falling into place, as if God smoothed out the way for him, saying, "Here you go, buddy. Now don't mess it up this time." Austin laughed and lay back on his childhood bed. It creaked under him, and as he scanned his room, nostalgia filled him, but something else wove around that, a longing to have a place of his own. They were hardly ever home, and when they were, it was calving season or roundup time. It made sense just to stay here, though usually he stayed in one of the cabins sprinkled over the ranch. Thinking of Charlotte and their possible future, and with Pops was getting better, it was time for him to decide where he wanted to make a place for himself, and if he was lucky, Charlie. Tension left Charlotte's shoulders as she wove up the highway toward Hope Lake. The mountains had a sprinkling of snow on them from the last storm, which only increased their beauty. The more she drove here, the more like home it felt, and a part of her longed to make a claim on it, but so much hung in the air. She thought about the text from Austin the day before. It had been so long since he had texted something so, well, sweet and thoughtful. He'd been busy, she knew that, but it played on her emotions, and she wondered even if something worked out, would she always come last, almost as an afterthought? Does it matter? The question haunted her, and she realized maybe it didn't, but that's what she said now. Would she feel that way 5 years from now? 10? Maybe by then, he'd retire. She bit her lip, realizing she was getting lost in all the possible futures again. That was a sure recipe for disaster, at least for her emotions. It was better to stay in the moment, enjoy what was right in front of her, and leave the rest to God. He knew what the future held, she didn't. Relief had filled her when Austin shared that Pops was doing better. Only 2 more treatments. It let her breathe easier. Thinking of the strong man reduced to what Austin had described broke her heart. She could only imagine how hard it had been for Austin. Maybe with Pops getting better, Austin would have more time to think about other things. She bit her lip, feeling selfish that she wanted to steal him away from his family, at least now and then. As her truck climbed up the single-lane road to Camp Hope, pulling Apollo in the trailer, she pushed Austin from her mind and focused on the day ahead. She would arrive just in time to unload Apollo and get ready for the first group of kids. Josie met her as she led Apollo to the arena with a larger-than-normal smile. "Good morning." "Good morning." Charlotte cocked her head as she tried to read her friend, for a friend is definitely what Josie had become. "What's got you all cheery this morning?" "Oh, it's just another beautiful day," Josie said, leaning against the fence. "So you've got 4 groups before lunch and 2 after. Sound good?" "Sure does," Charlotte said. "You really aren't going to tell me?" "Tell you what?" Josie pushed off the fence, her smile too large. "Oh, Chastity is gonna come have lunch with us again today. Hope that's okay." "Of course," Charlotte said, warming with the idea. Chastity was the super-sweet wife of the local sheriff, and she always brought her little son, and sometimes her older daughter who loved Apollo. "She's very nice." "She's probably the kindest person I know, but then again there is you, of course, and Angelica and Megan," Josie rubbed her chin. "I guess I'm just blessed." "Well, I definitely feel blessed," Charlotte said, brushing down Apollo in prep to get his gear on. "I'll leave you to it," Josie said, waving as she left the arena. The morning left Charlotte happy and warm, both inside and out. At first, she had thought they would have to stop vaulting lessons in the winter since it was so cold up in the mountains, but it's amazing how much heat the workout gave not only her but the kids. Their breath and bodies steamed until the arena was filled with the mist of it. She laughed as she settled Apollo in his stall to rest before she joined the others in the meeting hall. She spent most of the lunchtime holding Chastity's little boy, Marshall, so his mama could eat. "Thank you again, Char. It's so nice to eat without a little hand grabbing at every forkful." Chastity laughed, taking the wiggly toddler from Charlotte. "Oh, it's no trouble at all. I need my baby fixes." Charlotte tickled Marshall, making him laugh before working on her own lunch. "Is the clock ticking?" Josie asked. "Yes and no," Charlotte said, her cheeks burning. "Have you heard from your cowboy lately?" Chastity asked. "He sure is a serious cutie, but man, when I saw the way he looked at you, I knew right then and there he was yours." Charlotte lifted her brow. "Really?" "Oh yeah," Chastity said. "With some guys you just know. Take Cody, for example." Chastity smiled at Josie. "Yeah, well, I'm the one who had to watch your poor old Derek lament for years until you returned." Josie laughed. "Oh, he didn't lament," Chastity said. Josie gave her a look that made Chastity blush. "She's right though. I know Austin's been busy and distant, but he only has eyes for you." "Well, me and the rodeo, which comes first?" Charlotte said, losing her appetite. "He'll outgrow the rodeo eventually." "I have a feeling he'll never outgrow you," Josie said, then looked up as someone called her name. "Oops, got to run. I hope Cody gets back with those supplies soon." I was wondering where he was, Chastity said before blowing a raspberry on Marshall's cheek and making him squeal in delight. He often makes runs like that on Saturday mornings, but he's usually back by lunch. Charlotte glanced at the door. She didn't see Josie's husband, but she noticed the upbeat in the kids' activity level, signaling that lunch was just about over. I've got to get Apollo ready for the after-lunch group. Is Cammy attending again? If you don't mind? Chastity responded hesitantly, but the girl who had been chatting with some other kids turned when she heard her name. Of course I don't. I always love having her. Charlotte smiled at the girl and then Chastity. See you out there. The last of the kids left, leaving Charlotte feeling fulfilled and at peace. She was meant to be right here, right now. That was all that mattered. She didn't have to figure out what was going on with Austin and her. She could leave that in God's hands, and maybe they could get around to talking about it after nationals. That was less than 3 weeks away. After this many years, what was another 3 weeks? Good boy, Apollo, she soothed her massive horse, rubbing him down and giving him extra treats. He was so gentle with the little ones, as if he knew they were kids and needed a softer handling. His horse scent filled her senses, leaving her heady and calm. Horses had a way of doing that to her. You just make everything right in this crazy world, you know that, boy? Well, I actually think he does. The deep voice had her spinning to find Austin, leaning against the wall of the barn watching her. Her hand froze halfway in the midst of a brush stroke, her mouth dropped open, and her body tingled as if it had fallen asleep. What are you doing here? How long have you been there? Long enough, he said, pushing off the wall and coming to her. I needed to talk with you. So you flew across 4 states? She shook herself, dropping the brush and turning completely toward him. Yep, he said, pushing up the brim of his hat and leaning over the gate. Is that okay? She licked her lips while struggling to come up with the right response. Of course, I just didn't expect it. Well, you expect little from me, so maybe get ready for some unexpected things? He shrugged. What was that supposed to mean, I expect little from you? You don't ask much of me. Did I word that better? He stared into her eyes, the green of his becoming even more intense. Yeah, and it's not my place to ask anything from you. She turned away before he saw right through her, put Apollo's tack away and fed him some grain, anything to keep her from meeting his intense gaze again. I would like that to change, he said, his words quiet but powerful enough to make her turn back toward him. You want me to ask more of you? She tried to keep her voice light, and add some humor to the situation before she went too far down the rabbit hole of hope. How about handing me a flake of that hay? His lips twitched into a smile. I can do that. He pushed off the gate, and grasped an armload of hay for Apollo to munch. What else? She looked at him and bit her lip. Go for a walk with me? Absolutely, he said, opening the gate for her. She gave Apollo a scratch behind the ears. You're a good boy, Apollo. Enjoy your rest. Do you bring him up here every weekend? Austin asked as he shut and latched the gate behind her, and walked with her toward her trailer. Not every weekend, but many. Whenever Josie lets me teach classes to the kids. Sometimes I just go on trail rides with them or teach them basics. Then I leave him at home. She glanced at him, as she veered away from her trailer toward a trail that led through the forest. And where is home now? A little ranch right outside of Chico. It's only 10 miles from the vet clinic. They let me stay there in my trailer for free, in exchange for helping take care of their horses. Wow, that's quite the deal, Austin said, brushing up against her as they continued up the dirt trail. It is, and it's one of the main reasons I came here, well, that and Camp Hope, but I felt God led me here. I'm trying to follow his lead right now. I know that might be hard for you to understand. He nodded and took her hand, wrapping his warm fingers around her cold ones. Actually, I do understand that. I've done a lot of soul-searching these last couple of months. She looked up at him, her eyes widening. I wouldn't have thought you had time for that. He chuckled. Yeah, well, me neither, but sometimes God's timing and your own aren't the same. Well, that's the truth, she said, then realized what his words meant. You found faith? Yeah. His lips pulled up in an endearing half-smile. Charlotte stopped walking and turned toward him to grab his arms. I'm so happy for you. This is such an answered prayer. Her eyes stung and blurred with unshed tears, and she pulled him into a hug. He held her, rubbing a hand up and down her back. You and my family. It's like I just found God, but I always had him and believed in him. It's just that, well, now our relationship has changed. He shrugged under her arms and she pulled back. But don't you see? That is everything. She touched his clean-shaven cheek, knowing that he had shaved with a razor rather than a trimmer just for her. That relationship with God is everything. I'm seeing that now, he said, his voice filled with a new depth. And you know what? What? She asked, holding her breath though she didn't know why. He led me to you, he said, smiling like he just won the nationals. Oh, he did, huh? She asked, teasing, uncomfortable with the intensity that lived in his eyes. Yep, that's why I'm here. He cupped her face, his warm hand making her cold cheeks tingle. To ask your forgiveness, to ask if you have it in you to give me another chance. A chance for what? She asked breathily. For us, at figuring this life out with you, of making us work. His thumb stroked her cheek as he searched her eyes. I don't deserve that, but Pop said it's best to ask and leave the rest up to God. So here I am asking, and praying God gives you whatever you need to forgive me, again. Well, I doubt it will be the last time, she said, smirking, though her heartbeat rushed in her ears. Yeah, you're probably right about that. I'm not perfect. I make a ton of mistakes. Life gets a hold of me, and I forget important things, like where my priorities lie. He slid his hand down her neck and arm, interlacing with her fingers. But Pops, well, he said that a good woman is like the Lord, steadfast and forgiving. He said that's what Mama was to him, and he and I both agree that you're a lot like my mom. You've been talking an awful lot about this with Pops, haven't you? Well, we've spent a lot of time together during his treatments, and we've had some real heart-to-hearts. Does it bother you that I'm heeding his advice? Bother me? No. Pops is a good man, and I'm touched that you guys think I'm as good as Mama. That's quite the compliment and expectation to live up to. She bit her lip, thinking about how hard it would be to live up to Mama's goodness. You know, I'm not perfect either. Well, it would be boring if you were, he said, but he shifted his weight, his nerves making him antsy. So what? She cocked her head but tightened her hold on his hand. Can you forgive me? Can you see yourself being able to give me one more chance? You asking to what, be my boyfriend again? Why does that sound so juvenile? His lips tugged into that half-smile she loved. I don't know, but it does, doesn't it? She laughed nervously. When their laughter calmed down, she looked at him again, searching his eyes. What about nationals? Well, I'm hoping you can understand that I need to be there. Not just for me, you know, but for Pops and Adam. It's their dream too. After that, we can talk, figure things out together. I have to finish my residency. There's no workaround to that. She bit her lip, hoping that didn't change his mind. I assumed that. He took both of her hands in his. I know these next couple of years might be rough. Depending on what we decide, we might go long stretches without seeing each other. I'm willing to do whatever it takes. The way I see it, I went 8 years, and the moment I saw you again, it was like we had never been apart. All those feelings were still right there. He let go of her hand long enough to pat his heart. For me too. She said the words so softly, she wasn't sure at first if he heard them. So if we can do that, don't you think we could figure this out? At least give it a shot? Don't we owe each other that? He searched her eyes. Don't you feel God is asking us to do that? She swallowed, her heart humming. I do. I do believe he is. So can you forgive me, again? He pulled her closer. Yes, she whispered. He smiled, his grin more boyish than she had seen since they had come back into each other's lives. Will you be my girlfriend? She giggled, heat filling her cheeks, and she nodded over and over like a silly girl. When he leaned in to touch his lips to hers, she rose on her tiptoes to meet him. Unlike their last kiss when they were first at Camp Hope, this one held less passion and more tenderness. It filled her heart and soul with promise and expectation, and she allowed it to. She wouldn't allow the fears to take root, though they struggled to fight their way into her thoughts. In this moment, it didn't matter how they would figure it out, or what their future would look like. All that mattered was he wanted one with her, and she would lean on the Lord to help them figure out how they would do it. 12. Austin had flown back home in enough time to have a few days to practice with Adam, and then drive to Texas with Pops and Mama following with their own trailer. It was a long drive, and one that filled Austin's mind with not only fears but hopeful expectations. Every time he started to hyper-focus on the fears and the what-ifs, he reminded himself that God was in charge. He had led him this far, he would lead him through this transition as well. Their agent met them at the Nationals while checking in. Several of his other clients were there as well, and he invited them all to dinner. Win or lose, you guys got this. You're here, and that's the important part. He shook their hands and went off to smooth talk some newbies. Well, I'm not sure whether to be inspired by that or offended. Adam laughed. I guess I rightly don't care. I'll always be grateful to him for getting us the money that paid for Pops to get better. That's all that matters to me, Austin said, looking back to where Pops waited for them to finish registration. I couldn't agree more. Besides, being on TV was pretty cool too. Adam elbowed him, as he smiled at a group of girls staring at them. Only made us more popular. You more popular, brother? That's not my scene. Oh, I know. Speaking of that, has Charlotte figured out if she can make it? Austin hadn't wanted to think about that. He knew it would take a miracle for her to finagle some time off, both from the clinic and the horse care. If she can, she will be, but she has a lot going on right now, so I'm not holding it against her if she can't make it. Adam nodded, his lips tightly shut. What? Austin glared at him. What do you mean, what? Adam took on a look of feigned innocence. That look. What was that all about? Oh, that was nothing. I mean, it's just you're growing up, bro, Adam said, barely containing a fit of laughter that tried to wheeze out. Ha, Austin said, but he smiled. He guessed he was growing up, and you know what, it didn't feel all that bad. Come on, we've got an event to win. He smiled at the guy in charge of registration, as they came to the front of the line. We're the Bowman brothers for team roping. The guy grinned. I recognize you two from that commercial. You guys are the crowd pick for the win this weekend. Crowd pick, you hear that, bro? Adam practically danced beside him. I heard, he said. Well, you got a lucky number for us? He asked the guy. Let's see. The guy went through packets until he pulled out theirs and checked that everything was there. How's 316 for you? 316? Austin looked at Adam, then back to the guy. Really? Yeah, is it not good? The guy licked his lips in nervousness. No man, that'll do just fine. John 3:16. Couldn't ask for a better number. The guy smiled. You got that right. Austin took the packet from the guy with a nod, and wrapped his arm around his brother's shoulder as they walked away. You know what, brother? I think this is our year. Yeah, I mean, who can go against us with God on our side? Adam said with a whoop, as he dashed out from under Austin's arm and toward Pops. 316, Pops. We got 316. Well, if that's not a sign, I don't know what is, boys. Seems like the Lord is lining things up right and left for us, doesn't it? Pops, though still thin, stood with a strength, almost a more pronounced strength, like a man who had faced the fire and came out again. In a way, he had. Sure does, sir, Austin said as he came up grinning like he had already won because in his eyes he had. They were at the Nationals, and Pops was right here with him. What more could he ask for? And in that moment he pushed the question away, because there was more, but it didn't overshadow the gratitude that he felt in this moment. He decided to focus on that, instead of thinking of what might be lacking. With this growth came faith that all would come out right in the end. Austin shut his eyes, his breathing slowing. Buckley settled underneath him, as if he sensed the need for calmness. Austin normally didn't pray before an event, didn't think something so small was worth God's effort, but today he did pray a prayer of gratitude. Thank you, Lord, for the honor of being here in this moment in the box in the Nationals. Thank you for your grace in saving Pops, so he could be here with us. Your love, kindness, and forgiveness inspire us to be more like you. Then, almost as an afterthought, he added one more line. Allow us to show honor to you in these next 3 seconds. Austin opened his eyes as a wash of peace came over him. His gaze fell on the steer in the chute next to him. It kept crashing into the left side closest to him, and a knowing filled him. He signaled to Adam to be prepared for a left turn. Adam gave him a solid nod, his eyes focused in determination. Win or lose, he was proud to be at his brother's side. The last 10 days of the Nationals had him focused on a single intent: make his family and God proud. With each win, they came closer to the possibility of earning that national title. Knowing that possibility added pressure, but he tried to keep his focus on the real prize. Pop's presence with his crooked grin, Mama's tearful hugs, Adam's shining pride, and hearing Charlotte encourage him even from miles away made it all worth it. Austin took 3 deep breaths. In and out he sat back in his seat. In and out he soothed Buckley, rubbing his strong neck. In and out, going through the motions in his mind. Patience. 3 swings around his head. Release. Steer to the left and tighten. He drew in one more breath and gave the chute man the nod. The steer bolted from the chute, and Austin urged Buckley behind him, holding back 3 strides, then swing 1, 2, 3, and the rope swung out of his hand just as the steer turned left in front of him. The rope slightly caught on Austin's finger, making it wobble, but giving it just the angle needed to loop around the steer's horns. Before it fully settled, he turned Buckley, and the steer came along. Adam's rope snaked out so quickly, Austin hadn't even seen him release it. He pulled Buckley back, assuming his brother's rope would hit its mark. Adam almost always hit his mark, and today was no different. The ropes tightened, and Austin released his held breath as he met his brother's earnest gaze. Had they done it? There were still 2 teams to go, but none so far got lower than a 3 and 9. In the arena, 3, 4, or even 5 seconds felt like a lifetime. It was hard to judge the speed beyond how smoothly they had pulled off their part of the event. Austin shook his hand, rippling the rope to free the steer, then guided Buckley to chase him to the holding pen. Once the steer was secured, he slowed Buckley as he came alongside his brother on turbo. What do you think? He asked. I'm afraid to hope, Adam said as he glanced at the judges. Well, either way, it was my privilege to be your partner at the Nationals. Austin held out his hand, his brother clasped it. As was mine, he said, grinning. This was the dream, brother. Austin looked around, soaking in the biggest crowd that cheered almost frantically for them. Not winning, just being here, and we did it. We did it. We sure did, bro. Adam clasped his hand tighter to him before releasing it. The crowd erupted, drowning out the announcer's voice. Austin spun, looking for the lighted scoreboard. I can't see it. Where is it? There. Adam pointed, grasping Austin's arm with his other hand. Look. Austin followed his brother's pointing finger, squinting, sure he read the numbers wrong, but they were there shining forth for the world to see, 3 and 3. No way. The shock was too much. It hit him hard. He held a hand over his heart, ensuring himself that it continued to beat, not being able to hear it over the thunder of the crowd surrounding them. Adam gave a massive whoop, which caused both Buckley and Turbo to sidestep and dance their way out of the arena. Austin shook his head, not believing they tied for the record. Win or lose, that was something to be proud of. He searched the crowd looking for Pops, warmth filling him when he found his beaming face and Mama's teary-eyed one. Then his gaze landed on the gal standing next to him, and he didn't think. He slipped off Buckley, thankfully remembering to hold on to his reins, and strode toward Charlotte. "You made it," he said, gratitude filling him more than any win could. "I wouldn't have missed it for the world," she said, nestling into him and wrapping her arms tightly around him. "You were amazing. Congratulations." His world was complete. His two loves together accomplished real. He squeezed his eyes shut, thanking the Lord for not giving up on him and leading him to where he was meant to be right here in this moment. Charlotte had arrived at the rodeo, running to the arena just in time to see Austin and Adam sitting astride their horses in the box. Mama and Pops welcomed her to join them. It had been a whirlwind of a ride to get there, and many favors asked that would need to be repaid, including Beth and Vic, who picked her up at the airport and brought her here, just in time. Seeing the joy in Austin's face when he saw her made it all worth it. He had hardly stopped touching her in some way or another since he had rushed into her arms. Right now, as he cared for Buckley, he needed both of his hands, but his eyes barely strayed from her as she leaned against the stall fence, and he'd slip a finger across her arm or give her a small peck every time he passed her by. She felt a new freedom in allowing herself to fully be present in her love for Austin. Over the last week, between talking with Emilia, Josie, Chastity, and Megan, she realized she said she had forgiven Austin, but a part of her still held on to that anger and fear. Megan told her she was using it as a defense, keeping part of the wall of her heart barred so that she wouldn't fully be broken should it not work out between them. Chastity asked if that was fully trusting God or not. Emilia asked the same question almost verbatim. There had been a lot to think about, a lot to pray about, but when she finally realized the hold the past still had over her and could give it all to God, a massive weight lifted off her. Then the excitement for Austin grew with each call announcing another win, another step closer to earning the title. That's when she threw everything to the wind. She talked to her director at the clinic, the people whose property she stayed on, and several co-workers to see if they could cover her shifts and even help out at the property she lived on. Somehow, it all came together, and Beth and Vic were able to pick her up at the airport and get her here just in time. "What are you smiling about?" Austin asked as he smoothed the last stroke on Buckley. "Just that God really knows how to pull things off, doesn't he?" She told him the story of how she got here as he put things away, and then came to stand next to her against the fence, his fingers trailing on her palm, making it difficult to concentrate. "He does make mountains move to help us when we're in alignment with him, that's for certain." Austin searched her eyes, his finger now caressing her face. "Thank you for being here." "You're welcome," she said, heat filling her cheeks, though she was unsure why she suddenly felt shy around him. "I mean it. It means so much to me." He leaned in and planted a slow, sweet kiss on her lips. "You know what, though?" "What?" She sighed a fully content sigh, so grateful to see him happy and almost stress-free. "That's why I'm not worried about the house." "What?" Her brow furrowed as she tried to follow him. He pulled her hand into his and traced the lines of her palm. "I mean, God has put all of this together. He's behind us. So I'm not going to worry about how we're going to make this work. I'm just going to have faith that it will." A shiver washed over her, leaving her skin awash in goosebumps. "Whoa," she said, unsure of what else she could say. The transformation in Austin was incredible. He was still the same man she knew and loved, but this newfound trust in God somehow made him even more attractive. "I'm really impressed." Austin chuckled. "Well, it wasn't said to impress you." He wrapped his fingers around hers and turned to face her squarely. "I guess I'm asking, can you stand with me in that faith?" If she hadn't already faced her fear and her lack of full forgiveness, she might not have been able to answer so confidently. Since she had, she knew Austin was right. God had brought them back together and made things happen to ensure that they stayed that way. How could she not trust him in this? Yes, she said, squeezing his hands and bringing them to her chest. I can stand with you in that faith. His smile was slow, growing incrementally from a twitch to a full-blown grin until he seemed to beam with happiness. I am so glad to hear that. He brought her into his arms, holding her close against his chest where the rapid beating of his heart slowed to a steady pulse, one that her own heart joined until they beat as one. Nothing stood between them now, and she prayed that nothing ever would. However life worked out. Whatever solutions they found, they would do it together, and that knowing made her feel complete in a way she hadn't felt before, not even the first time they were together. Adam ran down the aisle toward them. You haven't heard, have you? Adam practically bounced as he met them, his hands pumping with the need to release his news. Heard what? Austin flipped the collar back on his jacket and lowered a hand to pull Charlotte off the fence to stand with him. What place we got? You've been off in your own little world, but... Adam stopped and smiled widely. But what? Austin asked. Charlotte understood the excitement that bubbled over from Adam, and she squeezed Austin's hand. I think you won. Austin looked down at her, his intense green eyes pouring into her. I have won. No, I mean, she looked at Adam, who still bounced from one foot to the other. I think you won nationals. We won, bro. Adam fisted the air with a loud whoop that startled the horses around them. We won nationals. We did it. He grabbed Austin up in a bear hug and let him go abruptly. Come on, we gotta tell Mama and Pops. He took off at a run, stopping after a few steps to turn back with impatience. Let's go. Charlotte giggled and yanked on a stunned Austin's hand, pulling him behind Adam. Come on, Mr. Nationals champion. We got to make Pop's day. Sharing in the joy of his win filled Charlotte's heart, and she was so glad that she was here to celebrate it with him. She would have been miserable if she had been halfway across the country rather than in his arms, smiling in pride for him. They spent the rest of the afternoon locked together. Sometimes they would talk with their friends, who eyed their clasped hands with winks and cheerful grins. Sometimes they walked along the trail, just the two of them, and talked about all that had led them back together. They spent time with Pops and Mama, avoiding questions of the future with a secret smile of knowing between them. There was no way Austin couldn't stay for the awards ceremony, and they planned to join the huge celebration afterward with his family and all of his friends. Austin was shrugging into his dress vest and jacket when Adam came storming into the trailer. He glanced at Charlotte, who sat at the table, then focused on Austin again. Hey, can I talk to you for a moment? Sure, what's up? Austin asked, buttoning his jacket and smiling down at Charlotte. I mean, well. He glanced at Charlotte. Oh yeah, I gotta check on Mama. I told her I'd do her hair. Charlotte stood and kissed Austin. I'll see you in just a few minutes, my champion. He watched her as she left, and she smiled once more at him before she gave the brothers their privacy. For a second, a wave of panic flooded her, and she feared Adam would worry she would take Austin away. Was that what they were talking about? She closed her eyes and searched for God's peace. It was all in his hands, and he hadn't led her astray yet. Mama was surprised to see her at the trailer, but she welcomed her in. The boys needed to talk, so I said I told you I'd help you with your hair for the awards ceremony, you know. They'll be taking many pictures, maybe even with family. Charlotte smiled. Oh well, I wouldn't mind, dear. Maybe you could put it up like you did for graduation, all those years ago. Mama patted her hair, smiling at the memory. I'd love to, Charlotte said. By the time the boys arrived, they were ready to go. Adam winked at her, which eased her heart that he wasn't upset with her or worried she'd steal Austin away, but it also had her curious, especially since Austin kept wiping his hands on his pants and his smile held a wobble. Are you nervous? She asked as they made their way toward the arena where they held the awards ceremony. Yeah, he smiled, that sideways smile that always melted her heart. You? Me? She shook her head. Why would I be nervous? You'll be the one up on the stage. "Oh yeah, that's right," he said, patting his pants and then shooting a wary glance toward her. "It's just that." "It's the Nationals," she said. "I know. This is a big deal." "It is a big deal," he said, squeezing her hand. "You'll stay with my parents in the front row, right? Where I can see you?" "Of course," she said, clasping onto him, her heart rejoicing that he wanted to share his prize moment with her. "I'm not going anywhere." "Oh, I'm gonna make sure of that," he said just as Adam pulled him away. "Come on, bro. It's time. Bill wants us over here to get pics for our sponsors right before they begin." Adam pulled on him again, but Austin met her eyes. "I'll be right here," she said with an encouraging nod, and settled into place beside Mama and Pops. Once he and Adam disappeared, she turned to them. "He's acting really nervous about this, isn't he?" Yeah, well, you know, crowds and cameras and stuff," Pop said with a shrug, but he pulled at his collar and didn't meet her eyes. Maybe he was nervous as well. They sat together while the other events went through their awards, until finally it was time for team roping. Charlotte's leg bounced, Mama smiled at her and Pops laid a resting hand on her leg. "You know," Pop said, "we're glad you're here." "Thanks." Charlotte smiled at him, calming herself. "Me too. I would have never forgiven myself to have missed this moment." Mama covered her mouth, though Charlotte wasn't sure if it was to hide a smile or cover a sob, because they called Austin and Adam onto the stage at that moment. She whistled and hooted and cheered as the crowd went wild. Their agent was right. They were a crowd favorite, and she glowed with pride, knowing that Austin was her man. Austin's smile still wobbled, and he looked at her every few seconds. She smiled back, pure joy for him at reaching beyond his dreams. After the cheering died down, the announcer held Austin and Adam on the stage. "I hear there is something you wanted to say, Austin?" Austin shook out his hand and leaned toward the mic. "Yeah, there is." He looked at Charlotte with that intense gaze of his, and motioned for her to come up. She shook her head, not understanding why he wanted her up there. Pops pushed at her a little. "It looks like Austin is asking this young lady to join us up here. What's her name?" Charlotte, Maya, my girl." "Well, come on, Charlotte, don't keep us waiting." The announcer motioned to her, and then the entire crowd was cheering and urging her on. Her whole body shook when she got up there, staring at Austin in wonder. "What's going on?" Austin licked his lips, then reached into his pocket and lowered to one knee. The crowd gasped, a breathy sound that seemed to steal Charlotte's breath. Her knees went weak, and the world darkened until she feared she would faint. She covered her face, knowing that complete shock filled her features. "Charlotte Walker," Austin said, clearing his throat as the announcer shoved the mic toward him. 8 years ago, I made the worst mistake of my life, and somehow you and God have seen it to give me another chance. I'm never going to make that mistake again, so I'm making this permanent. Charlotte Walker," he said again, "please complete this dream today by becoming my lifelong partner and marrying me?" He stared up at her in a way that made the entire crowd, the announcer, the cameras, everything disappear. Tears blurred her vision, and a sob choked back in her throat, but she nodded frantically, afraid that the word wouldn't leave her mouth, until finally it did with more power than she would have thought possible. "Yes. Yes." She pulled him up to meet her, and their lips locked with a firecracker intensity that sent the entire world exploding. The crowd's cheering was deafening, and she didn't care. Austin had just proposed. She was going to marry the love of her life, and nothing would tear them apart again. He pulled his lips from hers, cupping her face and staring into her eyes. "You okay?" He wiped the tears that streamed down her cheeks. "Oh yes, I'm very okay," she said with a small hiccuping laugh. The best thing she had ever done this far was forgiving the team roper, who now tied their lives together in a knot that was unbreakable, no matter where life led them. Epilogue. Chastity Davis fixed the lace on Charlotte's wedding dress. The bride wrung her trembling hands, though the smile hadn't left her face. Chastity remembered the day she had pledged her life to her husband. It didn't matter how sure a person was, undertaking such a lifelong commitment was nerve-wracking. "You look beautiful," Chastity said, looking over the stunning bride. Charlotte had such a strong, lithe figure, and the dress only made her more gorgeous. Over the last year, she and Charlotte had become good friends. In fact, everyone in Hope Lake seemed to have welcomed Charlotte as one of their own. The maid of honor was Charlotte's best friend from out in Texas, a fiery spunk of a gal who you couldn't help like. Then Charlotte had asked Chastity, Josie, and Megan to be her bridesmaids. Austin, Charlotte's soon-to-be hubby, had several groomsmen, all rodeoers, though the only one she really knew was Cody. Charlotte murmured something, bringing Chastity's focus back to the bride. "What's that, Char?" "Oh, it's just that I can't believe this is actually happening." Her frantic gaze stalled for a moment to meet Chastity's eyes. "You know how much we've been through." "I do," Chastity said. "Similar to Derek's and my story, a love that held across time, a second chance." "I like that, a love that held across time." Charlotte smiled and sighed. "It is like that, isn't it?" "It is." Chastity spread out the bride's dress again. "Though my story didn't quite hold the dramatic climax as yours," Charlotte said, meeting her eyes again. "Now, your story is one to write about." "Ha," Chastity said, then laughed for real. "Yours is too. You two have been through a lot, and this last year wasn't easy." Everyone had seen the nationally broadcasted proposal, but what most people hadn't seen was the steadfast love and trust that the couple held onto while each leading their own lives. Charlotte had returned to continue her residency, and Austin continued to travel with the rodeos, doing sponsor shoots and commercials, coming here to visit any chance he got. It hadn't been easy on either of them, but they didn't give up. Charlotte sighed. "It's not likely to get any easier over the next couple of years, but we will have each other and our faith." "And lots of friends," Amelia said, fiddling with Charlotte's hair before handing her the bouquet. "Thank goodness for you gals." "I don't know what I'd do without you," Charlotte said with a sniffle and daubed at her eyes. "Don't do that," Josie said. "You'll make your makeup run." "Oh, I know my friend too well. We made sure she had waterproof everything." Amelia laughed. "That way she's safe to get all weepy." "Funny," Charlotte said with another sniff. "I never used to be so emotional." "It's amazing what happens once you finally allow your emotions full reign," Megan said with a laugh. "The pros and the cons," Josie said with a sigh. "Well, you about ready?" "Yeah, Charlotte looked out at the gathering crowd at Camp Hope. Chastity knew Charlotte had fretted about where to have the wedding, but in the end she thought her friend chose right, being as this was her home now. Chastity knew Charlotte now looked one last time to see if her parents had made it. A man cleared his throat at the door. "Knock knock." "Pops," Charlotte said, her lip quivering as she ran into his arms. "You sure are beautiful. As beautiful as your spirit, my girl." He blinked back tears, and Chastity felt her own eyes sting seeing the loving man who was soon to be Charlotte's father-in-law. "I know you asked me if I would step in, and it was my honor, but I thought it might mean a lot for you to have your dad, so." He stepped back and motioned. A stately gentleman came down the hall, in full tux, smiling in pride. "You think I'd miss my daughter's wedding?" Charlotte ran into his arms, and Chastity was sure there wasn't a dry eye in the room. Chastity looked over at Pops. "How'd you do it?" He winked. "I've got my ways, but there was no way I'd let Charlie miss out on having her dad walk her down the aisle. It's high time that man stepped up before he missed all the highlights of his daughter's life." "You're a gem, Pops," Josie said from next to them. "Hey girls, you trying to steal my man?" Mama asked, a humorous gleam in her eyes. "It would be for naught." Pops held out his arm for Mama to take. "I only have eyes for you." "Ah," Chastity and the other ladies said in unison. "All right, time to get into your places." Josie took the reins before they all melted into mush from the beautiful moments. "Our guests are ready, and there's a nervous cowboy out there waiting for his bride." They cheered, and Chastity glanced once more back at Charlotte, as Emilia fixed the little smudges in her makeup from tears that still cascaded down her pretty cheeks. Together, they gathered near the door, ready to walk down the aisle. Chastity smiled at the cowboy escorting her. Jake was his name, one of Cody's rodeo friends. As they followed Megan with another rodeo friend, Cam, Jake smiled and waved at his wife and little boy. The wedding was beautiful and perfect. Of course, Chastity was biased about weddings at Hope Lake. What better place to get married? As she listened to the bride and groom say their vows, she thought about what Charlotte had said before. She scanned the crowd and found her hubby, Derek, holding their young son and sitting next to their daughter, his eyes intent on hers. He had taken off his sheriff's hat for the day and worn his felt cowboy hat, and her heart leapt at seeing him all fancied up in his suit and tie. He had saved her life in more ways than one, and all she had had to do was hope on forever. Thank you for reading Forgiving the Team Roper. I hope Austin and Charlotte's journey of forgiveness and second chances inspired you and filled you with hope. I have loved writing all the faithful cowboys. Now it's time to move on to the next series, Hope Lake. In Hope Lake, you'll read the falling in love stories of Chastity, Megan, Angelica, and more. Start listening to the Hope Lake series with Book 1, Hoping on Change.